officials for this game were organised by Tim Robinson and Steve O'Shaughnessy. The match referee is James Whitaker, and the scorers are Paul Surrey, Debbie Beasley, and the Warwickshire Mel Smith. Play is scheduled to get underway at Billy.
Very good morning and welcome to Edgbaston, where the umpires are emerging on the final morning of this County Championship Division 1 game between Warwickshire and Surrey. Needs to be a bit of a moving morning if we're going to get a positive result for either team from it, with Warwickshire resuming on 293 for 7. They trail Surrey by 135 runs. We've got a good team in place for you today. We've got Grace Ballinger. We'll tell you more about her later, but she was with the team yesterday. Phil Britt will be here. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM, alongside me from BBC London, Mark Church. And early wickets needed for Surrey, and then we might have a game on.
Yeah, I think even with the early wickets, it's going to be tough because the pitch is a good one for batting. The movement that we did see yesterday was fairly slow movement, really. The only way I can really see this happening is if Surrey get these 3 wickets quickly this morning, then either Warwickshire bowl out of their skins or Surrey bat very, very badly and get knocked over for 120, say, and then Warwickshire fancy a dart with the... But I just don't see it. But, Richard, cricket... It's a funny old thing, and you know, anything could really happen. But the first thing this morning is that the other thing to mention is bonus points and 6 overs to go. So the first port of call for Warwickshire will be 7 more runs and pick up a third bonus point. Surrey would ideally like to pick up a couple more wickets and pick up a third bowling point.
Yeah, that's where we stand. Jordan Clark is going to be opening the bowling from the Birmingham end. And the overnight batsmen are Michael Burgess and Craig Miles. The Bears still have Henry Brooks, a capable batsman, to be at number 10 in the batting order. And Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who prides himself on sticking around. I don't think he'll bring out the owl scoop today, which a legendary shot, which is more danger to himself than the boundary generally. But we'll see how that goes. 2 slips and a gully in place for Surrey. And it's a beautiful morning. It's nippy out there. I think not expecting it to get up above 10 degrees until mid-afternoon. But the breeze has died down over the course of the morning. And a few members of the public are outside watching the opening ball of the day as Clark comes in and is driven into the offside by Burgess, only into the covers. And there'll be no run. All the pigeons are playing with our effects mic for a moment there.
They've been lively over the first 3 days, actually. Yesterday, sort of dominated by a lovely innings from Matt Lamb, played beautifully for his 100. Sam Hain batted extremely well. And then Jordan Clark, at the end of the day, picked up a couple of quick ones, including Hain and Mosley, who batted nicely.
In now to bowl to Burgess, back of a length, outside off stump. Burgess plays it back down the track, up towards mid-on. And there's no runs. You have to squint at the back of the Surrey players' jumpers in the hope of making out the numbers that lie below.
I was saying to Grace, I'm an old-fashioned. I like the old cable nets, I really do. But I know what you're saying for sort of identification purposes. With the big old jumpers with no numbers on it does make it difficult.
Glad Ollie Pope doesn't feel the need for a jumper at second slip as this goes past the outside edge of Burgess's bat. Beautiful delivery, just angling away slightly. There might have been a hint of movement off the seam there. And through to wicketkeeper Ben Folkes.
Yeah, crucial partnership really between Lamb and Hain yesterday, in the fact that at one point 41 for 4 Warwickshire, and Surrey had their tails up, got rid of Danny Briggs, the night watchman, pretty early, and then Yates was LBW for 32. At that point, Warwickshire were in trouble.
Once more, Clark approaches, and it's a similar delivery. Burgess has gone a bit more inside the line. He's getting good bounce and carry first thing here, Jordan Clark. The shape of the delivery has worried Burgess. He has a little bit of a march to square leg. Contemplate life.
This is what he got the ball doing last night, Jordan Clark. He's a tricky customer with the ball, he really is.
I wonder whether he could leave those on length, but if it bowls a bit fuller, it'll be more of a worry. In fact, he does do exactly that to the next delivery. He lifts his bat and leaves it on length. Still some oohs and ahs, and you can imagine that everybody's going to be upbeat in the field for this first half hour in particular.
Yeah, that Sam Hain yesterday, I felt a bit for him because everybody's been doing exactly what you said, Richard. Leave it on length. It's been going over the top of the stumps, and he let one exactly like that go. It just clipped the top of his off stump from Jordan Clark.
Clive Eakin was letting me know about that. He gave me a ring yesterday. As Clark comes in and bowls more of a middle and leg line, and Burgess happy to cover up and plays out a maiden. So 6 more overs left in terms of bonus points. 293 for 7 are Warwickshire. And I might just have to take the start of the next over just because I've got a timed report to do before I pass on to you, Mark. We were saying earlier it's a very long time worked together for all sorts of reasons. The way that the fixtures are shared out amongst those of us who cover Warwickshire, I've never really coincided with it. It's nice. I've heard a lot of you on 5 Sports Extra.
Poor chap.
No, it's good.
Sleep quite quickly, I would have thought.
No, not at all. Well, I hope not, because normally it's when I'm driving.
Ah, well, yes.
That'd be less good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would be.
But in the car, you always love listening to whatever's going on Sports Extra as we get ready to do a report here. Kemar Roach had started his run-up for the start of the second over, but then he stops about 5 paces in because Craig Miles isn't ready. 293 for 7 Warwickshire. They trail Surrey by 135. We've had just 1 over of this final day. Jordan Clark bowling a very tidy line against Michael Burgess. Beat the outside edge of the bat on a couple of occasions. If early wickets go down, then Surrey might feel they've got a sniff of forcing a result in this game. If Warwickshire get the lead well below 100, then I think we're probably heading towards a draw. They're 293 for 7. They trail by 135. We only missed 1 delivery during that, and that was played defensively. So
I tell you what, I like your sort of ident and trail music into cricket reports there. That was lovely. A cheer and then some bird noises. As over the wicket comes Kemar Roach, then to Miles, beats him on the outside with a cracking delivery. Goodish length from Kemar Roach, and taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right hand side. But I like that bit of music.
Yeah.
A cheer from the crowd and then some bird noises.
It is, and it took a long time to get the birds to get that right.
Yeah, absolutely. Live recording.
20 minutes recording
absolutely,
to get the perfect zone for cricket.
It was ideal, absolutely ideal. 293 for 7 then. And turning once more below us is Kemar Roach. Comes in over the wicket to Miles, and Miles gets forward. Plays this one back up the pitch. 135. Warwickshire trail by. So 135 in arrears at the moment. Bowled nicely yesterday, Kemar Roach. I think probably delighted again that the sun's out this morning. Not that it's warm, but Kemar Roach looked very cold for most of yesterday when he wasn't bowling. So he'll feel a bit better. Now there's a bit of blue sky about the place, and it's possibly gone up a degree or two as over the wicket he comes once more. Miles drives and thickish outside edge along the carpet out towards the covers, and he'll pick up the first runs of the day, and was looking more to go straight down the ground there, but a little bit of swing from Kemar Roach, but kept the bat very straight to Craig Miles. He moves on to 13, and Warwickshire move on to 295 for 7.
It was a bit of a giveaway that Craig Miles lifted his head up to look to see where the ball had gone. Not necessarily where he aimed it. No,
the key thing there for him, though, was full face of the bat, so wasn't trying to sort of work it leg side or anything. 2 slips are in there as Kemar Roach is in once again, and that one's just let go by Miles outside his off stump. Saw a few Surrey spectators who've made the trip up for the 4 days. They were actually saying it's not too bad down at the Birmingham end. When the sun comes out, they're all sat down there at the moment, and said it's not too it's cold, but with the sun out, it's okay. Whereas if you're sat in the Holly stand, oh dear.
Yeah, there's always been a guy who always sits towards the back of that. I don't know whether he's here yet.
Over the wicket again goes Kemar Roach, and Miles allows this one to go again outside his off stump. End of the over, and 295 for 7. Jamie Overton's been on for the first couple of overs, but Reece Topley now comes jogging out, so Jamie Overton will come off. So Reece Topley's out there now. But yeah, I would have thought in the back of the lead stand, it'd be very, very cold at this time of the year.
Yeah, but over the years, there's a guy who sits there all day, every day, regardless of where the wicket is. So even if it's way over on the Priory side, he'll still sit up there.
Like that.
And he'll have a day where it's at 11, you think, we're not going to be on until 4. And he sits there all day in the hope It's almost
Maybe
disturbing.
it's his lucky seat.
It could be. Clark in to Burgess, who leaves this alone outside off stump, and it goes through to the wicket keeper.
Yeah, we were talking about when Grace comes on, she can tell us her cricketing superstitions. Most cricketers have weird things they do, but spectators are the same. Got their seats. You know, in a big partnership, you don't move. So maybe it's his lucky seat.
I mean, you do that at home, though, don't you?
Oh, I do that all the time at home. Yeah, absolutely.
Can't put the recliner down if Chris Wokes is batting in a Test match, for instance. Clark was chipped into the offside. It's a miscue by Burgess, but it will loop wide of the cover fielder, and they'll get a single. There's a man out towards the rope there, but inadvertently chipped, misjudged the pace of that one, Burgess. He gets his 13th run, 296 for 7.
Yeah, there was a great clip from one of the Test matches in the West Indies of I think it was a member of the Barmy Army, and desperately needed the toilet but couldn't move because Ben Stokes was in the 90s. I think it was Ben Stokes. It might have been Zach Crawley, actually. He was in the 90s.
Clark approaches. That's a bouncer, and it's hit the back of the helmet or the shoulder of Craig Miles and clears the slip cord and goes through for 4-leg byes. It means that the Bears have picked up their third batting bonus point, with the score going on to 300. And if it did touch the helmet, then it does mean that the physio will have to come out and just make sure that Craig Miles is okay, and possibly bring out a replacement helmet as well. And the umpires are making sure that happens, which is good, because it means that we can continue with the with the cross-leg desperation story.
This poor gentleman, and then I think it was Zach Crawley, but then he took a while to get to the 100. He was on 99 for and this poor man, this poor chap, and then I've never seen anyone move so quick when Crawley got there, and it was just like, and then just he legged it. But that again, he wasn't going to move because he was in it. He'd obviously been in that seat for the entirety of the Crawley innings. So another cricketing superstition there.
It's not easy to go quickly under those circumstances either, to move quickly.
No, absolutely.
Because quite often you're doing that slightly one foot in front of the other walk, aren't you?
I've never seen anyone move that quick, to be fair. He just shot up the steps and away he went. Yeah, Craig Miles here will be... I'd never realised this, but they sort of asked them, as I understand it, there's a list of questions they all get asked at the start of the season. And then they get them asked a few of those now to make sure it's the same answer.
Yeah, unfortunately, that list of questions means they've now got access to Craig Miles' credit card.
Well, it's that. Or I often think if it's like what day of the week it is, they wouldn't know anyway, even if they hadn't been hit on the head. So he's fine, though.
What's your mother's maiden name? What was the name of your first pet?
Yes.
They're not tested for concussion, they're fishing.
Absolutely. Well, I always find that very, very difficult anyway, at the best of times. But, yeah, again, there, Miles is quite a tall lad, isn't he? And
yeah,
it didn't bounce as much as he was expecting, and just struck him on the back of the crash helmet there.
Well, it did its job. That's the most important thing, and he's fit to continue, and he faces the next delivery, and it's on his legs, and he's hit that straighter than he would have intended, and he'll get two just past the stumps at the far end. I think he was looking to clip it through mid-wicket. He's certainly using the full face of the bat so far this morning, Miles, but he trots along to 15, 302 for 7. And that reduces the deficit now to 126. Once it starts getting under 100, I think it becomes increasingly difficult to see where a game is going to come from today. The weather has not helped this fixture this week. This is wide outside off stump, and it's driven square for 4. It was a really floated half volley, and Miles has crashed that one away. He's up to 19, 306 for 7.
Good tactics these from Craig Miles. He's come out to be positive this morning. He's looking just to score some quick runs and knock that deficit down. And good shot that. Just gave himself a little bit of room, as you say, Richard. Half volley, and just stepped outside his leg start, and then absolutely hammered it through cover point. But this is the way to go for Craig Miles. If it's there, smash it.
They've put the point fielder on the boundary now, which is a bit like placing a fielder for a bad ball, and he guides the next ball wide of the slip cord. And that deep point comes across to do the fielding, and there'll just be a single. Miles to 20, 307 for 7. And a bright enough start for the Bears so far this morning. Reece Topley has done some warm-ups since he came onto the field, so it may be that there'll be a reasonably early bowling change. The key to wickets early doors. Of course, next time Warwickshire are at home, Rhys Topley's dad may well be here.
Is that Essex, is
Essex.
it? Righto.
Here in a fortnight's time.
Excellent stuff.
Could be a bit of competition for places in the Bears team by then, in that Nathan McAndrew will be due, Liam Norwell should be fit, Alex Davis will be eligible, Chris Wokes possibly not available for that game, but they're expected to have him for possibly 3 championship games.
Excellent, excellent.
So,
Kemar Roach from the pavilion end. 4th over of the morning as a pigeon goes past, and it's up on the toes of Miles, and he's digging this out, plays it straight back up the ground to Hashim Amla. Stood up there under his white floppy sun hat again. Got his woolly hat on underneath. And field pretty orthodox really. 2 slips. There's Topley away at cover point. There's the cover Ryan Patel. Jordan Clark at mid-off. Hashim Amla stood in there at mid-on at the moment. Will Jacks is in at short mid-wicket. Then 2 back on that leg side boundary as Kemar Roach over the wicket he comes. And Miles drives back up the ground. Kemar Roach does the fielding off his own bowling. Miles goes for a bit of a wander off towards square leg.
I'm concerned about these pigeons because this is not a regular feature.
Well,
in front of the commentary box, are they Surrey members? Because I do associate pigeons with the Oval.
Yeah, they've been here the entirety of the 4 days.
Did
really.
you bring them up here?
Maybe there's a nest. No, I didn't. My pigeon racing days have passed me now, Richard.
Yeah,
yes.
fair enough.
Yeah.
The legs have gone.
Yeah, exactly. As over the wicket once more comes Kemar Roach and bangs this one in, and swaying inside it is Miles, but again, no great pace for Kemar Roach to work with.
That's died, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
he's pitched it halfway down the track, and it's barely gone above hip height as it passes
Yeah.
the batsman.
It's sort of that time of the year, isn't it? It's a good pitch, this, but at this time of the year, they tend to get a bit slower, don't they? As that one really did sort of balloon past Miles as Kemar Roach is in once again, and Miles works this one off the stumps into the leg side. Look for 2 here. Jamie Smith's got a bit of a way to come in. I'll just take a single, and that will bring Burgess back onto strike. And handy runs these 2 came together with the wicket of Moseley last night at 280 for 7. So 28 between them, of which Miles has 21, but Surrey had their tails up because Hayne and Moseley, great catch from Ollie Pope to get rid of Moseley last night. One of those where Moseley, left-hander of course, was looking to whip it through mid-wicket, got an outside edge, and at second slip went to his right and took it behind him. But was looking out towards mid-wicket to begin with. Great catch. As Kemar Roach is in, and Burgess on the front foot looks to pull here out towards the Holly stand, and that just rolls up to Hashim Amla at mid-on. And then we saw a wonderful catch from Will Jacks in the deep to end Lamb's brilliant innings. Lamb played one of those shots yesterday to Kemar Roach and put it about 10 rows back in the Holly stand. He did play well yesterday. He came out and he was just positive from ball 1. Really was. As Kemar Roach runs away from us, comes in over the wicket to Burgess. Burgess is solidly forward, the right-hander, and plays this one up to Jordan Clark. End of another over this morning, 308 for 7. Couple of overs left for bonus points. I think it's more, can Surrey pick up a couple of wickets, because it would be exciting if 42 runs come off these 2 overs. But well, the way Miles is playing, it could happen.
I don't think he'll tee off to that extent. No. Unless he's after an IPL contract for next year, and goes all Pat Cummins about it. That was some innings earlier in the week. But I don't think. Look, the Bears will be very pleased to get through the first 20 minutes or so. I'm going to give Grace a 1 over warning. I'm going to do this over, and then I shall make way for Grace Ballinger to join you in commentary position. What is this? A still quiet morning at Edgbaston. I suspect a lot of people who are here are probably around the members area at this end. And Clark in to bowl his 3rd of the morning, and this is going to be guided down towards Gully. Good stop there. Save 4 runs.
Yeah, Will Jacks won't be best pleased with that, because when he took that really good catch yesterday with his right hand in the deep, he went straight off. And that one, sort of on the half volley, hitting him straight on that right hand again. So, and as we've been saying, it's not the warmest of days again. It's a bit warmer, but it's still not it's not a great day to be stood in the slips, really.
Yeah, it's kind of more a 4.5 slip than a gully. We're looking at the angle now. As this is driven by Miles, and that's a lovely pickup. Is that Patel at cover? Had to move quickly to his left on one of those green tinged surfaces that might be a little bit slippy still at this time of year.
Yeah, this is good cricket from Miles. Anything short, he's ducking, and anything in his half, he's going after. And it's definitely the right way to go about it. That's 120 now that Warwickshire trail by.
But then Clark, I think, is right to try and bowl full. And see if
that's why it's interesting cricket, isn't it?
He approaches once more, and this is full and is driven, but he gets plenty of bat on it, just doesn't time it at all, and Allah just waits for the ball to arrive up at mid-off and then demonstrates the classic bridge position.
Might take him a while to come up from that.
I think his knees are better than ours. I hope.
Yeah, he's still in long sleeve, short sleeved, woolly hat.
Hands in pockets at the moment for him as well. As Clark bowls just back of a length, and Miles, with no foot movement whatsoever, dabs it down to Will Jacks, who picks up. Didn't really get across to that one.
It's one of those sort of quiet Sunday mornings at the moment, isn't it? On the last day, where I think if everybody's honest, they're not expecting too much spectacular cricket today, but you never know. You get days like this where all of a sudden everything bursts into life.
Final ball, no, penultimate ball of the over, just onto the pads of Miles. Might well be a leg by as it just squirts out towards mid-wicket. Umpire signals 309 for 7. I can't see the two captains getting together at lunchtime with an abacus to try and work out.
Well, I think opening game of the season, why would you really? And with the 8 points for the draw as well now, you know, so that if this is a draw, solid performance from both sides, start of the season.
Clark from the Birmingham end again accelerates in, and forward in defence is Michael Burgess. He's got 13. Craig Miles has got 21. They've added a further 16 runs so far this morning without any fall of wickets, so the Bears trail by 119 runs, and Grace will be joining Mark very shortly.
Thank you, Richard. So, yes, it's been interesting first 20 minutes this morning. I wonder if Rory, but if Miles continues like this for a bit longer, you might think about Will Jacks with a bit of off spin to Miles, because Miles might be tempted just to have a good old launch down the ground. Jordan Clark's making his way off down below us at the moment, throws jumper, and Grace Ballinger, Loughborough Lightning's Grace Ballinger, went through the Warwickshire age groups as well, is settling herself in away to my right hand side as Kemar Roach is going to come in over the wicket to Miles. Short one, Miles ducks underneath it, taken by Ben Folkes. Good morning, Grace. How are you?
Good morning. I'm not too bad, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right, thanks. Yeah, not too bad. A bit warmer today.
I was about to say, just a little bit warmer today. Looks a bit warmer for the players out there as well, doesn't it?
It does. It feels a bit more crickety weather, this. And what are your thoughts on today?
I like the way Miles has come out. I've liked that he's not been too defensive, and yeah, I mean, it's not looking like it's going to come to a result, but
still plenty to play for here as in comes Roach. Oh, driving. Here's Miles. Now,
maybe don't want to see that as much.
No. I think he got an edge on that, but it bounced in front of Ben Folkes, diving away to his right-hand side. So it didn't even get through to Ben Folkes. That's the only thing, isn't it? And it's perfectly understandable in -6 that unless the pitch freezes, it's not going to get much quicker today. So that one there, I think, was a genuine edge, and it bounced in front of Ben Folkes, diving to his right as Kemar Roach is in again. Another short one, and that's just allowed to pass by Craig Miles, and slapping into the gloves of Folkes once more, moving away to his right-hand side. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the chat from Warwickshire this morning would have been first port of call is the 300, and you know, Surrey will have come out this morning and thought 3 quick ones, brilliant. But for Warwickshire point of view, as you say, Miles has come out and done this just right. positive. Anything in his half he's going after. As in comes Kemar Roach. That's another short one. Whoa! Now that one took off at Ben Folkes and has burst through his gloves above his left shoulder. So one that hit the edge and didn't get to him, and then that one, a bit like an aeroplane taking off on the runway. I think it just kept going up at him and burst through his gloves. It took him by surprise. That's run away for 4 buys and 313 for 7.
Yeah, it looked like that one just kept going, and I don't know how Craig Miles has managed it. He's managed to not move at all and just watched it go past his head to the leg side.
Yeah,
Don't know how he's done that.
He's not really even ducking, is he? He's just sort of bending his knees here as Roach is in once again to him, and he's fourth. That's a nice shot from Miles. Just pushes this one out into the offside for a couple of runs. Nicely played by Craig Miles as the throw comes in from Ryan Patel. 315 for 7, trailed by 113. But yeah, not a huge amount there at the moment for the bowlers. But the interesting thing last night was Jordan Clark suddenly got the ball to talk late on last night. As in over the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach. Oh, Miles is ducking this one. He's ended up down on one knee. He's played it pretty well actually, and that's taken by Ben Folkes. End of the over, 315 for 7. But sort of as a bowler today, I think it's that whole thing as well, just plugging away, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, we saw it yesterday with their short plan. I think it was it Kemar Roach? They were just going at it, and Matt Lamb was getting it away, but they ended up getting the result in the end with Topley getting that key wicket. Yeah, and I think there's not going to be a lot in it for the bowlers, but as you've said, Clark came in and managed to find something, so I guess you just need to not search and wait for that magic delivery, just keep plugging away.
Yep. Reece Topley's warming up now down there at mid-on. Jordan Clark from the Birmingham end is into Michael Burgess. He's just allowing this one to go outside his off stump. I wonder if Rory Burns might think a bit of Will Jacks with his off spin to Miles.
It doesn't look like there's a lot going on with the seam, does it really? Not a massive lot of movement, and we haven't seen much spin at all from Surrey. Probably shy of 10 overs yesterday.
Yeah, I just wonder whether he will, with the way that Miles is being positive as well this morning. You know, there's every chance he could go for the big shot and it ends up in the Holly stand, or it could go straight up in the air. As here comes Clark, and in behind this one goes Burgess. Plays it solidly back up the pitch once more. Because the thing is, and lower order batters these days, they can all bat. But if a spinner comes on and tosses one up, it's very tempting. Even if you're saying to yourself, Grace, no, it's very tempting to try and launch it into the stand, isn't it?
It is.
As Burgess waits again. Over the wicket comes Clark, and Burgess is forward, pushing this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think especially for the bowlers, I think myself, I am partial to my eyes lighting up when the spinner comes on, and you do think, especially with 4-day cricket, the field they have, relatively not many people out on the boundary, so yeah, I think Craig Miles could get tempted, and he could get a couple of them away, but at the same time I think it would be better chance for wicket with Will Jacks.
Well, they're now dropping the field out for Burgess with 3 balls of the over to go, as Jordan Clark is into him, and Burgess lets this go. That does nip away. It's very wide outside the off stump, and a tumbling take by Ben Folkes away to his right hand side. So yeah, deep backward square and sweeper on the cover rope. As Ashley Mamler still stood at mid off. He's been there the entirety of this Warwickshire innings, says Hashim.
He has. Kemar Roach has been down at that fine leg, square leg area.
Well,
for a long
Kemar's
time
not moving from there because the sun's out. He's warming up down there as Jordan Clark is in. Nice looking shot from Burgess. Just tucks this one up towards mid-on. And there is no run. So your next game Thursday, you were saying, down at Chelmsford.
Down at Chelmsford,
Excellent.
correct, yeah. Lovely ground I hear, but do also hear there's been, 900 runs
yeah,
scored
well,
on there?
if you play on that pitch that they're playing the championship game on, ooh, yes.
Not what you want to hear as a bowler, is it?
No, not really. As waiting once again. The weather's meant to be nice on Thursday, I think. As in over the wicket once again comes Clark, and this is tucked away very nicely off his toes by Burgess, straight out to James Taylor at deep backward square, and Taylor does the fielding, and they will pick up a single. Reece Topley's stripping off his sweaters, and Topley's going to come into the attack from this pavilion end. And I just wonder whether, as I say, Will Jack's bowled his overs from the Birmingham end yesterday. Just wonder whether he might think about a little bit of Will Jacks from that Birmingham end, Rory Burns. But no, well, obviously they're good pitches down there at Chelmsford from what we've seen in the Kent-Essex game. So great ground though, great ground. You'll enjoy it.
Yeah, looking forward to getting down there.
Just a tip: short boundary straight.
Short boundary straight.
Yeah, short boundary straight down to the river end and the Hayes Close end. They are short straight boundaries.
I don't mind a short boundary straight actually. I don't mind it. Yeah, especially for me, quite tall when I'm batting and just like to try and get it straight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get the long levers out.
Yep. And bowling your left arm as well.
Yeah.
Might be tempted to go down the ground and swing one back. Easy game, really, isn't it? So
when you say it like that, yeah.
Here is a left arm seamer in Reece Topley. 2 for 81 so far. He's coming into Burgess, and Burgess is forward and plays this one back up the pitch to mid-off. You tend to find, sort of in the T20 games, in both the men's and the women's, that games at Chelmsford take a bit longer because you're fetching balls out the river and the Hayes Close.
You're not filling me with confidence.
No, you'll be fine.
Game,
you'll be
yeah.
absolutely fine. And as I say, the weather's going to be very nice on Thursday, they're saying, as Reece Topley is in. And that's down the leg side. Has he got something on that, Burgess? They've gone up for the court behind, but it seems to be thigh guard rather than bat or glove. And there's no great disappointment shown from behind the stumps. And umpire O'Shaughnessy keeping the hands down in front of him. Definite deflection, but I think it was more off the backside or thigh guard of Michael Burgess.
Looked like it. Appeal not too convincing, as you say. Topley not looking too concerned. He walks back to his mark.
It's one of those sort of appeals where everybody's sort of clearing their throats, isn't it? You've been out there for half an hour, haven't had much to shout about so far. Burgess waits again with that bat raised as Topley's into him, and Burgess solidly forward, pushing out into the offside. Round comes Ryan Patel to do the fielding, whips it in over the top of the stumps to Ben Folkes. Ollie Pope working on the ball there at second slip. If you're in a situation like this, Grace, as a left arm seamer yourself, is it, as we've said, it's just about keeping that ball on a pretty good line and a pretty good length to the right hander as Topley's in, and I'm going across Michael Burgess and taken by Ben Folkes as he lets it go.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's hard to see here how much movement Topley's getting, but it doesn't look like a lot swinging in. I don't know if I'd be tempted to come round the wicket myself, try and get them trapped, bowled maybe, get quite into them, especially with Craig Miles on the short ball.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday from Topley. It's something you were talking about, that you left arm seamers are doing that an awful lot now, coming round the wicket, left arm round to the right hander as Topley is in once again to Burgess, thickish edge down towards backward point. Will Jacks gets round to his left to do the fielding, and there is no run. Score remaining on 316 for 7, and started the day on 293 for 7 Warwickshire, so they've got themselves a third batting point because we're past the 110 now, so that'll be 3 batting points for Warwickshire and a couple of bowling points for Surrey, as Topley's in once again, and forward goes Michael Burgess. Solid looking defensive shot again, solid over that from Reece Topley, end of the over, and 316 for 7. Oh, Mr. Kevin Howes is down below us on the balcony. I don't quite know what he's doing, but maybe he's coaxing the pigeons. Let's see what Mr. Kevin Howes is he's sorting out effects mic there, Grace. I think he's pulling his lead out to get his effects mic out from down below us. But he better be careful, because I do think there are nesting pigeons. And back in South London, you see, there's a number of pigeon eradication systems that have been used over the year. One year, chili sauce they put on the windowsills. Because apparently pigeons don't like chili sauce or something. As this one's turned, into the leg side or spicy foods, as Miles plays that one from Jordan Clark up towards mid-on. I couldn't get my head round it.
No, I must say I've never heard of that one. I've never heard of that one.
But apparently it was the colour of the, I think it was an orangey colour. Apparently that put them off. It didn't, unfortunately, and it meant that every bit of equipment we put out the window got covered in sticky chilli sauce, which wasn't much fun. As in again comes Jordan Clark, solidly forward goes Craig Miles. They then use, now don't worry everybody, this it's not as bad as it sounds, plastic spikes sticking up to try and make it uncomfy if they landed. Those didn't work either, because all they did was build their nests in the plastic spikes. So there's been a number of sort of ways of trying to, and of course here over in the family stand is the fake bird flying on the end of a big stick. That seems to work over there. As over the wicket then is Jordan Clark, short one with a leg gully now in the shape of Rory Burns, but again it sort of balloons over Craig Miles. But yes, we saw that yesterday. There's a sort of papier-mâché bird on the end of a stick to keep the other birds away.
Yeah, it seems to be working alright, that crow. Not sure about the strange going on in the south with the chili and the plastic spikes, but no, the crow's doing the job.
It's down south for you. As in over the wicket once again comes Clark, forward goes Miles, plays this one down to backward point. I'll bring Phil Britton at the end of this over to join you, Grace. Everybody's heard enough from me. But yeah, so yeah, chili sauce, but they've definitely got a nest up here on the balcony.
Yeah, there is a few knocking about, isn't there? Don't remember there being this many yesterday, mind.
I'm a big fan of the old Spring Watch. Do you watch that?
I used to, actually.
I do like a bit of Spring Watch, I have to say. As in over the wicket once again comes Clark, and they're going to work around that front pad is Miles. That rolls away again out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. I quite like it when they put the old, you know what these things are. What's that speeded up camera called, where it's sort of...
Time-lapse.
Thank you. I like that.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
And you see the old nest being built in quick time. I like those when they put buildings up as well. Have you seen those? Where they do it from the start of build. Oh, it's amazing, with all the cranes and big buildings going up with the old time lapses. In over the wicket comes Jordan Clark again, and Miles is forward and not really timing this, pushing this one up towards mid-off. End of the over. Grace, a few thoughts from you on what Surrey could do here to try and pick up a wicket. And with Warwickshire 316 for 7. Those thoughts from Grace Ballinger, and then she'll be joined by Phil Britt.
Yeah, I'm not too sure really. I'm just wondering if Warwickshire had a conversation. It seems like Craig Miles going a bit more, taking the more Matt Lamb role that we saw yesterday, a bit more attacking, whilst Burgess just sits back, nurdles the one. So I feel like maybe, as we said earlier, a bit of off-spin from Will Jacks could be good to tempt Craig Miles. But yeah, Warwickshire going along nicely, 316 for 7.
Good morning, Grace.
Good morning, how are we?
Okay. It's been a good steady start by Warwickshire this morning. It's Topley from the Birmingham end in, and Burgess tries to pull this one away through mid-wicket. In the end, the ball runs off the body out into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah,
just as I said, Burgess was going rather defensively. He's tried to tee one into the Eric Hollies, so shows what I know, eh?
Well, I think it was a fair sort of shot. It's nobody out on that mid-wicket boundaries. There's a sort of orthodox mid-wicket in place. I think if he'd have got hold of it, he would have probably got a good just reward. This next one is a better one and squares up Burgess, who plays it defensively up to Amler at mid-on.
Just looked a bit early on it, didn't he?
Yes.
Michael Burgess,
yeah.
Just a tiny bit early. Probably pitched a bit slower than he expected. April wicket, been indoors all winter.
Yeah.
I think that happens a lot in the transition from indoors to outdoors.
They were lucky here. I don't know what other clubs were like, but Warwickshire were actually using the outdoor nets. Mid-March, I think it was. The ground staff had done a terrific job. This one is down the leg side, and Burgess gets nothing onto it, and taking it down low to his left there was Ben Folkes. Yeah, they were able to net outside what I consider to be quite early in the year, mid-March, although more and more games now are being played that last week of March, and the season is a genuine 6-month season now. for the men. Burgess again, facing again as this one from Topley is wide outside the off stump, no shot offered.
Yeah, Topley bowling from some really nice areas here, but I just wonder, it just seems a bit defensive to me. It just doesn't look like Burgess is going to get out here. He looks fairly comfortable. Does Topley need to try something different? Because they're looking for wickets effectively, aren't they, Surrey?
Yeah, they are.
They don't want to be out there all day.
Well, I think their hope would have been this morning that they managed to get through these last three fairly quickly, get back batting and set a target. This one from Topley is glanced away fine, down to fine leg, down in front of the Thwaite scoreboard for a single. So another one goes on to the total, 317 for 7, so Warwickshire trail now by 111. And the over's just ticking by. That's the other thing, that the amount of time which is available to force a result is drifting away as Topley in bowls, and this one Miles evades and ball goes through to, it was a slower one, and he somehow managed to get everything out of the way of that one.
Miles seems very good at avoiding the short ball by doing nothing. I can't quite figure it out. Looks like he stays still and the ball just doesn't hit him. Don't know how he quite manages it, but yeah, quite impressive stuff. Never seen anything quite like it, to be honest.
Guys, it's going to be a long day today. I got up this morning to watch the Australian Grand Prix at 6 o'clock start.
Is that the Formula One?
Yeah.
Tell you what, I can't say I see the excitement in the Formula One. Loads of my friends absolutely love it. I just can't get my head around it. It's just driving quickly, isn't it?
Well, it's a bit more than just driving quickly.
Yeah, I'm sure there is.
Yeah.
I'm sure there is, if you understand it, but unfortunately I do not.
Clark continues from the Birmingham end. He's in and bowls, and this one is run away by Burgess into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, it was just a very Australia means you're going to have a very early start. You know, they're usually quite good. They're usually on around about 2 o'clock, depending where they are in the world. But the Australian ones you've got to get up early for.
How does it work with that? Is it just Aussie drivers, or are the English ones in it as well?
No. It's drivers from all over the world.
Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah, the teams just go round as a team. So the Ferrari team and the Red Bull. This one is looking to pull it away, Burgess, to whip it away behind backward square, but in the end, ball ricochets up into the body and drops down in front of him. And all the intent was good, it was just the application didn't quite work there.
Again, just a bit early on it, isn't he, Burgess? I think he's looking to hit it pretty hard, so once he gets his timing right, it looks like that could be going quite a long way. But yeah, just needs to wait a fraction longer, I think.
It's a lovely bright morning here. There's a breeze blowing as we look out onto the ground, blowing from our left to right. The flag over the back flowing as this one is not timed by Burgess. He looks to drive Clark straight, and in the end it just gets it up to straight up to mid-on rather, and there's no run.
Got one of the Surrey players on the floor. He's been stretching his back out for a while. Do you know who that is there at backward point?
I think that's Will Jacks down there.
Looks like he could be limping up.
Talking earlier about perhaps bringing Jacks into the attack, the pace bowlers, the seamers, haven't really got too much out of it this morning. As Clark in bowls, this is going to be runs, glanced away through mid-wicket by Burgess. He will get a couple of runs as the ball is returned back over the head of Ben Folkes, and Ollie Pope does a good bit of tidying up, diving down to his right to tidy up, but 2 more to the total. Warwickshire move on to 319 for 7. They trail by 109 now. So this is turning into a useful partnership for this 8th wicket at the moment. Again, this one is whipped away down to deep backward square leg for a single. That's all it'll be. Another single to Burgess. Total on to 320 for 7.
Yeah, again, hasn't just quite got a hold of that one, has he, Burgess? I mean, he's got the single, got off strike, but just sense his timing's a little bit off.
Yeah, he's tried that shot several times, hasn't he? And it's, as you quite rightly say, he's not really. If he'd have managed to actually complete those sort of shots, he'd have been singing along with his score. This next one gets Miles up on his toes and fending it away into the offside. Not a particularly attractive looking shot, but in the end it achieves what it was required to do. So you're playing down at Essex, at Chelmsford on, was it Thursday I heard you say?
Yeah, Thursday, 2 T20s. Still warm-up games with our first league game, not till May.
Okay, so these are just friendly warm-up games,
Yeah,
right?
warm-up games.
And what sort of squad, how many would you take down there for that?
I think we normally take around 13 or 14 down.
So you play 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon sort of thing?
Yeah, I think it should be 10:30 start and 2 o'clock start. That's what we had at
And
Friday up in
is that
Manchester.
open to the general public as well?
It is, yeah. I imagine entry will probably be free as well for the warm-up games
Okay.
down at Chelmsford.
So there you are, if you're down in that area on Thursday, and watch some cricket for the day. Reece Topley continuing from the Birmingham end. He's in and bowls, and Burgess plays this one defensively into the onside, and there's no run. Topley fields up his own bowling. So how old were you when you started playing cricket?
Oh gosh, as long as I can remember, I reckon I was about 6 years old, 7 years old. But I had an older brother, and I used to get, as many siblings do, I think, roped into playing in the garden.
And did you play at school?
Not really, no.
Topley in and bowls, and this one is played again defensively by Burgess, and there's no run.
I spent a lot of time here at Warwickshire, a lot of missing school actually, at quite a young age, which obviously I quite enjoyed, but no. Spent a lot of time going through the Warwickshire EPP and Academy setup, and yeah, they're absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
It's got to be one of the best setups in the circuit, I think, especially for girls.
So how would you get onto that? Because if you're not playing at school, were you playing club cricket, or was it just by coming along? This next one is outside the off stump. There's no shot offered. All goes through from Topley through to Ben Folkes.
Yeah, I mean, I think I grew up playing at a relatively big club, just in Sutton Coldfield, and just playing in that, going through trial processes, yeah, through to Warwickshire, and then, I mean, it's all slightly changed now with the domestic setup coming in for women.
Yeah.
But yeah, Warwickshire Academy was very good growing up.
I'm just thinking of if there was a girl wanted to play cricket and their school didn't play, the best route in to start with, just break off as Topley's in and bowls, and this is glanced away down to fine leg for a single, taking Warwickshire on to 321 for 7.
Yeah, I think club cricket's definitely the way to go. I think it's the way a lot of young girls start.
Yeah.
Because especially in schools, with the amount of girls that were playing cricket, there wasn't really that much opportunity. Obviously, I know it's a bit more common in boys to play cricket at school, but yeah, no, my club were always very good, and just went from there, really.
And is there a strong club ladies league in the Midlands area? That's Topley in. That's a good full delivery, which Miles throws everything out with no foot movement at all, and the ball goes flashing past the outside edge through to the keeper.
Yeah, it's all slightly changed now with the domestic structure coming in, but there is I think there's 2 or 3 leagues in the Midlands for club cricket. I actually play for a lovely club down in Shropshire called Worfield.
Right.
If you've ever been there, absolutely beautiful little ground, but it's all a bit different now.
There's Topley in and bowls, and this one Miles ducks underneath. It goes harmlessly through to the keeper. End of another over. Overs are now a little bit academic insofar as obviously we're well past any batting points or bowling points. But the important thing now is the overs which remain in the day. So 84 remaining in the day. Warwickshire are still trailing by 107 runs with 8 wickets remaining. And we are going to see Will Jacks come into the attack, bowling at the Birmingham end. Well, I've been sort of suggesting that this might be an option which Surrey want to turn to. They've gone, 45 minutes this morning? They would have hoped by now to have, the initial plan I'm sure would have been to have finish off the tail and perhaps by now be getting ready for the start of their second innings, and that's not really worked that way at all. Been a good partnership between Miles and Burgess, these two coming together in the 101st over when it was 280, so they've added 41, but they've also taken 16 overs out of the game. Here's Jacks in, start his new over, and it's run away by Burgess to backward point.
Yeah, it does seem like Warwickshire have quite a lot of strength and depth in their batting lineup. I think someone said earlier, Henry Brooks not a bad batter to have at number 10. And, you know, OHD Rob to be at number 11, I reckon.
Oh, I don't know. This one is turned away through mid-wicket by Burgess for a single. He's played some fine innings, though. I remember him at Taunton a few years ago, when he batted with Ricky Clark, and I've got a feeling he was, one of them was, I think it may have been Ricky Clark was injured, but they batted out to get a very top draw, and he came up trumps that day. He's got better actually with the bat as time's gone on. This next one is played carefully by Miles, back to Jacks. It says on 322 for 7. Comes again, he gets through his overs very quickly. This one a little bit shorter, tried to be forced away by Miles, but straight down to short leg.
Is that Ollie Pope under the helmet there, I think?
I don't know, because he wasn't wearing a sweater. I'll just check that. This next one is driven to extra cover.
That could be there actually, an extra cover.
32, that's Ollie Pope out at extra cover, yeah. Might be Rory Burns under the helmet. In comes Jacks again, and this one is cut away behind square to the backward point boundary, and just dropped a little short, gave him too much width, and it was punished. So 326 for 7. Miles moves on to 27, hits full boundary, 20 to Burgess, and these two have now added 56.
Yeah, going along nicely, these two, just playing very sensible, as we saw there, putting the bad ball away.
I think Richard has to come in now, Grace, and get ready to do a news update. So thanks to Grace, manager there. She'll be back with us later on during what will be now the afternoon. So Grace is in action for Warwickshire, as we were talking about on Thursday. So it's going to be Topley to continue from the pavilion end, and continuing and returning to bowl is Richard Wilford.
For short run up. As Topley bowls for a rather longer one, just back of a length and defended out.
There was a time, Richard.
Oh, my medium pace swing bowling was a long time in my past,
yeah,
but
having seen you hobble round this morning, I think we'll give you another
I'm not
couple of
hobbling
weeks.
today. I feel quite good today. Today.
What's it like on a bad day?
Yeah, you want to see when the knee's not functioning. But yeah, his Topley again just back of a length, very full face of the bat for Michael Burgess. For players like Burgess, and certainly it was true for Matt Lamb yesterday, there's going to be such a lot of competition for places in this Warwickshire batting order, with Alex Davis available in a couple of weeks' time. Chris Benjamin will be pushing for an opportunity. Jacob Bethel is an all-rounder. There's a lot of competition, so whatever else might happen today, Michael Burgess will want to dig deep and show a good hand with the bat here. So he drives Topley towards a straight mid-on. That's a good agile pick-up left-handed by Kemar Roach, who's at sort of a short mid-on, or a short straight mid-wicket, if you like, for the drive.
They certainly going to have a problem, because there's most of the players are going to be available. It's not likely that too many of them are going to be involved in international call-ups, one wouldn't think. So it's going to be a tough job for the selectors.
Back of a length Topley, and it's pulled a bit of top edge about it from Burgess, but it's beaten the two fielders who are set for that very shot. He's split them, and it goes for 4. Quite how much he was in control of that, Michael Burgess, I wouldn't entirely be sure, but he gets a boundary, and that will be the 50 partnership between Craig Miles and Michael Burgess. They've added those runs in 103 deliveries, and this morning what they've done very effectively is that, having got the third batting bonus point, I think they've got a long way towards killing this game off.
Yes, we were saying with Grace exactly that ideally they would hope to have been batting again by now.
Fuller delivery on the pads of Burgess, which he clips towards mid-wicket. Roach does the fielding again. I get a feeling he could be a very good pickup for Surrey. Sort of bowler that I think will thrive in English conditions. I've always enjoyed watching him play for the West Indies. Very repeatable action. I thought he bowled a decent line today, but he's not going to get any help from this early season track. The wickets have been well prepared here in recent seasons, and this is another one for the time of year. This is a very true surface.
Yeah.
Topley in again, that's left alone outside, off stump, end of the over, 330 for 7. The other significant factor in that over, Phil, the fact that the deficit now is under 100. I think with every run that is ticked up before the end of this Warwickshire innings, it just moves us closer towards a draw, which I think, with two very, very strong teams out here today, I think these are, it's going to be a good Division 1, but I think these two might be very much in amongst it come September.
Yeah. They've both got a depth of batting, and they've both got strong bowling attacks, and both have got other players to come in and support and when necessary. So it's, they've got strength in depth, but yeah, I totally agree with you. Will Jacks continues from the Birmingham end. He's in, and this one, Miles plays away to the offside. Keemon Roach out there at cover point, does the fielding. It stays on 330 for 7. But Jacks is in. This one, Miles comes down the wicket, hits him straight back over his head, really opened up the arms, and it was just a question of which one was going to go and fetch it. And in the end, it's Hashim Amla who has to go down there. Probably as far as he's moved at any time in the innings, other than walking on and off the field. He's been just really walked straight from mid-on to mid-on, but he sort of semi-jogged to collect that ball. This next one, Miles plays carefully down in front of him.
So if you're Craig Miles, don't give this away, because there's an opportunity to make a half century here.
That was his 5th boundary, by the way, moving to 31. This is going to be more runs as he goes back and pushes past short leg to a mid-wicket for a single. So he moves on to 32, 335 for 7. A twiddle of the bat from Burgess as he plays this one nicely out to short extra cover. And there's no run. Ollie Pope does the fielding there. Yeah, there is a definite. You mentioned that when you were on with Mark about the pigeons. There is something about them today. This one is across and plays up to mid-on. It's no run. It's the end of a very quick over. And Will Jacks, gosh, he gets through the overs quickly. It stays on 335 for 7.
I will, during my next break, just nip out onto the balcony to see
if there's a nest or something.
Well, it's more to see if they have got their Surrey membership cards with them, because I'm convinced that's the case. They don't look like West Midlands pigeons to me. It's good to see them making the journey early in the season.
If there's any luck, they'll have come from near where we live, because somebody's planted a huge conifer hedge row, and it's full of pigeons.
I don't like to ask. Here's Topley bowling and getting past the outside edge from Miles. He didn't really come forward with any conviction. He goes through the wicket keeper. Leg slip in place. The only orthodox slip is at about third, maybe 3.5. There's a point cover mid-off, very wide mid-on. Amla is dealing with an issue with his trousers at the moment. Fairly short mid-wicket, Roach. There's a short leg and a long leg. As this is defended out to the offside, there's a bit of a yes, no, and Miles is going to be run out. He kind of gave up on that, I think, or did they not quite get it right in there? He's got back.
He's got back.
Well, he had given up on that for a moment.
And I think everybody just assumed that was going to be an automatic run out. And umpire Robinson says no. Well,
I don't think Surrey think it's out now, but for whatever reason, I don't think that the throw made life easy for Ben Folkes.
Well, I think that may have just been a touch lucky there, Miles, but he's survived it.
Yeah, I'd say. He committed to a run that wasn't really on, and there's a fiery bouncer by way of retort from Reece Topley that goes past at throat height. He's able to just lean out the way of it, Miles. But that's the best carry that we've seen from this end today, because the one Kemar Roach bouncer went through about hip height on its way back down as it passed the stumps. Topley gave that a wee bit of extra vim and vigour. He approaches again, and that is going to be caught, and they've certainly, having the man at a third slip has worked out very well, because that was a slashing drive by Miles, and it carried at about knee height, and it was well taken, and finally, almost an hour in, the first wicket of the morning.
Ollie Pope, I think, wasn't it, took the catch there? It was low down, it was a terrific catch.
It's a man with the shin pads on, that's for sure. It was Ollie Pope, yeah, and it was very neatly taken. Good hands, as you expect from a man who can also keep wicket. But Craig Miles goes after an enterprising not worth 32, and the 8th wicket falls with a Surrey lead still of 93 at the moment, 335 for 8.
I think at that stage, once we've got that break, we'll get Mark back on.
Fair enough.
Get him to join you.
3rd wicket of the innings for Reece Topley, who's got through heavy workload. He's in his 31st over. Henry Brooks will be the new man to the crease after that stand of 55 for the 8th wicket. 3rd largest partnership of the innings. But if you are only going to have one slip and you're going to put them in a slightly quirky position, when you see it pay off, you think, well, okay, yeah, we got that right. We got that right. That's where the ball's going to carry. Here comes Brooks, who's a good player for a 10. Has made a fair few championship half-centuries in his career.
Taken a while, but
Yeah.
good innings that from Craig. I like the way he went about that. But you always felt there was going to be a chance at some point with him having a drive, and Ollie Pope was stood in exactly the right place. Made it look very simple in there in that sort of full slip floating position. And a wicket for Reece Topley. He's got 3 for 87 now as Reece Topley. But good innings that from us. Good partnership with Burgess. 55 it was worth. Did a very good job last night, those two as well, after those 2 quick wickets from Jordan Clark.
So Brooks, the new man at the crease, is he going to dig in and extend this innings as a good ball back of a length goes past the shoulder of his bat and carries at almost shoulder height through to Ben Folkes. This over just had a feeling of something about to happen in that he nearly ran himself out.
Yes.
In fact, should have been run out,
Yes.
really. The next ball was the fieriest bouncer of the morning. And then the ball after that, go on, have a drive at this side.
Yeah, and I think sort of Miles have played that way this morning. Anything short, he was at the beginning of the innings was getting out the way of, but in his half he was going after.
Brooks drives the next delivery up towards mid-off, and there'll be no run. End of the over. 335 for 8. At some point during the next over, I will have to interrupt.
Yes, of course.
The
Absolutely,
3 minute
Richard.
past
Yep,
update.
no, absolutely,
I mean,
sir.
I hate to do the business on air like that, but you kind of it's always worth a
Absolutely,
reminder.
absolutely. Well, as we're doing that sort of business, would I be allowed to nip next door at 1:45 just to help Mr. Kevin House through to the IPL start, if that's all right?
Yeah, is that the break between innings in that
I think
first
it
game?
is, yeah, in the double header today.
Well, that should not be a problem, in that I can probably come in and join Grace for that period, because Grace will be back at 20 past. So actually it might be easier if I start this over and you do the next one. As Jack just drags that down a bit so Burgess can clip it off his pads for a single. Goes to 25, 336 for 8.
Yes, and I think that trailing by 92 now are Warwickshire. Still handy runs on the board for Surrey.
It is. They just have to score very quickly if they were going to set any sort of target, and you'd have to think you've got to dangle a carrot to take the wickets. And it does feel unlikely. You never quite know. Stranger things have happened. Jack decides that he doesn't need a man on the square leg boundary for Henry Brooks, who faces him for the first time, and on middle and leg covers it up and rolls it up to middle wicket. Gentle breeze blowing towards St Andrews in the football ground. As Brooks on the stretch push the ball out towards the covers, and there's no run. I had to update listeners to BBC CWR and BBC Radio WM after this ball, I think, as Jacks comes in once more, and again doesn't really flight that much. Dabbed down by Henry Brooks, and there's no run. So here at Edgbaston, 336 for 8 Warwickshire. They still trail Surrey by 92, but it's been a steady opening hour. Enterprising effort from Craig Miles, who's just been dismissed for 32. Good catch in the slips from Ollie Pope off the bowling of Rhys Topley. But that stand of 55 has probably pushed this match very close to a draw. A stand shared with Michael Burgess. He's still there on 25. Henry Brooks is the new man in, with Warwickshire 336 for 8. And Brooks will get off the mark now with a drive out towards the cover boundary rider for a single. End of the over, 337 for 8. I mean, you don't hear it, but you enjoyed the bird song again.
Lovely. Yeah, I really do like that. I thought Adrian Harms has a very nice little jingle when he does his 8s on BBC Radio Sussex as well. Very crickety jingle.
Yeah, but I bet he hasn't got that little undertone. The secret was it was recorded. It's the chaffinches, and without the chaffinches, it just hasn't got the depth.
Where in Birmingham do you go to record a chaffinch?
At Cannon Hill Park, just over the road
lovely.
here.
Very nice, very nice.
You know,
ideal, really.
Within a decent straight drive of the ground.
Ideal, absolutely perfect. As Rhys Topley from the pavilion end is coming left arm over the wicket to Brooks, and Brooks is forward and pushing this one up towards Jordan Clark. There is no run. Yeah, I suppose the other thing that could happen, but we haven't seen it yet in this game, but a Warwickshire bowler does something fairly spectacular and takes 7 for not very many, but you just can't really see that happening on this pitch. As over the wicket comes Topley, short one, ducking underneath it is Brooks, and he'll wander off towards square leg, because as I say, good pitch, but perfectly understandably at this time of the year it hasn't got quicker, and it hasn't obviously broken up in April, so it would take something very, very special from a Hannon Dalby etc to get the ball to talk. Because in over the wicket goes Topley, and outside edge, and I think that's a chance to Rory Burns' right at first slip. And that's going to run away down towards third man, and Ollie Pope goes chasing back. Low down to his right was Rory Burns. Now he's signalled up. Well. Yeah, he's signalled up to the dressing room after that as well as Rory Burns. He dived away to his right hand side, the captain, and he's immediately making his way off down below us. So we saw this with Will Jacks yesterday as well. So Rory Burns making his way off down below us towards the dressing room. He's just wringing his hand. There is Rory Burns. So out comes Jamie Overton. So the captain just on his right hand, diving away to his right hand side. Didn't look too disconsolate, making his way off down below us. But yeah, it was low down to his right hand side. He goes jogging off now. There's Rory Burns. So Jamie Overton goes out there towards cover point. 339 for 8, and Rhys Topley coming in over the wicket to Brooks, and Brooks, that's down the leg side, looking to help that down towards long leg, gets nothing on it at all, and Ben Folkes tumbles away to his left.
I wonder if it died on him a little bit. That I wonder whether it was pretty much on the half volley that he's caught that, and that's where it's maybe taking the end of his finger, might have broken a nail, or
yeah, something like that. It wasn't a sort of rushing off. Oh no, this is a disaster type removal from the field, as this is a bouncer, which ducking underneath it is Brooks. He wanders off towards square leg. We saw it with Will Jacks yesterday when he took his spectacular catch at deep backward square. He took it and then immediately jogged off just to get a bit of strapping on. So we'll wait to see on that front. 3:39 for 8. Warwickshire trailing by 89 it is now, as Topley's in once again to Brooks, and Brooks is up on his toes and pushes this one straight out to Jamie Overton at cover point. End of the over. 3:39 for 8. Then Brooks 3, Burgess 25. Blue sky, clouds, sun out. Birmingham city centre away there in the distance. Lively there last night.
Yeah, you got yourself quite nervous then.
I did, walking back. There's all sorts of things going on. I must admit, I did this morning think, and we're talking about pigeons, I thought there'd been, well, how to put this politely, along our corridor of the hotel, I thought there might have been a pigeon massacre, but actually I think it was a hen do, and it was their feather boas on the way back last night up the corridor.
You see, you say that, but if you go by my theory that these pigeons that are watching this game have come up from South London,
Might be had a
that
night
they're
out.
Surrey members, then maybe they are staying in the same corridor as you. Will Jack's round the wicket now to Burgess. Bowling is off breaks, and Burgess is forward and stabs it out into the offside for no run.
Put it this way, it looked like everybody was having a good time on my wander back last night.
Yeah, there are opportunities to do so. Burgess drives this square enough to get it through to the boundary rider on the offside for his 26th run, 340 for 8. The deficit down to 88 now.
Put it this way, I was definitely the most overdressed person walking up the pavement, because I had every single jumper I brought with me on, because I was frozen cold.
Yeah, no, we should point out there are two different meanings to overdressed, aren't there? Is pushing forward, it's a thick outside edge from Brooks. Roach will come round to short third man to field. Brooks moves to 4, 341 for 8. By overdressed, you were in a tuxedo.
Oh no,
You were
no,
just
no.
wearing
There were some very smart-looking gents around, though, I have to say, in suits, and
They were the bouncers.
but there were also some people in shorts and t-shirts.
Chats round the wicket again to Burgess. Drives with no timing to short mid-wicket and no run. Yeah, you know, but by overdressed, you're just talking layers.
Yes, I had
You had a lot of
every
layers
single
on.
jumper I've bought up.
Just back of a length, the next ball is slide out into the offside, and Brooks had committed quite a long way down, backing up, and there's a throw at the stumps from Overton, the 12th man, and it was wide at the stumps, and Brooks would have been back, but been a couple of moments of running uncertainty. One with Miles a little bit earlier, as this is neatly worked through third man from Burgess, just angles it down, and Roach will give up the chase as it goes through for 4. Burgess has been very patient this morning, takes his score to 30. It's 345 for 8, and the deficit is down to 83 at the end of the over.
Yeah, that's a super shot from Burgess. Just laid back, played it very, very late, and just cut it off down towards third man for 4 runs. I'm just looking at who's, with Rory Burns off at the moment, sort of who's in charge out there. I think it's Ollie Pope, with a bit of Amler as well at the moment, with the captain off the field of play. So it looks like Ollie Pope's sort of out there making some decisions. Hashim Amler, of course, did a little bit of captaincy last year for Surrey, but it looks as if it's Ollie Pope who's in charge at the moment. And James Taylor is coming into the attack down below us from the pavilion end. 345 for 8. Warwickshire, Surrey, just a reminder, 428 for 8. So James Taylor, looking as if, is he starting round the wicket here? Burgess is in at the non-striker's end, so, oh no, I think he's just stood on the wrong side now, Michael Burgess, so he's just been, I was wondering, right on round to the right-hander. So, James Taylor, he's got a slip and a gully, And he's going to come over the wicket to Brooks, and Brooks is forward and working this one out towards deep backward square. They'll take a single as the throw comes in, and that'll be one more to Brooks. He moves on to 5, 346 for 8. And James Taylor bowled tidily yesterday into his first over of the day, his 17th, none for 39, but at one stage he was about none for 19, and 16 of those had come off 4 deliveries. As in over the wicket he comes once more, and forward goes Burgess, pushes this one out towards cover, and there's no run. I think he was in about his 9th over then, so it was 4 boundaries from Mr. Lamb. Other than that, just kept plugging away on or about the off stump. So
speaks a bit for the way that Matt Lamb was batting
yeah,
as well.
absolutely.
He was dealing mainly in
played
boundaries.
very well yesterday. He really did. Very positive.
Staked a big claim to retain his place.
Absolutely, as James Taylor is in over the wicket, and that's left alone. Bit of shape there for Taylor as Burgess just shoulders arms. Played nicely here as Michael Burgess wanders off towards square leg.
Just sort of logged into the terrific video stream for the first time today, and I've just rewound for Rory Burns. I think it's yorked him.
Yeah,
he's diving to his right.
Yeah,
I think he's trapped the ball
Yep.
under his hand. And
as over the wicket once more comes James Taylor. And now Burgess had a funny looking drive at this. It's almost like he's just trying to chop it through backward point. Threw his bottom hand into that, and it's gone past the outside edge. What do I know? Because I'm no physician. But just the way that Rory Burns went off, it didn't look a great panic. It was more one of those, that's either taking a nail off or something like that. So Jamie Overton is out there at the moment, but we'll wait to see. 346 for 8 as Taylor is in. And Burgess down the pitch to him, so Taylor bangs it in, and Burgess has almost pulled that back onto his stumps. He went to flick that off his hip when it was banged in, was through it very early. I think it possibly hit the glove and it almost went straight back onto his leg stump. Then it went to Ben Foakes, who tried to throw the stumps down because Burgess was still trying to get back in his crease. Great excitement there, and nothing's happened. 346 for 8 the score remains.
he's gloved it down into the ground, hasn't he? Just
And it almost went back onto his leg stump. As Taylor in once more, and forward goes Burgess. Pushes this one into short mid-wicket. There's Kemar Roach to do the fielding. End of the over. Looks as if Will Jacks will be continuing from that Birmingham end. 18 overs, 3 maidens, none for 52 for Will Jacks.
It's curious that since he played that lovely back cut for 4, the following over, Burgess was a little bit, I don't know, like a cat on hot coal. He was suddenly a little bit edgy. I mean, there can't be an instruction to get a move on, I wouldn't have thought. Because all they're going to do is get closer and closer to Surrey, which makes a result all the more impossible, apart from the scenario where Surrey got bustled out quickly, which seems highly unlikely. This surface, you could take it, looking from where we are, and we're high up in the lower half of the media centre. Looks like a second day track on day 4, as the ball is just angled across from round the wicket, the right arm round the wicket of Jacks to the right hander Brooks. There's no grip or turn to that at all. Got 2 slips in place as he tries to use that angle, and Brooks comes down the wicket and he's launching this with all of his might, and it bounces before it reaches the fence and goes for 4. But he's given that everything, is Henry Brooks, and the 350 is up for Warwickshire. They're 350 for 8.
Terrific pitching was that. It gave it absolutely everything, but it just went very, very high in the air. And now we're going to have a slight delay because Hashim Amla's trying to find the ball, because it's bounced over the advertising hoardings there, but he wound up and gave that everything. And it's gone very, very high in the air. Hashim Amla's leaving the ground, it looks like now. He's having to go up onto the white sheeting, you see,
to
get the ball back.
That's where it is. It's bounced up onto the white sheeting. He's done well in that.
He has. Very well indeed.
Because even to the end of last season, it was at that end of the ground that the away team was
Yes, of
changing.
course.
As they were keeping them apart for COVID reasons. Good to see them all back at the same end now. But it means there's an awful lot of white screening over there. But mid on and mid off, I would say we're another 5 yards deep after that shot. As again, the ball is just angled across the right-hander. It goes through to the wicket-keeper, and there's no run. Jackson none for 56 now. And Brooks, he's got a big top edge here, and is it going to be catchable? Or is it? No, it's Overton, isn't it? It was stretching there to his left. It was all rather awkward. And they'll come through for a single. He may well have got a hand to that. Brooks goes up to 10, 351 for 8. His body was not in control of that shot, Henry Brooks, for a start. He was off balance as he got the top edge to it.
Giving it absolutely everything again there.
It was a swipe across the line. 351 for 8. The deficit's down to 77. Burgess with a more conventional shot on the back foot, turning it into the leg side. There's a misfield, but they aren't tempted to take a run.
As I say, if anybody watches the final round of the Masters tonight, that was a lovely pitching wedge.
Final ball of the over is played defensively by Burgess out into the offside. So end of the over, 351 for 8. In terms of the morning, if you've just joined us via the BBC Cricket homepage, Mark Church, myself, Richard Wilford, in a moment, Grace Ballinger will be rejoining commentary as well. Warwickshire have progressed from 293 for 7. They've added 58 runs this morning for just the loss of Craig Miles, who played an enterprising knock, scored 32 before being taken neatly in the slips by Ollie Pope off Reece Topley, who's been the pick of the bowlers this morning. Got into a really nice rhythm, did Topley. Michael Burgess has been very, very watchful. He's on 30, although arguably played the shot of the morning with a little back cut off Will Jacks. Henry Brooks with him on 10. I'll make way now for Grace.
James Taylor from the pavilion end, and this is left alone by Brooks outside his off stump. Thank you, Mr. Wilford. Lovely to see Richard again. I was trying to work out, I think the last time we were together, I was saying this morning, I think it was around about 2015, 16, I think it probably would have been. Round about then. Because it was a day where Surrey got relegated, I seem to remember, as over the wicket once more comes James Taylor, and forward goes Brooks. Plays this one out into the offside, and welcome back, Grace. Well, Surrey picked up 1 wicket so far today, but batting does look quite straightforward at the moment, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. I think Warwickshire have gone about it nicely, just playing their shots, waiting for the bad ball. Shame to see Craig Miles go. I was quite enjoying his innings, but yeah, Henry Brooks certainly not incapable with the bat.
Yeah, he's had a go at a couple from Will Jacks. As Taylor, wearing number 25, runs away from us. He's in that short down the leg side, and Brooks has absolutely nothing to do with that whatsoever. Taken by a tumbling Ben Folkes away to his left-hand side. Yeah, it was a nice innings from Craig Miles. Played some good positive shots, got some runs on the board, and we were saying when the spinner comes on for you batters, if they toss it up a bit, you could see Brooks's eyes lighting up from here. He was, we're behind him as forward goes Brooks and plays this one from Taylor up the ground towards Hashim Amla, and there's no run.
I don't think there's any harm in Brooks playing his shots now, to be honest. I mean, they've avoided the follow-on, 351 for 8. I don't see any harm in it.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I think sort of Burgess has played this pretty sensibly, actually. He's sort of taken on the role of, I'll just accumulate. But Brooks, and we saw from Miles, if it's in their half, they're going to have a go, I think, because Taylor is in. And that's an outside edge, which has flown between Jacks and Pope. Pope at first slip, Jacks at a sort of fourth slip position, a bit further up, and that has flown between the two of them. And that has whistled off down to the third man boundary rope for 4. James Taylor looks like the world's against him at the moment, and
you hate to see that,
yeah,
don't you?
absolutely, as a bowler. That must be the most frustrating thing. Finding the edge and thinking, oh, here we go, and then Seeing the ball shooting down to the boundary rope for 4. Big gap there between Pope and Jacks as Taylor is in once more. Short ball, and he's in behind this. Is Brooks pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run. What, not beyond the rounds possibility here, of course. Warwickshire could still be batting hunch. So if they are, they're trailing now by 73. They could be sort of 30, 40 behind Surrey.
Could even end up with a lead in the end.
Absolutely.
Which I don't think we would have thought at 41 for 4.
I just think it also points, and this is nothing against Miles and Brooks, but it also points to the fact that this is still a pretty good pitch to bat on, the way they've played this morning.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, doesn't seem like there's been that much in it for the bowlers. Not too much time from Jacks, so.
Here he is, Will Jacks, from the city end into Michael Burgess, who's forward and popping that one out towards cover. Again, the deepish mid-off and a deepish mid-on. They're sort of halfway back there at Topley and Amler. As Jacks is in, Burgess is forward, playing this one out into the offside. Probably just to give Burgess a single as much as anything. And then I doubt they'll go all the way back for Brooks as a quicker one there. Oh, now he was thinking about his single there, was Burgess. Shot better work that from Will Jacks, because he thought that was rolling up towards Reece Topley, but Jacks suddenly stuck a hand down. And Burgess had to stop in his tracks as in he comes with his off breaks. Burgess drives handsomely for a single out there towards Taylor, sweeping on the cover boundary rope, and one more to the total. Yeah, Ollie Pope's definitely in charge out there at the moment, with Rory Burns off the field of play.
Looks like mid on and mid off, just going slightly back.
Yeah, not going to go all the way, but they're a little bit deeper now as Jacks is in, and Brooks lets this one go outside his off stump. Yes, because the one he really wound up for, that did go for 4, it was more height than distance, wasn't it, down the ground, as Jacks is in, and Brooks, nice looking defensive shot, just prods this one straight back up the pitch. There is no run, end of the over, 3:56 for 8 then, Brooks 14, and Burgess is on 31. And there's a bit of a natter between Brooks and Burgess. They'll be enjoying this as well. You know, Brooks has got an opportunity here to have a bit of a bat.
Yeah, it's a bit of a pressure off situation, isn't it? Nice, just get out in the middle, not under as much pressure as, say, Matt Lamb or Sam Hain was earlier. Just early season, you know, get your eye in a little bit, have a look, and play shots where necessary.
Young Sam Curran there, running out to get the helmet off Reece Topley.
Just recovering from a stress fracture, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, and actually he's been having a bit of a bowl in some of the intervals, which is good to see during this game. Played the pre-season games as a batter, as James Taylor then coming in over the wicket from the pavilion end, and this is punched beautifully off the back foot by Burgess. That'll go away for 4. Little bit of width on that, and he's just stood there, got up on his toes and punched it away through the covers for 4. Burgess moves on to 35 and 360 for 8.
As a Surrey fan yourself, are you a fan of the Currans? I'm a big fan of the Curran brothers.
Absolutely, and you know they're both hugely talented cricketers. You tend to forget, even with Tom, you tend to forget how long he's been around for now, and Sam as well. So yeah, they're both sort of recovering from injury at the moment. As you know, over the wicket goes Taylor, and forward comes Burgess. Plays this one into the legs. I remember when Tom first broke into the Surrey side, played a one-day game against Scotland, picked up a fiver, and then Sam obviously still at school when he made his first class debut. So yeah, both hugely talented. And then obviously Ben is now playing at Northamptonshire as well. As over the wicket once again comes Taylor. Oh, top edge on the pull, Burgess. Is that going to go all the way?
Looks like
I think it has. Yep, all the way for 6. Pull shot from Michael Burgess, top edge, and it has soared away for 6 runs. And Burgess moves on to 41. 366 for 8.
Hasn't had the best of luck today, has he, James Taylor? I think he's been unlucky not to pick up a wicket over the 2 days.
Yeah, he bowled very well yesterday. But this morning, a few shots being played against him now as Taylor is in once again to Burgess, and Burgess looking to work leg side, hits a thigh guard. Potter's away there to Kemar Roach is in there at mid-wicket. Yeah, Sam Curran's just doing a circuit of the ground at the moment, away to our left, but hugely talented cricketer, Sam Curran, as his brother Tom, as we say. But Sam now 22?
Still very young.
Yeah, and he seems to have been around forever. I think Tom's 25, 26 now, I think. As over the wicket once again comes Taylor, and driven down towards backward point by Burgess. Diving away to his left was Ryan Patel, and they'll get a single. One more to the total. Did play a championship game for Surrey last season. Sam Curran, from memory, obviously away with England for an awful lot of it. Same with Tom.
I just think they're both match winners. I think they've really got the personality for cricket, especially white ball cricket.
Oh, they love it. Absolutely love it.
They get proper into it, don't they?
Oh, definitely.
It's what you want.
I think you have to hold Sam back, actually, from playing wherever he can. As in over the wicket once again comes Taylor. That's nicely played by Brooks. Just held its line on him a touch, and he's played it with soft hands off a thickish edge down towards third man. End of the over, 2 more the total. Brooks on to 16 and Burgess 42. Just loves playing cricket, Sam Curran. Just loves playing cricket. And as I said, I think at times it sort of just has to be held back a touch, and I think that's probably what it is at the moment as well. Take it easy, because stress fractures of the back, you don't want to be coming back too soon from that.
They are not good. I feel like every seamer has to have one during their time. Had one when I was 15 myself.
Was it? Yeah, horrible.
Just takes you, if you get it at the wrong time, takes you out for the entire season.
Well, Reece Topley, poor lad's had a few. Here is Will Jacks from the city end to Burgess, and Burgess is pushing that one out into the offside, and there's no. Although anyway, and for both Sam and Tom, they've hardly had a break from cricket for years. As forward goes, Burgess pushes this one out into the offside. Now, obviously, they'd love to be playing, but sometimes a bit of a break isn't a bad thing. And I don't think Sam's had a break since he left school. As this one's cut out into the offside by Burgess, and they'll pick up a single. One more to the total. Move on to 43. And just the sheer weight of cricket and sort of playing franchise stuff as well. It's non-stop. As Jacks is in round the wicket now to Brooks. Here he goes, driving. Lovely shot from Henry Brooks. That's all along the floor, through extra cover. Just tossed it up a bit more, that one.
Just a touch too full, I think, from Will Jack. A little bit loopy. Just right in Henry Brooks' arc.
Yeah, really did wind up for that, didn't he, Henry Brooks? And absolutely drilled that away through the covers for 4. As Jacks is in once more, round the wicket to him, and forward goes Brooks and pushes this one down towards Kemar Roach. Brooks 20, Burgess 43. Quicker one from Jacks, left alone by Brooks. Outside is off stump, end of the over. 374 for 8 then. Brooks has 20, Burgess has 43. Surrey's 428 for 8 declared, so trailing now by 54. With your stress fracture, Grace, it's also a case of you want to get back as quick as you can, but you've got to be sensible, haven't you, really?
Yeah, I think especially when you get them at quite a young age, it's quite hard. You get quite frustrated. You just think, I want to be playing, it'll be fine, I want to be playing. But I think when you have a long-term injury like that, and like so many seam bowlers do, you actually come back from it a better player. And I think me, certainly, I came back with a bit of a wider perspective on, like, it's not just cricket, like outside of cricket, and just being a bit more resilient with it. I mean, obviously didn't come at a great time, but...
Did you have to change anything in your action?
Yeah. I did a winter at Warwickshire, actually, a bit of work with Tom Brown and Shaky here, who's actually the second team coach, just changing a bit.
Over the wicket then comes James Taylor, continuing from this pavilion. And quick single for Michael Burgess, just pushing up the ground. Around comes Hashim Amla to do the fielding. Burgess moves on to 44, 275 for 8.
Tell you what, they've had some great bowling coaches at Warwickshire over my time. Every single one, I absolutely love them. Shaky, Pop Welch.
Well, the name Welch comes up an awful lot as bowling coach, and what he can do.
He's just a great bloke as well. Alan Richardson, when I was a bit younger.
Of course,
Yeah.
yes, indeed, Mr. Richardson. Of course, he was a very, very good bowler, Alan Richardson. There's the sound of that pigeon again, somewhere around the ground at the moment. As shining the ball up once more, it's James Taylor. Now he's coming over the wicket to Brooks, and Brooks is in behind a short one, playing this one back up the pitch. End of this over. Grace, I'll leave you, and Phil Britt will join you, I think. Phil's just come back into the box. I'm going to go next door and be Kevin House's friend, I think, for a little while next door.
Didn't manage to get rid of the pigeons, did he?
No, he didn't.
He
No.
didn't.
He sort of had a little walk along the balcony to see where they were. There's 3 slips in there now for the right-handed Brooks, as Taylor is in and Brooks is covering up and playing this one down into the leg side. Kemar Roach does the fielding in there. So without giving too much away, what did you sort of have to change on the action? Take a bit of pressure off that back.
Yeah, I was quite. I used to fall away quite a lot in my action, which I think really wasn't too good for my back. So just getting a bit straighter, a bit more. A lot of like work running between poles, bowling between poles. It was a long winter.
Over the wicket once again comes Taylor, and forward comes Brooks and drives up towards mid-off, and there's no run. But sort of looking back now, as I say, obviously you would rather not have had it, but you said it gives you a bit of perspective, and I suppose it also gives you an opportunity, because you're so busy the whole time, gives you an opportunity to sort of work on stuff you might not have the chance to work on as well.
Yeah, it made me get a lot of time on my fielding, which really helped. And a bit of time on my batting, and also a bit of time to do my A-levels.
Well, there is that as well. As over the wicket comes Taylor once again, and forward goes Brooks nicely, just playing this one up towards mid-on. It's a lovely day today now.
Certainly looks quite warm. Not sure how warm it is.
It just looks nice from here, doesn't it?
It does.
It's sort of what you want to see for cricket on April, on the first Sunday of the season. Blue sky and some high cloud and the sun out. Off goes Kemar Roach. Off goes Ryan Patel. Single there if Brooks wants it. As in over the wicket comes Taylor. And Brooks will take a single as he just turns that one out towards Kemar Roach. Picks up one more to the total. 376 for 8. End of the over. And Grace, a few more thoughts from you, and a few thoughts about what Warwickshire might try with the ball when they get out there to try and pick up some early Surrey wickets.
Yeah, I think the Surrey seamers have struggled a bit today. It looks like Warwickshire have just got on top of them and played very sensibly. I mean, Warwickshire got a fairly strong seam attack. Obviously, Ollie Hannon Dolby taking 4 in the first innings, but I also think Danny Briggs could be quite useful for them today. Left arm orthodox spin. Took 3 in the first innings, yeah. Hopefully be able to rattle through them a bit quicker than Surrey have.
Back on here again, it's Will Jacks continuing the Birmingham end. And the first ball is just played carefully into the offside by Brooks, who's come out here with a real purpose. Here's Jacks again. Brooks leaves this one, leaning forward to it, a little bit unbalanced. More than useful batsman, Henry Brooks. This next one is driven back to Jacks, who feels off his own bowling. There's no run. I remember when he first broke into the Warwickshire side, he scored half centuries on 2 or 3 occasions. This next one he looks to drive, but only up to extra cover. Bright sunshine as Jack's in, and Brooks again, trying to work it away into the offside, plays that one again. up to that short extra cover, and again there's no run. Got a fielder right back on the cover boundary now as Brooks pulls this one away through mid-wicket. He'll only get a single. As Roach comes in and does the fielding. And end of another express over from Jack's, not express pace, but it's certainly express in how fast he gets through them.
Yeah, he really does get through them quick, doesn't he? I think that's where spin can be quite useful sometimes. You almost don't realise how quickly you're darting up and how many balls you're facing, and before you know it, you've got through 12 overs.
Yeah. We can certainly, he hurries through, and if you're the quick bowler at the other end, you don't get much of a chance of a breather.
No.
It's the only downside.
That being
of
said,
it.
I'm not a fan of bowling with a spinner, especially when they get through him as quickly as Jack's does. Must have been, what, 90 seconds that over bowled?
Yeah, especially when the ball's hit straight to a fielder and then tossed straight back to the bowler. This next one is going to be runs. It's going to be 4 of them as it's glanced away. Behind, down to fine leg for 4. So Brooks goes on to 26, that is, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Not easy to see sometimes, the
No,
yellow.
it's really quite far away.
Yeah, I know that one or two of the members complained about not being able to. When the sun's on from certain angles, it's very difficult to pick up the yellow of the score. But the total 381 for 8. As Taylor in again and bowls, and this time it's played solidly by Brooks up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Just starting to get into it, I feel here, Henry Brooks. He's looking to play very nicely. His defensive shots look strong and obviously finding the boundary often enough. So, yeah, looking good for a number 10 batter, I'd say.
Well, I think he probably, under normal, he might be a place low, but Warwickshire have got such a strength with the bat that really it's difficult to see. You could get him up much higher at the moment. This one is left outside the off stump. You know, he's possibly between him and Miles. There's probably not a great deal, but it certainly gives some depth to your batting. When you think Warwickshire were, 41 for 4, so we come to 381 for 8. And that middle order and the lower middle order have really performed well. Taylor in and bowls, and this is driven straight, but again it's well cut off by mid-on, and there's no run.
It's what you want for your bowlers, don't you? You want the ability for them to come in, hold their own, play aggressive shots and score a few runs. You can't be reliant on the top and middle order all the time, because they're not going to be able to score runs every game, and I think Miles and Brooks have come in and shown just that they are capable of that.
Well, they've got to get their heads down, haven't they? They've got to do a job, and there was still quite a weight of runs they were behind at the start of play. This next one is skipped away into the offside. It goes out to cover point. To extra cover, and there's no run. Slight misfield allows Brooks to scamper through for his single. Clark there doing the fielding. 382 for 8, so Warwickshire are now 46 behind with 2 wickets in hand. It's been, they've added 100 runs this morning for the loss of just that 1 wicket, the one of Craig Miles. This one is turned to Kemar Roach at mid-wicket, end of another over. Overs are somewhat academic now. You do feel that this has got all the signs of being a shake hands at 10 to 5.
It does. It all seems quite amiable.
Yeah, probably getting a result. It's going to be difficult to force.
But as we've said before, I think both sides will be happy. 8 points for a draw plus bonus points. Both pretty strong sides early April. Be happy to take away a draw.
Yeah, it's an appreciable number of points, isn't it, on the board. There's Jack's in, bowls, and let's see if we can see how quick he bowls this over. This first ball is just played to him by Brooks. Fills up his own bowling, he walks back. He's ready to bowl again. 4 or 5 paces in and bowls. Brooks again goes back and tries to force it into the onside, but again he only picks out Jacks and there's no run. Crowd today is a bit thin, I have to say. Our man has joined us in the back row of the Hollies stand, which is good. So again, This one is played. I don't know whether it's the usual, but that's the seat he sits in. I reckon it's our man, Richard. He's nodding as well. He thinks it is.
He really is far
he's
back.
Turned up. We'll have to find out where he's been all morning. This next one sees Brooks lean forward and just run it away into the offside, but straight to extra cover. There's no run.
You wouldn't think that was the best view in the entirety of the
Well,
stadium.
let me tell you, there are times. Just when this one is played to short mid-wicket by Brooks. The clock has hardly moved, and Jacks is onto his last ball of his own. He's in again. He bowls, and Brooks is already forward with putting the foot down the wicket. End of the over. Another maiden over for Jacks. When the wicket is right over towards the Priory side, then he will still sit there. And it's probably easier to watch it from the park over the road than from there. But people have their own seats, though. I know one gentleman who gets really, really upset if somebody sits in his seat. He has a seat in the front row of one of the upper stands, and he doesn't like to have somebody else sat in it. Gets quite offended, even if the ground's empty. And I went. We were commentating at Sussex, and I went upstairs and sat in a seat, and there wasn't anybody in the box above where we were commentating. Just break off as Roach returns into the attack and bowls the first ball, which is as Burgess trying to pull a short delivery behind square. It gets off the shoulder of the bat. It bobbles down, and for a second there was an interest there as Pope thought he might just be able to run in and take a catch, but it dropped down in the end harmlessly in front of him. Yeah, there was nobody in the seat. The whole stand was empty. I sat down to watch it. I'd been sat there about 5 minutes and got a tap on the shoulder, and the chap said, "You're in my seat." There's Roach in, bowl short this time. Again, Burgess has not had a great deal of success this morning with that pull.
Still just early on it.
Yeah, his timing on it has been... He's tried it, I would think, a dozen times this morning, and I can't remember one which has come out of the middle of the bat and raced to the boundary. He's, as you say, he's been early on it. He's missed it, or it's come high off the bat. You do feel if he's going to have a downfall, that might be the way he goes. This next one is full of length delivery, which he drives up to mid-off on rather, and there's no run. Stays on 382 for 8. Lead still 46. So we're approaching the end of the opening session of the 4th day, and we're still in the first innings. Roach again is in, bowls, and Burgess plays it to mid-off, and there's no run. So you're back to are you on holiday from university at the moment?
Yeah, I'm on Easter break, but I'm up in Loughborough pretty much all the time anyway, obviously, because playing cricket up there.
Right, okay.
Just back this weekend, then also for Easter weekend next weekend.
Yeah.
Which is nice.
Which year are you in?
2nd year.
And is it a 3 or 4 year course?
3-year course. 3-year course.
There's Roach in. This time it's pulled away in the air, but it bounces in front of backward square leg and yorks him in the end. Down there, Is that Taylor down there? I think it might be. Anyway, it's gone through him and down to the boundary, and it brings up the 50 partnership between Brooks and Burgess, and that's came off 85 balls. So Warwickshire move on to 386 for 8.
I think you don't mind that as a bowler when you're looking to take wickets. I think you'd rather them go for the catch and it end up going for 4 than sit back in this situation anyway.
Well, he certainly went to that one, Burgess. This next one he plays away, a much better looking shot through the offside for a single. 387 for 8 as another over ticks by.
Burgess sitting on 49 not out.
Yeah, it's again, if you look at this card, it's a funny old card for Warwickshire. At the top end, you've got a couple of ducks. I know one was the night watch from Danny Briggs, but Dom Sibley going first ball. Captain Rhodes went for 6. And then you've got the big partnership. Yates had looked to be in good shape yesterday morning before finally going when it was 41 for 4. As Jack starts a new over, which is the first ball is turned by Burgess to complete his half century. Clipped away through mid wicket, so 50 to him. That's come off 101 balls. Includes half a dozen boundaries. So well done to Burgess. He's looked again to continue the form he had of last season. He had a terrific season with the bat. This is going to be runs here for Brooks, for Henry Brooks, behind square on the onside. Kemar Rich has to come lobbing round to pick it up, but not before Brooks gets for 2 more, taking Warwickshire on to 390 for 8. And I think Richard has probably got an update to do at 1, so I'll make way because I've got to go over to the museum. This one's played to backward point and there's no run. I'll just see this Jack's over, it'll only be a few seconds. I'll bring Richards in here and I'll go over and open up the museum, as this next one is run away behind, down fine, past second slip, but is quickly pounced on and there's no run. Stays 390 for 8. Warwickshire. So if I just lost that 1 wicket this morning, it's down the wicket comes Brooks. Awkwardly ends up neither forward or back, and in the end has to sort of awkwardly play it out to mid wicket. There's almost like a readjusted shot. Jack's in bowls again, defended. Back to Jack's, end of the over, and I will leave you with it, Grace.
Yeah, it just looks as if Warwickshire is sitting pretty comfortable here. Jack's bowling decent areas, but doesn't look too threatening, honestly. Brooks getting forward nicely and Burgess just rotating. He's played a very sensible innings, Michael Burgess, a lot like with Sam Hain, just batting around slightly more attacking play. And yeah, it's good to see. Warwickshire 390 for 8, with Roach continuing.
It's been a good session for the Bears. It was about seeing the first hour out, wasn't it? And getting into a position to make sure the game was going to be safe as Burgess prepares to face Roach. That's his full outside off stump and he crushes it behind square. Bit of a chase round the boundary for Patel and they should come through for 2 more. So almost up to 100 runs in the session as well. The deficit is down into the mid-30s. And there will be that awkward afternoon where you increasingly feel the players will be going through the motions. You don't want your bowlers getting too many overs in their legs at the start of a long summer as well, Grace.
No. Almost, yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because you're both effectively playing for a draw that you know is going to come, but you know individuals still want to perform and get their spot in the side.
There's an opportunity to make a score for the batsmen who are at the crease, as this is short of a length and it's going to be pulled high into the stand for 6.
He timed that one, didn't he?
Just waited on it, didn't he? And then launches it. Burgess for his second 6 of the innings. He's up to 58. 398 for 8.
Just wondering if we could see Burgess go up a gear here now after he's got his half century.
Yeah, I say ideally you want to get through to lunch, but actually lunch would be taken now if they were all out anyway, because we're within 10 minutes of the interval. And he latched upon that very quickly. Roach in again back of a length, and he pulls him in front of square for 4 more. And that brings up the 400 for the Bears, 402 for 8. And the deficit now down to 26. And Burgess, who's curbed his natural attacking style to some extent up until now, playing a very sensible innings given the circumstances in which he came into. Yeah, you're right, he's cutting loose now.
It's good to see. It looks like they've put a deep mid-wicket out as well, probably quite sensible with the last 2 shots that have just been played.
Yeah, 2 boundary riders on the leg side now. And Roach drops it short again, and he tries to pull, and it keeps a little bit lower. He ends up down on one knee, Burgess, and by the time he gets through to Ben Folkes, it's hitting the deck a second time. I don't think Kemar Roach is that keen on being pulled for a 6 and a 4 on successive balls.
No, probably not. I don't think I would be either.
What would you do next ball?
I reckon I'd go for a slower ball, or at least get it a bit fuller.
Yeah.
Don't think I'd go for the short one again, after I'd just been teed into the stands twice.
I think Roach's ego felt a little bit bruised by that. He's short again, he's pulled into the leg side once more, and he's split the 2 boundary fielders. And he gets a roar of appreciation from the spectators who were present. A 3rd boundary of the over. And the Bears now 406 for 8. And Burgess has gone from the 40s to the late 60s very quickly.
Doesn't look too happy, does he, Kemar Roach? He struts back to the end of his mark. Wonder where he'll go now.
He's in his 31st over, and a cold week in the West Midlands. Having just come from a series in the Caribbean. And he's being carted by Michael Burgess. Another short ball, and he checks the pull this time and settles for a single to deep square leg, where the 12th man Overton is doing the fielding. That was a highly productive over as the Bears chase on to 407 for 8. They've got 114 runs in 32 overs this morning, so it's not just been about blocking up and getting through to a drawing position. They've batted very nicely indeed. And it's these situations, I don't know how high you bat when you're playing county cricket, but in a moment like this on a good track, wherever you come in, you want to make the most of the opportunity, don't you?
Yeah, exactly so. I mean, these two have certainly done themselves some favours. I mean, I think in whatever situation you're in, it's just good to get some runs in. I think they've both looked attacking at the right time, yet not overly reckless, especially now Brooks has settled into his innings, and yeah, certainly doing himself no harm and looking to get up that order, which I think he will be wanting to do. Don't think he'll be happy batting at 10.
No, he's got the potential to bat higher. Forward in defence comes Burgess to the first ball from Jacks. He's got 3 first-class half-centuries. I think probably all when he was still a teenager before he had the first of 2 bad injuries that have held him back. Jacks drops this short, clipped into the leg side through mid-wicket for a single. Burgess to 68, 409 for 8. Where do you bat, generally?
In domestic cricket, probably play a similar role to Henry Brooks, but in county cricket, a little bit higher up the order.
Nice,
Yeah.
very good. It's very enjoyable when you get engrossed in an innings, isn't it, when you're at the crease for a long period, as Brooks puts a long leg forward and drops it out on the offside.
Yeah, it's always really good to try and mould yourself as more as an all-rounder, isn't it?
Yeah. Have more than one string to your bow. Oh, Henry Brooks tries to come down the wicket here to Jacks, who drags it down because he sees him coming. And then Brooks bends his knees in an attempt to glance it down towards third man. Picks out the fielder, Kemar Roach. Jacks looks very frustrated with what just occurred. And Brooks rather wisely just comes forward and dabs the next ball in defence.
I think because he's so tall, he sometimes looks quite awkward at the crease, but...
In again, Jacks, and he goes high on his toes and defends into the offside. Last good innings I saw Henry Brooks play was about 3 years ago when the Bears batted all day with only 6 wickets standing on the final day at Southampton to see out a draw. Jeetan Patel made good runs that day, but Henry batted a long time. He's got the ability to be an all-rounder batting at 7 and 8 at some point, but what he needs is a lot of cricket again, having lost the entirety of last season. And I can see him being very useful in the T20 Blast with his range of hitting.
Yeah, it's definitely good to see him back after... Was it a quad injury last season?
I think it was a quad injury. I mean, the previous one, when he was 19, that's when he had the stress fracture of the back, which you were discussing earlier with with Mark Church. Ryan Patel's going to come on and I think will do his level best to make this the last over before lunch. They're ahead of the over rate. I mean, they've got through 33 overs in the session. But a little bit more spin, and I don't think Surrey will be keen to give the Seamers too much more bowling in this game now.
No, they've bowled a lot of overs over the last 2 days.
And it'd be interesting just to see what the Bears do if and when Surrey come out to bat a second time. I'm not going to go down the territory that I will do at some point until the afternoon session about what should happen in a game like this. I'm leaving it partly because Kevin Howells from 5 Live was threatening to run a sweepstake on when not I'd say it. So we'll come back to that in the afternoon session. Oh, he's going to bowl some military medium is Patel, and he's back cut beautifully there by Burgess, but there is a fielder out there, Topley, to keep it down to a single. 409 for 8. Scoreboard is very quick today. Breeze has changed direction.
Doesn't look as strong as yesterday.
Yeah, it's blown towards the city now, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit easier for the Warwickshire bowlers, who I think were facing a pretty heavy wind on the first day.
Oh, it was very, very blustery, very difficult conditions to bowl in. Patel in again, back of a length, cut by Brooks, but he'll pick out the point fielder this time. And there's no run. The Birmingham City skyline, as always, is crane laden. I think more than usual.
Yeah, there is just as many cranes on site as buildings, I think.
Yeah. It's into double figures in our island, the number of cranes. There's always something new being built to add to that view that we get over the top of the stand at the far end, at the Birmingham end of the ground. This one back of a length, standing tall, Brooks off the back foot drives it up to mid-off.
Yeah, as you say, every time I come back to Birmingham, there's a new building, there's a new student accommodation that I didn't know was there. They really do seem to get them up quite quickly.
Are you a Brummie?
I am.
Which part of the city?
Sutton Coldfield.
Well, it was semi-Brummie. So a lot of people in Sutton Coldfield would be upset at you for calling yourself a Brummie.
So what am I then, if not a Brummie?
Well, you're from the Royal Borough. Patel in for his 4th delivery. And it's an edge, and he's going to be caught at slip. And Brooks, who was trying to cut the ball, looks thoroughly disgruntled with himself because he's really got himself out a bit there to a part-time bowler. He's gone for 29. It's 409 for 9. And it may just be that they'll take lunch at that juncture, as we are in the final over before the lunch interval. Oh, might do the 9 wickets down, aren't they? That would potentially delay the lunch interval.
It could, yeah. I think that would be wise. I mean,
yeah, that's the point, isn't it? So
Brooks looks very frustrated as he walks off, understandably so. He's been batting so nicely and almost feel as if he gave his wicket away there.
Patel will be rather delighted to get his wicket there.
Yeah, you don't mind that coming on for an over, do you?
So here comes my partner in crime on the Bears pod blast, Ollie Hannon-Dolby, and we will be back for a 5th season during the course of this year.
He's got to be one of my favourite Warwickshire players, Ollie Hannon-Dolby.
Well, look, I'm biased. For the last 4 years we've done this podcast together, and he is a great chap.
He's a fan favourite, isn't he?
He is
really
a fan favourite for lots of good reasons, and he looks out for me as well. During the very first lockdown, every couple of weeks, Ollie would be ringing. You all right, Rich? Everybody all right? Yeah, fine. Good fella, and cricket-wise has just got better and better as his career has gone on.
Wonder how he's going to play it here.
Watchfully, I think. Watchfully. But the deficit's 19, so question of how many overs he wants to bowl later. So I'll be mindful. I think I'll probably be doing a report for BBC Coventry and Warwickshire at 3 minutes past 1. My thought process interrupted by a text from my daughter. Cause I let her know that Harry Styles is #1, so that's cheered her up.
It is a good song, his new album.
It's a good song.
Yeah.
I believe I've got the delight of taking her to see him later in the year, so you've got to do the dad and daughter thing. As, I thought Ollie Hannon-Dolby was trying to leave that ball that was full outside off stump, but he's patted it out into the offside. With loose wrists, I'm going to say.
Yeah. You a Harry Styles fan yourself?
Do you know what? There's nothing wrong with good pop music.
There is nothing wrong with Harry Styles, I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
He's made some good songs in his time. Some not so good ones, admittedly, but he's made some good ones.
I even enjoyed him in Dunkirk, in his acting role. Full outside off stump from Patel, and Ollie Hannon-Dolby doesn't lay a bat on that. It goes through, neatly taken by Ben Folk. So we will have an extended session now of up to half an hour for Surrey to try and take this 10th wicket. I would imagine that Michael Burgess may decide that he needs to make the most of his opportunity now, because he's unbeaten on 69, and it might be that he goes a little bit guns a-blazing. Just wait for the clock to tick over till 3 minutes past, and I'll do a report for whoever is taking it at this time on the BBC stations. We'll continue here, of course, via the BBC Cricket homepage, giving you ball-by-ball coverage of this extended morning session. Will Jacks thought his job was done for this session, but he comes into now, and just back of a length, and Burgess is going to take the single. He goes up to 70. 410 for 9. And Dolby will draw the field in. Tall left-handed batsman. There's going to be an extra helmet set here at Edgbaston. 410 for 9 Warwickshire. They've seen off any real danger in this game. They're just 18 runs behind with 2 sessions to go. This session being extended because they're 9 wickets down. Henry Brooks falling just before the scheduled lunch interval to part-time bowler Ryan Patel for 29. But still there, Michael Burgess. He's batted beautifully. Took a 6 and 2 fours off one over from Kemar Roach about 10 minutes ago. He is now on 70. Warwickshire 410 for 9. They trail by 18. As Hannon-Dolby pushes forward and defends out into the offside, and it will be picked up by Jacks on his follow-through. He's in again, left alone outside off stump. Nice big stride forward there from Hannon-Dolby.
Very confident leave.
I don't think he'll bring out the owl scoop, but it is one of my favourite cricket shots when he tries to go all Dilshan on us. Forward in defence comes Hannon-Dolby. He did it in a T20 game at Worcester.
Did it come off?
He made runs. He made runs from it. It wasn't a great day for the Bears. He got into double figures batting in a T20, which tells you it wasn't a great day. So he defends again out in the offside. He also took a tremendous diving catch, only I got it wrong and thought it was Ed Pollock who'd taken it, because I didn't think that Ollie would have got a diving catch, and I haven't lived that down.
It's quite a big height difference between the two, I'd say.
Yeah, about 8 inches. As Hannon-Dolby clips this into the leg side, end of the over. And so we will continue. 410 for 9 Warwickshire. They trail by 18. You'd be one of the taller players in your team, won't you?
Yeah, I think I might be the tallest actually, just shy of 5'9". But I've been that tall since I was about 16, so didn't get much taller from there.
Were you disappointed? Do you think the 2 or 3 inches taller, he might have given you even sharper pace? Or?
I think it swings and roundabouts. You know, I'm quite happy with my height as it is on a day-to-day, but it might have made me a little bit quicker. But pace isn't really my main asset anyway, so
not swing.
Yeah, like to think so. Like a bit of in-swing with the new ball. Maybe away if I'm lucky.
So you're a budding Tash Farrans, is that what you're saying?
Try to be.
Patel in to start his second over, driven by Burgess, who again is happy to take a single. So he's not going to hive the strike or try and play too many big shots. He's allowed Hannon-Dolby to have it. I think that as much as anything speaks to the game situation. He'll want a red inker now. He'll be more than happy to be not out Burgess at the end of this.
Yeah. Wouldn't do too bad for the averages, would it, start of the season? Little 75 not out or something.
And with the competition for places for Warwickshire this year, you know, he's got Alex Davis, who will probably play as a batsman in the next championship game, quite possibly when he's eligible. He's serving a 1-match ban this week, but I don't think the plan is necessarily to give the championship gloves to Davis, not least because Burgess both kept wicket and batted well last year in his first full season as the Warwickshire wicket-keeper in succession to Tim Ambrose.
Yeah, he's came in nice. He kept neatly in this game as well.
Couple of slips in there for Patel to bowl right arm over to the left-handed Alan Dolby, who is forward and prods it out in the offside for a single. Given there isn't a lot of help out there, I have to say I think Surrey have absolutely stuck to it in this session, by the way. It doesn't reflect badly on them that they haven't managed to finish this innings off yet.
No, they've been very resilient, and you know, all the bowlers have bowled tight lines, tight lengths, but I think you've got to put your hats off to Warwickshire and say they've batted well. Surrey have bowled well, but Warwickshire have equally played nicely.
Topley, the pick of the bowlers. He was the man who got Craig Miles, caught by Ollie Pope. There's this full delivery outside off stump. Alan Dolby hits it at Yorker length, and it squirts off the very foot of his bat.
He's a good bowler, isn't he, Reece Topley? I think now good to see him back fully fit and hopefully be knocking on the door of those England squads, both red and white ball.
Just needs, a few months of injury-free cricket, because his talent is there to be seen. And he was in rhythm this morning, again on a surface that didn't offer an awful lot for him. Patel floats another one up outside off stump, and Alan Dolby leaves that one well alone. Do you know what? I might go early with my theory, because we've got this extended session there. I might go early with my theory here, Grace, which is, in a situation like this, you and I will sit here and accept there's no positive result now available to either team, is there?
No.
You're going to get their 8 points each for a draw.
Yeah.
It would take a really freaky set of circumstances. You're not going to see Surrey bowled out for 50. Patel floats this up on off stump, blocked really into the offside by Ollan Dolby. My proposal for years has been this, that on day 4 of a championship game, if no result is possible at the tea interval, that's when you should shake hands. The 50 overs that Surrey will likely bat between 4 and 4:50 today is utterly pointless, and cricketers are playing quite enough without having to run around for that 50 minutes.
All sounds very reasonable, must say.
There we go.
Got my backing.
Left alone outside of stump again by Alan Dolby. End of the over, 411 for 9 at Warwickshire. They trail Surrey by 17 runs. I mean, you see quirky stuff. You see people bowl who don't normally bowl. I remember Tim Ambrose taking a wicket in the final over at Lords of a game that was, you knew after day 2 there was going to be a draw. But you're not really watching anything that's very edifying in terms of cricket. Good news for Surrey, by the way. Rory Burns is back on the pitch after that bang on the hand earlier. So good to see that he's okay. So I wonder whether he got a little cut around his fingertip or his fingernail. And the ball got jammed under his hand.
He looks alright, doesn't he?
Looks happy with life.
Yeah, he looks content. Where's he off to? Looks like he's going to go... Oh, maybe not. Slide into extra cover.
Well, they've only got the one slip in for Will Jacks, and Pope, outstanding catcher behind the wicket, as a man who's used to keeping wicket.
I don't think he's come out the slips the entirety of the 2 days, really, except a short stint in extra cover.
Got the field set pretty deep for Burgess, as you might imagine. About half a dozen boundary fielders. And he whips it off his hip to a straight mid-wicket, and there'll be no run. It's almost a bit of a phony war now. You get to a last wicket partnership. Jacks is going to go back over the wicket. He's been bowling across the right-hander for quite a long time in this spell. And Burgess this time decides not to take what was a long single. Burns was 3/4 of the way back. And a very wide mid-off. There's no run once more. And now he defends back down the wicket. And it's picked up once more by Jacks.
Now only one fielder in the ring and it slipped by the looks of it.
Yeah, he would be the only fielder inside the ring. This one's dragged down by Jacks, and Burgess decides 4th ball, I'll take the single. It's 412 for 9. Mark Church is back in the room. I think I should confess I've gone early. I've gone early with the you should shake hands at the tea interval. It's already occurred on air. Yeah, that's where I will defend the rights of the paid customer. I think we do need another session rather than what Mark's saying, that you should be able to shake hands in the lunch interval. But yeah.
I'd love to see OHD come down the wicket now and just tee one over the boundary for 6 after they've brought everyone in. I'd love it.
We all have our dreams. That would be up there. He's had a look round the field. He's got a slip and a leg slip in. They took a while to set the field for him.
Oh.
And off a thick inside edge, he turns it round the corner. Kemar Roach does the fielding. Hannon Dolby yet to get off the mark. He might get a bit fidgety about that, about being on naught. The heady days when Boyd Rankin was in the team, and Ollie would get in at 10. As he defends the final ball of the over. And I mean, there's nothing there for Will Jacks. There really isn't. Virtually everything that he bowls is going gun barrel straight. And it's 412 for 9 at the end of the over. Elsewhere, incidentally, on the county circuit, slightly troubling news at Lords that Tim Merters seems to have pulled his hamstring, which I've got to say, at the age of 40 is something you want to be doing. Takes a little bit longer to get the old muscles repaired. But that is a real shame. Wonderful servant to Middlesex, Tim Merter. Started out at Surrey. Never want to see any news of cricketers getting injured, particularly early in the season. You know, Tom Bantam picking up a knock last week as well. You at the start of the season, you're just raring to. I mean, you must be raring to go.
Yeah, very much so. I think coming here and watching a lot of cricket has got me very keen for the season. But again, I was starting a lot later.
Patel, very full, met on the full toss by Burgess, but he's not interested in a single in the early part of this over.
Just can't quite figure out what the game plan is here from Burgess and Hannon Dolby, because it seems like Burgess is wanting the strike, but then not particularly taking the bowling on.
Well, I think he's going to play to the field. Do I think this field is unnecessary from Surrey under the circumstances? Possibly. Possibly they could be bowling to get Burgess out rather than trying to prevent him hitting boundaries. As he defends this bat down the wicket, bit of a missed field by Patel, but Hannon Dolby stops it with his bat at the non-striker's end, and it remains 412 for 9. Because they're most likely to get him out by tempting him to play a big shot. But right now he can defend, he can defer taking a single until the 4th ball, and just take more time out of the game. As he defends it back up the track, and it will roll up to long on, and there'll be no run. This is not going to distract people from the possibility of watching a Premier League game in the pub later, is it? It's sort of it's a lingering session with the extra half hour being taken.
Yeah, it's been.
Patel once more, and this time on the like clockwork, it's ball 4. So the same shot as the previous delivery, but this time Burgess comes through for a single, which takes him to 73, and it's 413 for 9.
What odds would you give for a straight 6 from Hannon Dolby now?
Off Patel?
Yeah.
In the last 2 balls of this specific over?
Yeah.
I'd give you a tenner.
What,
if he does. I'd give
what,
you a tenner.
10 to 1?
You don't have to worry about the 1. Just as a straight thing, I'd give you a tenner if it's a straight 6 off either of these 2 balls. It'll be free money for you. As he defends the first of those 2 deliveries, Patel coming round the wicket. He's got kind of a dancer's follow through. Patel. He's light on his feet. Has to run his hands through his hair each delivery because he has got a fringe situation going on. I haven't had a fringe since 1993.
He could do with a little headband on, I reckon.
He could. He might not have been expecting a bowl in this session. As he's in now, and Hannon Dolby with a lovely looking off drive. Well, it's not going to beat Kemar Roach. He won't get a run for it, but that was elegant from Ollie. And the end of another over. That was the 142nd of the Bears' innings. It's 413 for 9. In come 2 helmets. And we still have potentially another 15 minutes until the lunch interval. The members will have eaten by the time we get downstairs. That's the good piece of news.
I do like the Tom Dollery Lounge. I am a fan of it.
Talking to one of the Bears media staffer, and he was fancying it being a fish and chips day for him today. So I don't know.
You should go for the jacket potato, me.
Can't beat a good jacket potato, can you?
It's just classic, isn't it? Never disappoints.
Don't tell me what topping. I'm going to give it a little bit of thought for a moment as to what your preferred topping is. Just back of a length this from Jackson again. Burgess is turning down the single, and the field, other than slip, is entirely spread now. It's all boundary riders. So you could be classic beans. You could be tuna mayo. Don't know whether they offer tuna mayo. On his back foot, Burgess blocks. But I'm going to take a bit of a punt here and say that you might favour coleslaw.
No, never been.
Never been.
Never been.
Yeah.
Don't mind it, but not on a jack potato, no. That was a rogue choice.
Yeah, cheese and coleslaw is quite a nice combination. As Burgess defends the third ball, so we're kind of expecting the single with the next delivery. So you're going to classic baked beans?
Beans and cheese, has to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, has to be. Tell you what, I don't mind a bit of chili con carne from time to time, but not sure that's something they have down in the Tom Dollery Lounge.
Well, the Dom Tollery. I think that's actually quite a good name for it.
The Tom Tollery Lounge. Just rolls off the tongue a bit better, doesn't it?
Now this time they're bringing the field in to try and prevent the single on the fourth ball. So they're going to see maybe whether Burgess might be tempted to have a go at Will Jacks, but he just steers the ball into the leg side. And no run.
Still long on and deep mid wicket out, so his opportunity for a single in that region. Oh,
now he's bringing those in for the last two balls. So will Burgess look to break the shackles for the first time? Although, in a way, Will Jacks is almost undoing his own plan here by deciding to go back round the wicket, which with the angle would perhaps encourage him to go over extra cover or long off. But Burgess just stabs it out into the offside, and Rory Burns does the fielding in the covers. This is like a chess match that's gone to stalemate. Final ball of the over, Burgess defends. It's a maiden for Will Jacks for 28 overs, none for 70. The helmets now might come off, or might all three of them be carried by Ollie Pope to the far end. And we have 12 more minutes until this delayed lunch, or on the fall of the final Bears wicket. But it's gone very, very quiet since these pair got together. They've only added 4 runs since the departure of Henry Brooks 20 minutes ago.
It's been a quiet 20 minutes, hasn't it? It really has.
It's a professional job, I suppose, that they're doing out there.
Like to see Hannon Dolby get off the mark.
Well, yeah, the only person who wants to see that more is Ollie. I think he'd be very much relieved as Patel comes in and he tries to hit it through the covers, but one bounce, it's picked up there. It nearly made its way through.
Really thought that was going to be it then.
He's got a couple of double-figure scores in warm-up matches this year. There's Ollie. So the pigeons have clearly liked our effects bite today, as they. This another one scuttles away from it. Hannon Dolby with a leave outside off stump. And it remains 413 for 9. This is cricket for the purist. The wind's changed direction again. Anything that I can notice that is different, I'm going to pick up on here.
Less blue sky. Clouds look a bit more covered.
It might swing like a banana later. Not that bananas swing.
I was going to say I've never heard that saying before in my life. Quite like it though.
Straighter delivery, defended up to mid-off by Hannon Dolby. It could do everything this afternoon. 60 all out. Bears get over the line, 7 down. At about 20 past 6. You never know, do you? Patel to Hannon Dolby. Square drive. Out towards point. We've got 2 fielders near point, one either side of the umpire.
Is that James Taylor at cover, just getting loose? Looks like he might be coming back onto ball.
Yeah, it might be. They've got to do something just to shake it up, because what Surrey want to do most of all is get off the field at this point. Nearly 144 overs in, and they don't really want to use any of their main strike bowlers again if they don't have to. Patel, shorter ball, leaning out the way is Hannon Dolby. His gloves and his bat were probably a little bit in the area where the ball was passing there, as he leant out of the way.
very quiet out there, isn't it?
Yeah, and then it's notable how the Surrey players were making a lot of noise in the first half hour. There was a lot of chivying and encouragement, and Selling's completely over. And it's another bouncer that Alan Dolby just leans out the way of. He's faced more than 20 deliveries for his not out so far. This partnership remains at 4. It's 413 for 9. Surrey's lead is 15. And we draw ever closer to the lunch interval. So when you're playing, do you have to be really careful what you take in the intervals in terms of lunch and what you eat? And
Yeah, I think it depends really. I think if you're one of the Surrey opening bowlers batting down the order now, I reckon you can have a bit more at lunch. But yeah, I think if we bowl first, I'll have a bit more, but I don't like to eat a lot before I bowl, so if we bat first, I've got to be careful, unfortunately.
yeah. Jacks will continue. Long spell for him. Round the wicket to Burgess, who's gone very much into defensive mode.
Do you get some nice lunches at these first-class grounds, though? You really do.
Back over the wicket, and again it's just defended, killed by Burgess. Well, it's good to see women's cricket getting far more opportunities to play at the better facilities as well. It's only going to improve the game when you can play on good surfaces, good outfields. Floats this one up a bit, does Jack, so Burgess will guide it out towards the cover boundary for an agreed single. He's to 74, 414 for 9.
Yeah, no, it is really good to see us obviously getting opportunity at first-class grounds. Never actually played at Edgbaston, unfortunately, in my time with Lightning. Every time I've played Central Sparks, which is the West Midlands based region. I'm at New Road, which is equally a very nice ground, but would be nice to play at Edgbaston as like my home county.
Come on, you don't want to tick off all your ambitions at a tender age. The time will come and you'll relish it. You'll really relish it. Now, Ollie Helen Dolby's going to have some company. There's a slip, a leg slip, a short leg, a silly point. There are 4 helmets on the fielders, so that's how close they are. Helen Dolby is forward and defends it neatly into the leg side. There are some oohs and ahs, but I don't think he was under that much threat.
I think this is a better plan from Surrey. Put OHD under the pump a little bit.
Yeah. 2 more balls left in the over. Hashimama, whose hands have been wedged in his pockets for a considerable period of time now, gives his advice, and in fact they're going to have a second short leg. So, slip, leg slip, 2 short legs, one of whom is almost on the cut strip, and it's a quicker ball from Jackson, and Dolby just drops it into the turf.
They really are standing close there, aren't they?
Patel takes the helmet off to field the ball, and then runs his fingers through his hair again before putting it back on, and Helen Dolby is able to defend the final ball of the over. 414 for 9. 6 more minutes until the delayed lunch interval, and we've had 41 overs today, in which Warwickshire have scored 121 runs and Surrey have taken 2 wickets. And Patel, who was brought on to bowl just the last over before lunch in theory, is going to continue with the 5th over of his spell.
On the note of class grounds, what do you think is the best ground in England?
Well, it's not fair to ask me here, is it?
Edgbaston, you saying Edgbaston?
I've been coming here since I was a 4-year-old.
Yeah, I'd have to agree, but okay, bar Edgbaston, bar the obvious.
Love Trent Bridge. Trent Bridge is a great place to watch cricket. And the next delivery, or first delivery of Patel's over is steered up to long off by Burgess, but no run. Can't knock New Road on a sunny day.
Yeah, I do like New Road.
Beautiful ground. Lords is Lords. What can you say? What can you say about a ground like that?
Yeah.
I must confess, I haven't been to the Oval for donkey's years. I haven't been to the new media facilities ever at the Oval, so I'd love to do that sometime soon. Patel, full outside off stump, but driven back into his follow through, and he picks it up sharply. So after Edgbaston, where's next for you?
I do quite like Grace Road.
Well, you could see. I think you're contractually obliged to say that, aren't you?
No, not at all. I really do quite like it. Trent Bridge as well, obviously. GS Bowl, another nice one.
It's always good to go down there. That's a good shout, to be fair. So Patel bowls outside off stump, steered through point, and there's no run. The prospect of being in a bedroom that's sometimes only 25 yards from the commentary box at the Aegeus Bowl is no bad thing when you just got to walk along the corridor and up the steps.
It's a nice hotel as well, that Hilton, isn't it? Nice golf course next to it.
And Kevin James, a legend to work with when we're down there. And Emily Windsor as well, tremendous company on the commentary team. And we visit Hampshire. Patel in again. Burgess drives into the offside, and this time it's going to be the single that he'll take on the fourth ball. It's like a pre-recorded script that we've got here. We could do this for the next couple of overs. Burgess to 75, the score 415 for 9, and the field creeps in almost sinister fashion as Hannah Dolby prepares to try and see out the last couple of balls of the over.
It is just all very quiet, isn't it? Get what you mean by sinister.
Yeah, it's happening silently. Nobody needs to communicate. 2 slips in place for Hannah Dolby. He leaves a ball that keeps low and scuttles along the deck to Ben Folkes, who's kept wickets immaculately in this long morning session.
Surprised he's standing back to Patel now. I think he was standing up to start. He's gone back.
Well, Patel did send down a couple of shorter balls, didn't he, to Hannah Dolby?
That is very true.
There's a short extra cover now brought in for the final ball of the over, and Hannah Dolby is hit by a bouncer on the side of his body. Just put his body in the way. End of the over. We'll have one more over then until this delayed lunch, by the look of it, because we're at 28 minutes past 1. This has felt like a long session, but it does mean the afternoon session will be foreshortened. 54 overs left in the day. And what we feared was going to happen at the start of play today, Grace, is exactly what has happened.
Wonder how Surrey will come out. How they'll look to play. It's kind of a difficult situation to come into as an opening batter, I think.
Yeah, because the instruction is probably just bat, but that's kind of hard, isn't it?
It's more difficult. It's a bit like when Matt Lamb came out to bat.
Jacks to begin the final over of the session. He's tucked into the leg side by Burgess. He'll have to go and collect it himself, Jacks. About 15 yards to the right of where he delivered the ball, because the boundary fielders are dispersed far and wide. There are 8 of them in a long arc. Pope, who's taken 2 catches for the 2 wickets this morning, remains at slip. Shorter ball is defended by Burgess. Back down the track. And there's no run. I don't want to accuse anybody of going through the motions. I think everybody's trying here. I think there might come a point later this afternoon where they are a bit more. And that is why it's difficult for batsmen when they come out later. Burgess is going to clip this one through wide mid-on for a single. It goes to 76, 417 for 9. And now the row of helmets that were 10 or 12 yards behind Ben Folkes will be collected. And Ollie Hannah Dolby will feel the warm embrace of 4 close fielders. He still isn't going to give you that straight 6, is he?
It doesn't look like it, but it would be exciting, wouldn't it? Would probably be the highlight.
Be funny if he did it for the final ball of the session.
Wouldn't be as funny if he got bowled doing it.
Depends which perspective you're looking at. We've got to wait for Ryan Patel to get his hair tucked into that helmet again.
Really needs a headband.
I'm envious of anybody with hair. Hannah Dolby, large stride forward, pushes the ball, extra cover, no run. 2 balls left before the interval. If this one doesn't take the wicket. And Hannah Dolby again defends into the offside. My eyesight isn't good enough to see how many balls he's faced now. It looks like it might be something like 29, but...
Yeah, 29 I reckon.
Is it?
It's quite far away, isn't it? And it really is quite small.
It is quite small in yellow lettering. You've got younger eyes than mine.
Oh, I've got it right here, 28.
Oh, there we go. And the final ball of the session is defended. One bounce, it plops into the hands of Patel. And the end of a session where Warwickshire have done what they needed to do, which is to effectively kill the game off. They've reached 416 for 9. They trailed by just 12 runs. Very good knock from Michael Burgess, who's batted through the session, taking his score to 66. Ollie Hannon Dolby has seen him over the line for the last half hour to get through to the interval. Wickets today for Reece Topley, who bowled very nicely in rhythm. Had Craig Miles caught in between third and fourth slip, because that's where Ollie Pope was situated. Miles out for 32. And then Henry Brooks, who rather guided a delivery from Ryan Patel into the hands of Pope, and he was gone for 29. Just 12 runs between the two sides, only 2 sessions to go. I think we all know where this is going to end, but we will be back in around 40 minutes' time to bring you the afternoon session at Edgbaston. At the interval, Warwickshire 416 for 9. They trail Surrey by 12.
Ladies, of course, another match is taking place around the country today, starting first of all at the county ground in Northampton, where Northamptonshire are playing Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire 223 and 363, Northamptonshire 288 and 34 for. Northamptonshire require 265 runs with 9 wickets remaining. At the first central county ground at home for the match between Sussex and Nottinghamshire, Sussex 375, Nottinghamshire in reply 534 for 9 declared, and in their second innings Sussex 89 for 3. Sussex trail by 70 runs with 7 wickets remaining. At the Clare FM County Ground Chelmsford, the match between Essex and Kent. Essex 514, Kent 408.
Welcome back to Edgbaston for the afternoon session. It should only be a 90-minute actually, of the final day of the County Championship match between Warwickshire and Surrey, which does look to be heading towards a draw. Warwickshire will be resuming on 416 for 9, just 12 runs behind, with 53 overs scheduled to remain in the day after the late lunch, because Warwickshire were 9 wickets down. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. In a bit, I'm sure Phil Britt will be back from Warwickshire County Cricket Club. Certainly Grace Ballinger will be here, who plays for Leicestershire and Loughborough Lightning. But first of all, Mark Church will take up a story on a day where I think we now know that both teams are just waiting for a handshake.
Well, you see, I've got an eye on something else here, Richard. And I was saying upstairs that can Ollie Hannon-Dalby help Michael Burgess through to his double 100 and remain not out at the end? That would be an excellent afternoon's cricket for me. But yeah, I think what we're looking at here is when Surrey do take this final wicket at some point, is Surrey having a bat this afternoon, and through no fault of anybody's good pitch. It's just an April pitch this at the moment, good solid batting pitch, and it will be James Taylor to get us started from the pavilion end with the field spread again. So we saw this just before lunch to give Michael Burgess the single and bring Hannon-Dalby onto strike. But Hannon-Dalby came at for a long period. 0 off 30 balls for him. And James Taylor with the first ball to Michael Burgess, who's turning down the single out there to deep backward square. So normal service has resumed.
Yeah, over lunch discussing it with Grace, and also from Matt, who works here at Warwickshire, I'm not sure that they needed to go for the in-outfield. I think almost tempt Burgess to play some shots. You may not want him to get 100, I get that, but I'm not sure that there's much merit in this. They want to be off the pitch, don't they? Surely.
As over the wicket comes Taylor once again to Burgess, and Burgess drills this one down the ground towards a deepish mid-on. There's Hashim Amla doing the fielding. Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. I think, though, actually, to be fair, Hannon-Dalby's looked in absolutely no bother whatsoever. And neither has Michael Burgess, really. So, if he wants to play some shots, if they bring the field up, that's up to him. But as James Taylor is in, and Burgess forward he comes solidly, playing this one straight down the ground towards long on. Be interesting to see who bowls from the City end. I'd have thought I don't think any of the quicker men will really be putting their hands up at the moment, so I'd have thought probably a bit more Will Jacks perhaps from that City end of the ground.
Well, he's been bowling unchanged from that end for
long
an
time.
hour and a half, hasn't he?
As James Taylor's in again. Burgess won't take a single off the fourth ball of the over. And now the field will come up.
Well, these two have now been batting for exactly 10 overs.
Very good. And
They've added 7.
I do like the Oliver Hannon-Dalby 0 off 30. He's doing a job for his partner here. Is Hannon-Dalby on a serious point as well? And Michael Burgess is 24 runs away from what would be 100 in the opening game of the summer. So he'll be, that will be in the back of his mind somewhere, I'm sure. As over the wicket comes Taylor, and now Burgess again solidly forward. He comes once more and pushes this one up towards mid-on. So now it's the slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short straight mid-wicket, square leg, and then Kemar Roach all on his own down there at long leg. So final ball of the over. Rory Burns wanders across just to have a word with James Taylor. Took a bit of a blow on the finger this morning to Rory Burns. As where's Burgess off to? Down the pitch, short one, and he'll pull it off his hip and away for 4. So it will mean that Hannon-Dalby's on strike. Saw him coming, did James Taylor, banged it in, but again on a surface that is fairly slow at this time of the year. All the time in the world just to pull it off his hip. And he now moves on to 80, 420 for 9, and it will be, as we suspected, Will Jacks to continue from the Birmingham end.
You see, you look at what's motivating them out there at the moment, and yeah, Burgess is on 80, and I still think at this point he's more interested in being unbeaten rather than whether he thinks he can make it through to 100 in this partnership. But they're batting to keep their bowlers off the field as long as possible, and that's the point at which you wonder whether there's anything much to be achieved from the exercise. 8 runs the difference between the two sides. They've batted for longer than Surrey did, but they've also lost one more wicket. And ultimately, the weather didn't help at the start of this game in terms of losing some overs and disrupting it. Thursday, tough for both sides, wasn't it? The conditions.
Well, the wind was for the bowling side in the morning. Good toss to win because it was blowing a gale.
Hardest thing to deal with for a bowling side. So Jack's in round the wicket. There's a bit more air about that. He felt to Hannon Dolby at times he's bowled too quickly, too many seamers. But that was a ball that was drifting a little bit towards the pads of Hannon Dolby, who just dabs it out. 31 balls for his 0, now 32 as he guides the ball into the deck. Past short leg. So once again he's got a short leg and a silly point, a slip and a leg slip.
Great we're going. Sorry, you could get another new ball in here.
That would be a waste of a new ball. Forward resolutely is Hannon Dolby.
I'll be honest with you, if these two are still going, they might take it to get off, because neither of them look in any trouble at all.
Hannon Dolby wrapped on the pads here, an appeal for LBW. The umpire looks down at his hand and moves a counter from one to the other, or flicks the counter if he's got one of those nice modern devices. I mean, I think the appeal was less on the quality of the shout and more on the desire to get off the pitch.
Absolutely. It wasn't so much an appeal, it was more of a plead, really, wasn't it?
Please show mercy. We'll update listeners to BBC CWR of the score in just a moment. After another lead from Hannon Dolby. I think we can be fairly firm in that at the moment. Warwickshire, having resumed after a late lunch because they were 9 wickets down, are 420 for 9. Ollie Hannon Dolby has just seen out a maiden over from Will Jacks. He's now batted 36 balls without scoring. With him, Michael Burgess. He's batted diligently all day. He is on 80, and he's helped the Bears get into a position where they really can't lose this game. Given good support by Craig Miles, who made 32 before nicking Reece Topley, who's been the pick of the bowlers, to slip. Ollie Pope doing the honours. He was out for 32. Henry Brooks fell in what was the scheduled to be the final over before lunch. He made 29 before Pope again took the catch off the bowling of Ryan Patel. I think it's fairly safe to assume that around 10 to 5, Surrey will be batting, will declare, and this game will be over. Warwickshire 420 for 9. They trail by 8.
James Taylor is into Michael Burgess, and that's hitting the pads of Burgess. Just rolls away into the legs like they won't take a run. Just heard Mr. Eakin there at Craven Cottage, isn't he, today?
He is.
Yes.
Great.
Be nice by the Thames.
Great
today.
ground to work at, always, as well, Craven Cottage.
Old school press box, that, isn't it, with the old wooden chairs and the benches.
Slight danger of splinter, but apart from that.
Yeah, very good. No, I like a trip there. And their new stand looks very good.
Imposing.
As here comes Taylor once again to Burgess on 80. And Michael Burgess will pick this one up and whip it into the leg side. He won't take a single, though. Out there towards Will Jacks at deep mid-wicket. He might be better off, actually. I don't know whether... If he just dink that into the leg side, he could take 2. Michael Burgess. With this field spread like this...
It's like one of those T20 leg side fields where the bowler has to hustle to try and get after the ball to prevent a 2.
Burgess stands with that bat raised once again, trailing by 8 now, and drives down the ground. Lovely looking shot for nothing, as Rory Burns does the fielding. So if this is a dot ball, then the field will move up once again. Rory Burns down below us, the Surrey skipper. Lobs it up to James Taylor. But yes, Ollie Hannon Dolby, it's his innings I'm watching. Not out from 36 deliveries. Good lad. As over the wicket comes James Taylor once again, and forward goes Burgess. It's good bowling from James Taylor. It's not giving Burgess any width. Now, up comes the field again. Now, we saw Michael Burgess in the last over see out the 5th ball and then come down the pitch at James Taylor for the final ball of the over. So I wonder again if he'll see this tactic. If he does bang one in, Burgess has already pulled Kemar Roach into the Holly stand today for 6. That was a very violent shot. As over the wicket goes Taylor. Here he goes, driving up towards Rory Burns at mid-off. Now Rory Burns there, as I say, got hit on the finger this morning, went off for a while. And that's why he's not stood in his familiar position at slip. And that one was drilled up towards him, and it was one of those where you thought, oh, now this might hurt, but he's all right. So final ball of the over. Michael Burgess perfect in the last over. 3 would be handy. As in over the wicket then comes Taylor, and Burgess picks him up, swings him leg side. Has it gone all the way? 2 bounces for 4. So again, boundary off the final ball of the over. Burgess moves on to 84. Hannon Dalby will be on strike again to Will Jacks. And now trailing by just the 4 runs of Warwickshire at 424 for 9. See, the thing is, Richard, with me, I'm really enjoying this from Hannon Dalby. And genuinely, I got. Everybody knows how excited I got with Hashim Amla last year, and he batted all day for his 37 not out. So you see, this sort of thing for me is, I rather relish these things. And you know, he's been out there now for 6 overs basically on his own, and he's yet to score a run. But he's doing a good job for Burgess at the other end at the moment.
Well, I mean, let's see if he has a rush of blood to the head here, Alan Dalby, and tries to tickle a single. Again, that's a seamer, really, that Jacks has bowled. And it passes low outside off stump, well wide of the wicket. There was a groan from somebody. I couldn't have been about how close that was to taking a wicket. This one's floated up a little bit more, dabbed down in front of short leg, and there's no run. That's 38 balls. The record number of deliveries for a duck in Test cricket, I've looked up, was good. 77.
Excellent.
For Jeff Allett, New Zealand pace bowler. And Dalby pushes forward and defends into the offside. I can't yet find out whether the first-class record is larger than that. I'll have a look in a minute.
I remember that Jeff Allett actually generally didn't have any shots.
Yeah.
But you know, it's great that. 77 balls for naught.
Yep.
Marvellous.
Alan Dalby leaves this one outside off stump. Not so long ago, Miguel Cummins in a Test innings batted 95 minutes for a duck. But I don't think he faced that volume of balls.
No. There's a lot to be said for it.
Ollie, by my reckoning, has been batting about 42 minutes as he turns the ball into the leg side. And, well, if Hashim Amla had got his right hand stuck in his pocket a little bit longer, there might have been a single there. He had it trapped for a moment. The left hand never came out.
Nothing against Handel. I don't want him to get off the mark here.
He drives this back to the bowler and he's followed through. It's another maiden over for Jacks. 23 overs, 4 maidens, none for 71, and Alan Dalby's not out has now lasted for 42 deliveries. And he will now, because Burgess has reached 84, he'll now be getting that awful sensibility.
Absolutely. And Will Jacks's figures are going to look a lot better at the end of this. As well, his maidens are going to go up. But no, Burgess now is 16 away from 100, and as I say, opening game of the season, your first knock of the season. Can he sort of follow Ben Folkes and Mr. Lamb? As over the wicket then comes James Taylor to him from the pavilion end. Here we go again. First ball of the over. Good length delivery, just pushed straight down the ground. And there is Hashim Amla to do the fielding. So it's just Ollie Pope and Ben Folkes really anywhere near the 2 batters. As James Taylor comes slowly marching back towards us once again. 4 runs behind Surrey now are Warwickshire. James Taylor over the wicket he comes again, and Burgess forward. Plays this one straight back up the pitch. Doing the fielding off his own bowling once again is James Taylor. I made a purchase from the Edgbaston shop during the luncheon break. Yes, I bought my daughter Isabel an England one-day cap.
Nice.
For her to wear. It's got some nice stuff in there. I'm quite a big fan of the old Warwickshire Bears sort of woolly hats. Those are
Okay.
Those are rather neat and tidy as James Taylor is in once again and Burgess punches him down the ground. Oh, Rory Burns is going to have to move here because Taylor didn't get anything on it. So up comes Rory Burns from long off. But yeah, they're very nice, those.
I might have to have a look at those. You've got me
No,
quite tempted.
they're very good, yes. And
Be good for next winter, that.
absolutely, they'd have been good on Thursday. In fact, they'd have been good yesterday.
Can I tuck them above my ears for when I'm wearing headphones?
Yeah, I think so. They'd look they're
Okay.
very good. As over the wicket once again comes Taylor. And Burgess, nice looking shot for no runs, just drills this one straight down the ground again. Dear old James Taylor, he may as well just come in off 3 paces here. As now is the field going to... No, they change of tactic from Rory Burns. 5th ball of the over, he's keeping the field out here. So Mikey's getting into Burgess's head here. He's changed tactics, but Michael Burgess might not know what to do at this point. As James Taylor comes in once again over the wicket, and Burgess drives out towards extra cover. He's not going to take a single here. So the other thing here is that obviously what they've decided as well is that Hannon Dalby will just block Will Jacks, and Burgess wants to see as much of James Taylor. Actually,
They're staying out
interesting,
here.
they're staying out. So Surrey is saying to Michael Burgess now, if you want to go on strike against the spinner, absolutely up to you, my friend.
I think I get the feeling Ollie has just also said to Michael Burgess, do you want a single?
As James Taylor is in to Michael Burgess, and Burgess will take the single. So there we go. Michael Burgess will be on strike to Will Jacks here, and Burgess moves on to 85, and Ollie Hannon Dalby still there. Not out from 42 deliveries, and Michael Burgess 85 not out, and it's 425 for 9, and Will Jacks will march back up there towards the city end to continue bowling his off breaks.
This is not the only game that's going stalemating. At Chelmsford, Essex is 5-14, playing Kent's 499 for 7. Has gone much the same way. Mills is 42 not out, it appears, there.
Good pitch there at Chelmsford. There's been a lot of runs in that one as well, hasn't there?
Yeah, I think fairly flat.
Grace has got
this
to
week.
bowl there on Thursday.
Ah,
Mm.
well, she enjoyed that long session, that extra session on her first commentary weekend. I think she's enjoying it.
Earned lunch, definitely, in that first session, up to 1:30.
So, Jacks begins a new over, driven out into the offside for Michael Burgess, who ignores the possibility of taking a single. I mean, the Surrey batsmen probably don't mind this too much. The bowlers have had enough. Driven again by Burgess into another area where it would only be a single, so again he turns it down up through the vacant mid-off.
Well, unless something extraordinary happens, Surrey will have a bat this afternoon, but it'll be a bit like a net.
It really will. Well, this is already a bit like a net. A cut here from Burgess, but he picks out the short square third man fielder, and it's picked up by Taylor.
The Middlesex Derbyshire game was sort of getting quite interesting down
Yeah,
at Lord's.
It is, and Derbyshire, I think, have got increasingly interested by the absence of Tim Murtagh from the attack.
Absolutely.
So this one's outside of, so he's guided fine for a single with 2 balls left in the over. 4-2-6 for 9, and the gap is just 2. Burgess has 86 now. Yeah, so Derbyshire needing 356 to win are 106 for 1. Significant, they have just lost Shan Masood for 62, but Billy Godleman, who way back in the day was a Middlesex player, is on 38. Brooke Guest with him has 6, and Tim Murtagh pulled up in his 5th over with a hamstring problem. So Bamber, Helm, Roland Jones and De Cares are the bowling attack that Middlesex have. Derbyshire might fancy having a crack at that.
Yeah, they seem to be. Mickey Arthur already has got them playing some very positive stuff in that first game, and you know, on the what a start that would be, for Mickey Arthur.
needed an overhaul, and they may well be getting it as forward in defence comes Helen Dolby and pats it back down the track for a 43rd dot ball in 43 deliveries that he's faced in the innings.
If he gets to 50, I'll give him a
round
of applause.
Will we give an applause for that? That would be something else. This is dragged onto his pads by Jacks, so the end of the over. The scoreboard has already turned to the next over, the next potential bowler. I think it could be a change of bowling here. Looks like, oh no, I thought Ryan Patel was going to come back on, but he's just taken his cap off. He loves to get some air onto his lustrous locks, doesn't he, between deliveries?
Absolutely. There's a few lustrous locks out there from a Surrey perspective these days. Yes, and James Taylor's going to continue from this, the pavilion end. But again, as I say, Michael Burgess, 14 away from 100.
It's the joys of being the junior seamer in the ranks for this game, isn't it?
You Messrs. Roach, Clark and Topley, they're not really moving at the moment. As Taylor comes in over the wicket then to Burgess, who's swinging him leg side, one bounce out towards deep backward square. Will Jacks does the fielding.
That was the flightiest shot he's played for Ireland. He advanced 2 short steps down the wicket and then cracked it towards the leg side.
Look at Hannon Dolby at the other end. He's practicing his forward defensive for the spinner. Has he faced anything other than Will Jacks yet? Oliver Hannon Dolby.
Yeah, he has.
No,
he
I
has.
mean since lunch.
Oh
no, he hasn't, has he?
He hasn't, no.
As in over the wicket once again comes Taylor. Oh, that'll be sixpenneth because that's been picked up by Burgess and swung into the Hollies stand. So now Michael Burgess moves into the 90s and Warwickshire take the lead. So that was well struck by Michael Burgess, and a gentleman in the Hollies stand retrieves the ball, lobs it back to Will Jack. So Burgess on to 92, 432 for 9.
I was going to say that taking the lead is a bit of a Pyrrhic victory, but actually when you were 41 for 4,
it's good effort.
It isn't, is it? You know, it's what First Division cricket sometimes is made of.
Absolutely. As in over the wicket once again comes Taylor, and Burgess is swinging into the leg side, and he's going to take the single, so that'll move him on to 93. So definite either boredom or intent here from Burgess, and it brings Hannon Dolby onto strike, so the field moves up. Yeah, this is what, you know, First Division cricket's all about. You're 41 for 4, you're in all sorts of bother, and you grind it out and get yourselves into a lead. Good effort from Warwickshire, this.
And it is, you know, one of the skills needed in Test match cricket is sometimes to bat a long time for a draw.
Absolutely, but you couldn't have hit the nail on the head any better there, Richard. This has been proper batting from Hayne, proper batting from Folkes. Lamb looked really good yesterday as well, but they've got their heads down when needed to.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the Lamb thing, arguably the counter-attack at that very moment was also the right thing.
Absolutely.
And played with exceptional confidence for his second first-class ton.
James Taylor then round the wicket to the left-handed Hannon Dolby. He's letting him go. Outside his off-stump off a goodish length. He's got a couple of slips, a short leg in there, and then a leg gully now he's going to have in the shape of Reece Topley. So he's going to get a short one at some point from James Taylor. 46 deliveries he is. He's 4 deliveries away from a 50th delivery without a run. Good effort this from Ollie Hannon Dolby. As James Taylor, round the wicket he comes once again. Sun's out now, and Hannon Dolby just pulls the bat inside the line of that one and then walks off towards square leg. I should have noted down, but I was sort of alongside Mr. Howes what Burgess was on when Hannon Dolby walked out there, because he's helping him towards this 100 at the moment.
Well, I'm not sure there have been any extras since they came together, so I think he was on 69.
There you go. So that's good stuff from Hannon Dolby for Burgess. As round the wicket once again goes Taylor, and Hannon Dolby just tucks this one into the leg side. It rolls up towards mid-on. James Taylor, sort of with a resigned shrug of the shoulders, takes his cap back again and then wanders off to his fielding position. It means Burgess on strike on 93, and Mr. Hannon Dolby not out from 47 balls, and Warwickshire 4:33 for 9.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see whether Burgess tries to get after the spinner here. But I think he's worried about holding out. But he will now feel 2 boundaries away from 100. He wants to make sure that he gets there.
The thing they could do, of course, is when he gets to his 100, is declare.
They could.
Yep. And then that would be that. And Surrey will go out and have a bat this afternoon.
Fair to say that Ollie Hallen-Dolby is certainly going to get the odd WhatsApp message from me later for to knock. There's cutting on the back foot is Burgess. There is a sense with some of these shots he's playing, particularly behind the wicket off Jacks, that he is trying to find angles to get 2s and 4s now, which he perhaps wasn't doing until 10-15 minutes ago. Well, he hadn't seen an awful lot of Will Jacks for a while, and now he's driving square on the offside, and once again picks out Taylor. The ball is magnetically drawn to James Taylor because he's in the middle of a long spell, so a reasonably lengthy spell.
Well, if this continues, as I say, after this over, Surrey can take another new ball in 5 overs time. Has been known, and then that one ball, that's the only delivery with it.
It becomes a very favour net ball, or one that goes in the box in case you get a shape and ball. He's going to dab a single to the 3rd ball of the over. 434 for 9, Burgess to 94. Yeah, so now, for me, the pressure grows on Hallen-Dolby a wee bit here, because he wants to see his teammate over the line to 100. 3 balls left in the over, and he's 3 balls away from his 50th delivery. I'm not out. And by my reckoning now, he has batted almost an hour. We are pretty much at the hour mark.
He's doing a very good job. And he's got some company now as well. It's like Burgess is really unpopular, isn't it? And whenever he's on strike, and then Hallen-Dolby's very popular when he comes onto strike.
Well, he's got a very nice aftershave. So he defends a full toss from Jacks out into the offside.
He's giving him an opportunity there, isn't he?
He's played that with lovely soft wrists, as Hallen-Dolby, and comes forward to the next delivery and just steers it into the ground.
This is the one, Richard. 49.
Well, I've got to put my pen down, ready to applaud.
Oh, yeah, well, marvellous.
Jackson round the wicket, dabbed out in the offside. Oh, 50 balls. No, there's a ripple. There's a ripple round the ground.
Good.
I like.
Good.
If you're listening and you're rippling, well done.
Knowledgeable.
Is that knowledgeable?
Yeah,
That's
it's not.
knowledgeable.
No,
it's making your own entertainment. Is what it is.
Yeah, there is nothing wrong with this at the moment, because, as I say, Burgess now is 6 runs away from 100. You stay on commentary here, Mr. Wilford, because there's every chance that Mr. Burgess might try and sling one into the Hollies stand again here off James Taylor.
He might. I mean, he's got 3 6s in this innings and 10 4s. BBC CWR may come in the next few minutes as well. They might catch a big moment, whether it's 100 for Burgess or a single for Ollie Hallen-Dolby. Either way, they could find a milestone.
I don't want him to get one. Not because I don't want him to get one. It's just it's ideal, this, from Hallen-Dolby.
He's not out at tea.
Oh, well, I said don't help him through Burgess through to his double 100, didn't I, at lunchtime?
Yeah, I think we'd have to have a few more days to get the current strike rate. He's advancing down the wicket, Burgess, and slams the ball along the deck towards deep extra cover, and there's no run. He's interested, but it's risk and reward, and you're on 94, isn't it? You'd love to get to 3 figures with a 6, a la Kevin Peterson.
Well, as I say, he played a terrific shot off Taylor, because Taylor's just hitting that length, isn't he?
Yeah. Let's see if he just shuffles his feet forward again. He does. And he's looking to launch it, and he's launching it straight, and it's going to clear Ambler, and it's 100 for Michael Burgess, who raises both hands, takes his helmet off, looks skywards, and Ollie Hallen-Dolby greets him, and he gets a pat on the back from Burgess for guiding him over the line. That's a fine 100 from Michael Burgess. His main job at the start of the day was to make sure that the Bears didn't get into any trouble and got themselves over the line for a draw. Well, he's done rather better than that, completing his 100 off 166 deliveries with his 4th 6. Good knock.
Well done. Look, absolutely. And Ollie Hallen-Dolby should take a lot of credit for this as well. he has helped Michael Burgess in no small terms get to that 100.
Partnership of 31 in which he hasn't scored as Burgess drives out into the offside. And again, they'll turn down the potential single. So both wicket-keepers have scored centuries in this game.
Michael Burgess played this very well today. He really has. And it'll be interesting to see what Alan Dalby does when he next gets on strike, because sort of he does deserve a single here. Does Ollie Hannon Dalby? He's now down having a chat with Burgess. Stick around, I'll get you to your double.
Get me to my 50, he said. Shorter ball outside off stump, and he crashes this between deep extra cover and long off for a single. Burgess to 101, 441 for 9.
Now this will be good because Hannon Dalby comes on to strike now, but I think he'll just keep doing what he's been doing here, Ollie Hannon Dalby. But he deserves a run now.
I'll update for BBC CWR now. He has done just that. He has reached his century with his 4th 6 of the innings, completing his ton off 166 balls. He's lashed 4 sixes down the leg side, a couple of them recently off the bowling of James Taylor, having been helped home by Ollie Hannon Dalby, who is just facing his 51st delivery, which he ducks under, and he's yet to score. But they have added 32 for the 10th wicket. It's put the Bears in the lead. They're 441 for 9. But Burgess, who'll be looking over his shoulder this season, knowing that Alex Davis is in the ranks, and whilst Davis can play as a specialist batsman, is also a wicket-keeper. Well, Burgess has made his point very, very clearly here with an excellent innings, which has seen Warwickshire into a position where clearly they cannot lose the game. 441 for 9 they are, with Hannon Dalby yet to score and Burgess on 101. He's not out of 52 deliveries, and to be fair to him, he hasn't tried to score off any of them. So, you know, it's been a very resilient innings, and hopefully he'll get off the mark before the end of it, otherwise he might be setting some slightly unwanted records. But 441 for 9.
What about last year with the Hashim Amla innings? Thank you, Richard. Are we bringing Grace? Grace Ballinger's going to come in here for Richard. But with Hashim Amla, we sort of said it's amazing, really, because Hashim Amla's put all his shots in the locker here. I'm not sure that Ollie Hannon Dalby has a huge amount, but he's done a very, very good job. And I'm loving this. 52 balls and yet to get off the mark. And as I say, on a serious point, what it has done, it's helped Michael Burgess through to 100. And it's been a very good one, this, from Michael Burgess. Be interested to see how he goes about it now, with Jacks bowling to him from the City end. And Burgess, little late cut down towards James Taylor. And they'll stay where they are. Welcome back, Grace. What an effort this is from Ollie Hannon Dalby.
Fantastic, isn't it? Yeah, I was saying earlier I'd like to see a straight 6, but this actually might be better from him.
As Jacks is in, forward goes Burgess, won't take a run. Tucks it down towards long on. And Hashim Amla is moving. I think that they've decided now, Surrey, that they've had enough of this. So Rory Burns is wandering up, and Will Jacks is just bringing the field in now, giving Michael Burgess the opportunity, if he wants to go down the ground, to go down the ground and up and over the top. So bringing the field up now is Rory Burns and Will Jacks. And this is to say to Michael Burgess, if you want to have a go, sir, have a go. He's brought up his 100 with a towering 6 off James Taylor, as Jacks is into him, and flatter delivery. He's not going to go over the top to that delivery, as that's whipped out towards deep mid-wicket. There is Jordan Clark to do the fielding. So Warwickshire have a lead now as well. That's the other thing here. They lead by 13. Maybe what Burgess and Hannon Dalby are thinking is give us enough to have a bowl at. Hannon Dalby here is wanting a 100-run lead to have a bit of a bowl at later, as Burgess stands with that bat raised. Here he goes, sweeping. And with the field up, that's going to go for 4. So good placement from Michael Burgess. And they brought the field up for exactly that. And he swept away out towards deep backward square. Be a bit of a delay here because Jordan Clark's got to go retrieve the ball from the hover cover. And meanwhile, at the other end, Mr. Hannon Dalby still yet to get off the mark from 52. There's part of me, Greg, this sounds an awful thing to say. There's part of me that now doesn't want him to get off the mark. I know he'll get a standing ovation from Edgbaston, but there's just something about if he can keep going like this for a bit. I was joking at lunchtime when I said upstairs he's going to help Burgess to his double 100 and still be not out. Well, Burgess is now 95 away from that on 105 as Jacks is in to Burgess. Burgess sweeps again. This will be 4 more. And he's just firing that in on leg stump. And Michael Burgess has swept that away out towards deep backward square for 4 more. So Burgess moves on to 109. And Warwickshire move on to 449 for 9.
It all just seems a bit easy for Michael Burgess now, I think. I mean, they've brought everyone in, and I understand why they've done it, but, I mean, Burgess is 109 out. It's fair to say he's got his eye in, and he's really capitalising on having absolutely no fields on the boundary at the moment.
Absolutely. And sort of Will Jacks there. He's brought his field in, but he's firing it in at leg stump. So he's now going to get a deep mid-wicket. How many balls to go in this over? 1 to go in this over. 449 for 9. As Jacks is in. Oh, he's bowling a bouncer. Oh, and it's hit Michael Burgess as he looks to pull. And that rolls down towards backward points it all now. And Ollie Hannon Dalby will be on strike. Grace Ballinger, a few words from you about this effort from, well, Michael Burgess and also Ollie Hannon Dalby. And then the tactics here for Warwickshire for the rest of the afternoon. And then in a few moments' time, you'll be joined by Phil Britt.
I mean, yeah, hats off to him. He's clearly batted very well. He's played a very patient innings, 101 out, but I actually think the limelight at the moment might be more on Hannon Dalby. He's managed to stay 0 out, facing 52 deliveries. And yeah, as Mark says, I'm not too sure if I want him to get off the mark. It's almost more impressive that he's managed to not score a run in the entirety of his innings. Looks like Patel will be continuing, and yeah, interesting to see what Hannon Dalby does now, if he looks to get the 1 and get Burgess back on strike, or if he's just happy to stay on 0 out.
Good afternoon, Grace.
Good afternoon.
It's, well, gosh, I didn't think we'd still see Warwickshire batting at 2:45.
It's a surprisingly enjoyable day to be a Warwickshire fan, I think.
Yeah, it's been a strange day's cricket, hasn't it?
It has.
Terrific innings from Michael Burgess. And Patel in. He got that 1 wicket earlier on. He's only in his 6th over. He got 1 for 4. The first ball is played defensively by Hannon Dalby, who, as Richard and Mark were both applauding his 50 off 50 balls without a run. He continues on that dogged route. Patel in and bowls, and back forward comes Hannon Dalby. I was just inquiring while we were off air. You were saying yesterday he'd done some coaching with you on the bowling.
He did, yeah, he did.
Did he? And he's been involved with your batting as well.
You know what, he hasn't, but I think I could have had a bit of defensive technique.
Defense.
Yeah. Yeah.
I did say to you, he's very good. Do you remember I was saying he gave that really good support at Taunton that one time when he had a broken arm, in actual fact. Maybe Patel in. This is turned off the pad, straight to short leg. Ben Folkes' hands go to his head.
Maybe Hannon Dalby is what we need as an opening batter in our test side. He's done well to stay around.
What are we going to have, a 50-day test?
Maybe is the answer
Yeah, he's
to the question we've all been asking.
He's done the job, though. He really has. And, Warwickshire will be really pleased, although he hasn't got the runs against his name. It's been a terrific effort from him. Patel going to come round the wicket to bowl to him. He's in and bowls in a slow one, and forward comes Hannon Dalby, who plays another solid-looking forward defensive shot. So
Frustrating for Surrey, I think, out in the field. It's been a long day for him.
Yeah, It's been a long old day, you're quite right. And 4:49, Warwickshire lead by 21. Gosh, that's a long way from where we were when we started this morning. This is short, and Hannah returns this one past short leg up to mid-wicket, and then rehearses the shot. I think the crowd has thinned a little after lunch.
A few dotted around the Eric Holly stand.
There's a few more in the Hollies, yeah, but
Bit of movement.
not too many around. There weren't too many people at lunchtime coming to visit us in the museum. We had about 20 in there. This one is short and wraps Hannon Dolby on the body. But, he survives it and survives another over. Another over ticks by. Warwickshire's still out there batting, 449. The last man out was Brooks when it was 409, so they've added 40 runs, these two. Mostly through, well, no, almost entirely through Michael Burgess. Yeah, but you've got to have a man at the other end as well.
Ollie Hannon Dolby's certainly done his job at the other end. He's held his own, and as we say, it's great to see Burgess pushing on.
He's developed into really good cricketer, Michael Burgess, with bat, good behind the stumps, and two really top-class wicket keepers in this game. Ben Folkes, who we were talking about yesterday, about how good a player he is, and Michael Burgess as well, another top county wicket keeper. Jack starts a new over. And
again, every single fielder out except Slip.
Just the wicket-keeper and Jackson, the rest are all scattered just inside the boundary. They're all about 5 or 6 yards in from the boundary edge, but it's just played into the offside by Burgess. He's not really even sort of going through now, trying to pierce that field. He's quite happy to just occupy the crease and just wait for the bad ball. He goes back, and this one, he's going to take the single off the third delivery. Just jogs a single up to long on, and that brings up the Warwickshire 450. 450 for 9. They lead by 22. And is that 158 overs?
Yeah, I think it is 158 overs. 41 remaining in the day. Well, 41 and a half.
This kind of suggests we may not get all those overs in. I think.
You'd think not.
I think somewhere along the line there might be a little. As soon as they can, it should be about 10 to 5. I think they can do that. Jack's in and bowls, and this is Hannon Dolby went for the pull. Didn't get bat on ball. But ball very nearly ran behind Rory Burns for a single, but off the body. And a man's been put out for Hannon Dolby's pull shot. So he waits, and this one is played up to mid-off. Again, nice stroke by Hannon Dolby. He walks away, disdained between short leg and leg slip, and waits for the next one, which is in, and he plays from the crease. A full delivery, and Hannon Dolby continues on his merry way. 450 for 9, another over ticked off.
Watching this innings, it kind of reminds me. Have you ever played like one hand, one bounce in the garden?
Yes.
Where you just got to defend it and just keep it as low as you can.
There's a man to my left who's fantastic in the garden with a ball. Have you not seen Mark on Twitter? He has a cricket throughout the winter where he's playing.
Unfortunately, I have not.
In all weathers, he goes out there. I follow it avidly.
Looks like Hannon Dolby would be good at a game of one hand, one bounce as well.
Yeah. Umpires are having a chat. I'm not quite sure what that would be about. Are we going to waste a new ball in a minute? They go back. I can't see anything that they needed to have had a talk about there. Do you?
Yeah, I'm not really too sure what could be said.
Anyway, it will be Michael Burgess to face. There's Patel. Starts a new over to the Warwickshire wicket-keeper, who cracks this one away into the offside, but only out to the deep cover point, and there's no run. It's the ball. That's what you like when you're a bowler, don't
Yeah.
you? To sort of feel to bang it into the ground and it rolls all the way to you. I don't think they were too worried about this ball now. It's effectively in its last over. Patel, if they want to change it. Patel in and bowls, and this is hit in the air, and it's fallen short of Burns down below us, and I think that carried.
I think it did.
And so Burgess survives.
I think Burns would be very disappointed not to take that and finish the innings off.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't an easy catch by any measure, but I think
He got to it, didn't he?
yeah, Rory Burns himself, a very good fielder, would expect himself to take it.
Burgess didn't run, so he stays the scores at the striker's end. 450 for 9. This is full one, which is driven down the ground, down to Amler, who comes from long on, ambling round, but again, Burgess has decided not to take the single.
It's absolutely silent out there, isn't it?
Yes, well, it's reached a stage when everybody knows that there's not going to be anything result in this. This one is in the end decide to run on the fourth delivery, so Burns gets another one. He goes on to 111. Burgess on to 111, and total on to 451. The lead moves, well, it's an academic lead, but at the moment 23, the lead for Warwickshire. So we've had 879 runs for 17 wickets in this game. Lost a bit of time on the opening day, but we've made quite a bit of that back up again with extra time on. So net result is probably not too many overs lost. Patel in a slow one, which Dobby leaves, and the ball gets a bit of extra bounce and surprises Ben Folkes behind the wicket, and it's Patel's hands on his head in disappointment.
Really not too far from the top of off, actually, after just watching that on the replay. I think it swung a bit more than the previous balls have been, and might have taken both Ollie Hannon Dolby and Ben Folkes by surprise. Probably Patel as well himself, to be fair.
And Dolby, needless to say, didn't play much of a shot at that one. He sort of, it was a good delivery. This one, he wraps him on the pad, runs away onto the onside in front of short leg. End of another over. 160 overs completed. The third new ball of the innings is now available, but they're coming off Warwickshire. I was going to say they haven't declared. They're having Warwickshire having a drink, and a drinks break has been. That might be what the umpire. I'm beginning to understand why the umpires came together. I think umpire O'Shaughnessy must have gone over and said, "Can we have a drinks break at the end of the over? Because I need a comfort break." Because he's leaving the field. That's the new ball, yeah. So it may well be that he's gone to fetch the new ball from the box. He didn't have it in his pocket. Perhaps he didn't think the innings would last that long, so he's gone to get it. So he hasn't had the comfort break. Or if he has, he was very quick. The players are in no rush here. Sorry, players all gathered round having drinks. And the umpires having a look at the new ball.
It's a very laid-back affair, isn't it? Even the Warwickshire 12th man, I think that might be Ethan Brooks, just strolling off the pitch. Not a lot of urgency to be had, is there? No need for it, really.
No. Do you have a lot of with the Warwickshire men's side, do you have training or anything like that, or is it all done completely separately?
So unfortunately, like not with Warwickshire anymore, but when I was, I think Warwickshire is quite unique in the aspect is that the EPP and the academy programs, the girls train together with the boys.
Oh, they're right. I know in the academy, the Amy Jones, I know, was one of the early ladies.
Amy was one of the. I think she was the first girl in the academy.
I think first one to be in the academy. I remember she was part of it.
Yeah, so when I was in the academy, the likes of Dan Mosley, Ethan Brooks,
right,
Manuel Shohal not playing today, all in the academy. It's quite good fun actually.
Yeah.
Training with them all, and
yeah.
it's obviously nice to see them all playing now. A lot of them have come through from recent years.
So do you play any other sports, or is it just cricket?
Just cricket now. Back in the day, I used to do a bit of cross-country running.
A lot of people used to play, and same with the men, but played hockey as well as cricket. It was quite popular playing hockey in the winter.
It's quite compatible, isn't it? No, I didn't
Yeah.
play a lot of hockey. I'm actually looking to get into that now at university, just as a little side sport. But no, I played a bit of football when I was a lot younger. Wasn't too good at that really. Realised that I should probably just stick to cricket, and well, that went all right for me. So yeah.
I think as well, you used to be encouraged to play lots of sports, and you had a definite summer and winter, whereas now, because of the training and the facilities, I think people tend to bring their sports right through the year rather more, so
Yeah.
don't get this sort of quite so much where different sports are played.
I think once you get to a certain level, obviously, season finishes late now, probably
Yeah.
last game late September, normally get October off, or like just doing fitness and back in winter nets for November, so
Yeah,
11 months around really,
yeah,
doing cricket of some sort doesn't leave a lot of time for other sports.
no, absolutely. New ball has been taken, and James Taylor is going to take it from the Birmingham end. He'll be bowling to Michael Burgess on 111, and Oliver Hannon-Dolby is on, still yet to get off the mark. He's now faced, how many is that on there? I can't read that.
63
63
deliveries.
is it? Yeah, 63 deliveries. My laptop has given up the ghost at the moment. Probably something to do with the fact the plug wasn't on, which was supposed to be charging it.
I reckon that might have something to do with it.
That tends to be the reason generally that they give up. So Taylor starts a new over, he's in and bowls, and Burgess cracks this one away, square on the offside, lovely shot. That new ball goes off with like a rocket down through extra cover, and it was just a little bit short, sat up nicely outside the off stump and clipped away. So he moves on. 115, 455 for 9, and that had a completely different sound to that brand new ball, didn't it?
It did.
As it came off the bat. It's Taylor again in, and Burgess waits, and this time it's Roach out there on the boundary, does the fielding, and they turn the single down.
I think this is the first time James Taylor's bowling from the far end, is it not? Previously,
I think you're right.
could be a change of end for him.
I think he's been down at the pavilion end throughout the game. Reece Topley's bowled at both ends.
He has, yeah.
And Jordan Clark, I think, has as well. But I think this is the first time that James Taylor has been there. He's in and bowls. And Burgess hits this one again. Nicely out the middle of the bat, but straight up to extra cover. And there's no run. 455 for 9, and Warwickshire, who had work to do this morning, but batted right the way through the sessions and have now got themselves a lead of 27 as Taylor is in. He bowls, and down the wicket comes Burgess, gets a thick outside edge, it flies up in the air and will be pulled up just inside the boundary. Wasn't really in control of that shot, was looking to hit it over mid-off, but got outside edge, but went for it hard, and it never was actually a chance for anybody to take the catch, but certainly wasn't where he was aiming to do it. He gets another single to his score, 116, 456 for 9 it goes to. And this leaves Hannon-Dolby a couple of balls to face from Taylor. with the new ball.
Doesn't look like Taylor's getting a massive amount of swing with the new ball as of yet, but I think we said yesterday sometimes it does take a couple of overs to get into it. We've gone from bowling with a very old ball to a brand new one, so third slip being brought in for Ollie Hannon-Dolby as well.
Dolby waits as Taylor is into it, bowls, and this is down the leg side, and Hannon-Dolby plonked a leg down the wicket. The bat sort of followed, but was a long way from the ball as it went through to Ben Folkes. There's no run, so just one more ball to face in this over for the big Warwickshire seamer. Tall chap, Oliver Hannon-Dolby, 6'7", something like that. There's Taylor into him and wrapped on the pad. Taylor has an unconvincing appeal for LBW, which Paul Robinson isn't interested in at all. He hands him his cap. End of the first over with a new ball. Warwickshire survive it, 456 for 9.
Looks like they're having a bit of a question out in the middle of whether Patel will continue. Looks as if he will be with the new ball.
But he's not taken the new ball very often in Championship cricket.
No, I don't think so.
He's actually bowled quite well, I think. Because he came into the attack, got Henry Brooks. It was very soon, having watched the ball go around the park, he was eventually had it thrown to him to have a go.
Yeah,
got almost instant success.
Yeah, I think it was on the fourth ball of his spell when he got Henry Brooks. He's bowled pretty tidy lines. Not gone for many.
No, it's not. He's about to start his 8th over, and he's in and bowls, and Burgess stretching. No foot movement at all.
No foot movement at all.
His foot stretching as far as he could go, and got a bottom edge which could have ricocheted back into his stumps. Just a little bit of fortune for him there. The ball runs behind and Folkes tidied it up. Patel into him again, and wide again, and hit hard and high, and this one drops down in front of Burns, coming running in. For a moment he thought that might go. You get the feeling at the moment that this could all end with a ball being hit in the air, because certainly Burgess now has sort of gone much more aerial in the way, and freer with his shots than he was when he was going towards his 100. So there's a wicket here waiting, I think, for somebody like Patel. He might get himself a second wicket as he's in and bowls. Oh, that's a real wide one, and is going to... No, he's got away with that. Steve O'Shaughnessy there let that one go. Well,
that was definitely touching the line, I think.
Yeah, I
close.
was going to say, he wouldn't have wanted to be another inch or so wider. I think he was fortunate to get away with that one.
I don't think Surrey have bowled any wides, have they? Not that I've seen.
I'm aware of, no. I don't think there's been one in the game so far, because Warwickshire didn't. This one is wide again, this time, although, again, Burgess trying to reach for it.
That one was really quite wide as well.
So,
Not a lot of foot movement going on from Burgess in this over.
No, there's none at all.
No.
He's been stretching for them. The field coming in now. It doesn't. I have to say, I think the interest level has waned considerably. Roy Burns trying to signal his players to come in, and most of them are walking in, hands in pockets, and it's.
It might be the most casual professional cricket in
It is a
England.
Sunday afternoon stroll in the park here, isn't it? It certainly isn't with any great purpose. Here's Patel in and bowls, and this is smoked by Burgess over the head of Burns, who's trying to push it to the boundary for 4. It stops, which means that they will have one ball at Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Burgess has got down the other end. He's on to 117, 457 for 9.
I feel like Burgess almost did that on purpose. Just chipped it over him after they brought him in. Said, "Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
kick
take
it over
one.
the fence.
Don't
over
want
the
4,
line.
don't want 6. I just want 1."
There ought to be a rule which says I can declare the opposition. That's if that was offered, Rory Burns would take it now. They don't do. Rarely do you see a side demonstrate quite so easily, so well that they don't want to be out in the field at this point in time. There's Patel in and bowls, and Hannah Dolby has. Oh no! I thought he was going to get off the mark, but he hasn't. Driven down the ground. Burns does the fielding. Hannah Dolby remains 0 not out. Warwickshire 457 for 9.
Some of the Surrey players breaking into a jog for the first time in a while, it seems. Got to keep themselves entertained somehow, haven't they?
Well, it's 3:10. We'll take out a few minutes 10 minutes for the changeover. And the overs ticking away now, 38 remaining in the day. I don't, as we said before, don't think we're going to get 38 overs, but we'll see. A twiddle of the bat from Michael Burgess, who will be waiting for James Taylor to start another over from the Birmingham end. He comes in and Burgess is beaten outside the off stump. That looked like a good delivery actually from Taylor. A little bit of movement.
Yeah, very good. Looked like it just came away off the pitch at the last minute.
Had Burgess playing at it. It was so good that it's taken the slip out now and moved into mid-wicket.
Feel like they're just trying anything now.
Yeah.
I do feel for them, the Surrey players. It's been a frustrating day for them.
Yes, the expectation this morning would have been get those 3, perhaps get the runs and set at something. Oh, again, Burgess looking to play at that one again. It was a bit pushed through a bit quicker, I think, this time by Taylor. And Burgess, again, throwing the bat at it, didn't get anything on it. Oliver Handob coming down to have a word with him. And perhaps just saying, look, you don't need to do that. Handob would still like to get a run before his innings finishes.
North off 66 as it stands.
Taylor in bowls a reverse sweep, which has brought 4 runs.
That was outrageous, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. That was a one-day limited overs shot, picked up ball, good length, and just swept away down through, if the normal circumstances, it would have been through backward point, but the way they played the shot, it was sort of backward square.
In honesty, it wasn't a bad ball at all. It wasn't the worst of deliveries that we've seen today, and
brought the 50 partnership as well. That has up with that. So 121 now Burgess has moved to. 461 for 9. This he's cracked away for 4 more, and that's hit the hover cover. So short, and this time Burgess picked it up beautifully, and it clunk out the middle of the bat. As it and the field are all out. There's 2 men out there for that shot, but it was past them like a tracer bullet.
he really did hit that one hard. I wouldn't fancy fielding out a deep square with him hitting it like that.
125 he moves to, 465 for 9. Taylor, a couple of balls left in this over. He waits, and this is hit again. I think it will only be a single. Good, fine piece of fielding down there. Let's see who that is. Still down his hands and knees. We've got a single Burgess. I'm just looking to make sure the player's not hurt himself down there. No, he's up and fine. Might be Smith down there.
Quite a smart piece of fielding, really.
Yeah.
Especially with the lack of movement the Surrey player's been having.
So 1 ball to go in the over. Then Mark Church can rejoin us. I'll leave him with you, Grace, so you can stay in. And Richard will come and update. The field coming back in for Hannon Dolby. 3 slips coming in for him. A short leg. It's a completely different field. I'd like to say he'd scored a run while I was on commentary, but he's trying. Did he get a bat on that? They're running. It's come off the pad. Did it come off the bat as well? It did.
Oh, he did.
It did. He's got that run. And the crowd, to a person, are applauding the fact that Oliver Hannon-Dolby has now got a single. What a lovely time to come off air. Oliver Hannon-Dolby gets his first run. The total goes to 467 for 9. And Warwickshire have a lead of 39. And after a few words from Grace manager, it'll be Mark Church.
Little smile from Michael Burgess there, I see, as Ollie Hannon-Dolby scores his first run of the innings off 60 balls. I'm not too sure I've seen in the county championship another player take quite so long to get off the mark, but he's batted nicely. Ollie Hannon-Dolby just allowing the Surrey team to get frustrated and spend some more time out in the field, whilst Burgess carries on playing pretty well, sitting on 126 not out right now off 195 deliveries.
So disappointing. The record in first class cricket for not out is 100 balls.
Wow.
And
Who was that?
He was getting close. Hang about just a second. Just give me a second there, because I just retweeted it from the great Andrew Sampson. Where are we? Just a second. I should have had this in front of me. So there you go. So the longest is Shekhar Joshi made 100 ball not out. But unfortunately now Mr. Hannon-Dolby has a single. So that came off his 67th delivery. And, well, my prediction of I did say Burgess double 100 and Hannon-Dolby not out at the end, so that's not going to happen now, unfortunately. But heck of an effort, this. It really is. Look, all joking aside, I think we were working out that Burgess was on 69 when Hannon-Dolby walked out there to join him, and now Burgess is on 126. And you know this better than anyone, Grace. You know, Michael Burgess could next go and get an absolute perler first ball. He knocks his middle stump out the ground. So if there's an opportunity there, you take it. And he's certainly done that. But at least Topley's into the attack. He's got 3 slips, a leg gully and a short leg for Ollie Hannon-Dolby. And he's in, and Hannon-Dolby, he's going to play some shots now.
Oh.
Driving this one very well fielded by Rory Burns, diving away to his right-hand side at mid-on. But probably the most aggressive shot that we've seen so far.
Thought that could have been a 4 there. Thought his score could have skyrocketed into 5 not out, but unfortunately not. Good diving stop by Rory Burns.
Yep. Good bit of work that from Rory Burns, even at this stage actually. Still be diving around as Topley is in. Hannon-Dolby short ball, hooking. Oh, he's got hold of that. That's away for 4. So Topley banging that one in. And Hannon-Dolby, well, there you go. He's off the mark with a single. Now he's hooking Topley for 4. So Hannon-Dolby moves on to 5, and Warwickshire move on to 471 for 9. Lovely shot from Ollie Hannon-Dolby.
Maybe just needed a bit of confidence.
You see,
I've
absolutely loved this, Grace. I'm that sort of sad old man. Love this sort of thing. As I say, it's been a strange old morning and afternoon of cricket, but actually, this is why cricket stats and things are so interesting. And Ollie Hannon-Dolby has done a very good job here for Michael Burgess. I'm not sure Surrey will be enjoying it quite as much at the moment, as here's Topley coming left arm over the wicket to Hannon-Dolby. Oh, he's picked him up, whipped him through mid-wicket for 4. It's Lara now. And that's Hannon-Dolby moving on to 9, and it's 475 for 9.
I really don't think we would have expected to still be at 475 for 9 when there were 41 for 4. Don't think we'd expect to see Warwickshire batting for this long, but I must say, I have really quite enjoyed it, and I think Ollie Hannon-Dolby's innings might have been my favourite.
Oh,
without a doubt.
Without a doubt. And
sorry, Matt Lamb and Michael Judd Burgess, but Ollie Hannon-Dolby's outbatted you here.
Absolutely. 70 balls for 9. Oh, well, it sounds an awful thing to say, but I was so disappointed when umpire Robinson signalled no leg by there. I was just hoping there'd be a tap on the knee, but little bit of bat to get off the mark for Hannah Dalby, and then he's gone hook and a whip through mid-wicket for 4. Reece Topley, he's into him, and Hannah Dalby has a fiddle at this one outside the off stump. That's the line to bowl to him. Just try and knock his stumps over, and he's letting that one, rehearsing, letting it go. And Ollie Hannah Dalby wanders off towards square leg. He'll be loving this though, Ollie Hannah Dalby, won't he?
I reckon he'll be full of chat when he comes off the field. Rightly so.
Quite right too.
Fine innings.
Still not quite up there with Hashim Amla's 37 not out in an entire day last year against Hampshire. Not far off though, as in over the wicket comes Topley to him, and he's letting this one go on a goodish length outside his off stump. It's taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right hand side. Could these two still be there at 440? Because they could then declare, and that would be the game drawn. You see, Surrey wouldn't have to go out and have a bat.
I reckon they could, the way they
Well,
go.
what have we got for now? hour and 10 minutes. As in over the wicket once again comes Topley, and that's a solid looking shot from Ollie Hannah Dalby, and drills it out towards Kemar Roach at cover. End of the over. Hannah Dalby gets through that one nice and safely. He is 9 from 73 deliveries. Michael Burgess 126 from 185 deliveries, 475 for 9. These two came together in the 138th over. We've now had 164 overs, and the score was on 409 when they came together. Rory Burns has seen enough. He's bringing himself into the attack. Is Rory Burns seen enough?
If anyone's going to do it, it's going to be the captain.
Yeah,
isn't it?
he's going to bowl his quick stuff again, I think, here. Folkes is standing back. So it'll be Burgess on strike. Bowled a couple of overs yesterday, Rory Burns. Very tidy little spell of 2 overs to get us through to the new ball. Field is spread. Michael Burgess is coming down to have a chat with Ollie Hannah Dalby about how to play this. He will get the ball to wobble a touch, will Rory Burns. So every fielder's spread out, bar a slip, and Ben Folkes is not even going to bother standing up to the stumps here. He's gone back. We're just waiting for RJ Burns to get his ponytail in the right place, obviously, and he's got to put his headband on.
Got quite the
as
ponytail,
well.
hasn't he? He's got longer hair than me.
Marvellous.
Rory Burns,
Marvellous.
I quite like it.
Yeah. Well, good, great, excellent, because you know he gets a bit of stick about his hair, does Rory Burns. As here he comes in, over the wicket, it's down the leg side. Burgess gets nothing on it, and that's taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his left-hand side. I was fully mulleted last season.
Were you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. As waiting once again is the right-handed Burgess, as Burns is in. Oh, he's right up on the toes of Burgess, and Burgess is taking the single there. Rory Burns looking at him as if says there's no respect here. And Ollie Hannah Dalby will come on to strike. So Hannah Dalby 9 from 73 deliveries. Burns now probably will have 6 slips, short leg, a couple of gullies, man on the hook. So Hannah Dalby just waiting. I think we're going to get getting a leg gully in for Rory Burns.
For his short ball.
Seen it all now. Yep, Jamie Smith is going in at leg slip for Rory Burns, and James Taylor is in there at short mid wicket, attacking field for Rory Burns here. As over the wicket he comes to Hannah Dalby, and Dalby is forward solidly, playing this one out into the offside. Moos and ahs there from the crowd, and brave from Jamie Smith. As Hannah Dalby wanders off towards square leg. Apologies, Will Jacks is in there at leg slip. As Rory Burns comes charging in once again to Hannah Dalby. Forward he comes, drives up towards mid-off. Got tidy figures here though, Rory Burns. 2.4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 2. Will Jacks is signalling for something, what might be a suit of armour that he's signalling for. Oh, Burns is bowling without headband. Now this
Surely
is
not.
excellent. Burns is going to bowl with full head of hair showing. Look at that as he's in. Oh, that's marvellous. That is absolutely marvellous. It's a short delivery, and it's turned by Hannon Dalby, but more than that, with just the flowing hair of Rory. I'm glad for Rory Burns it wasn't drilled straight back at him.
Yeah, I don't think
because I don't think he would have seen
yeah.
it, to be fair. But this is something else, isn't it? Oh, he's going to come round the wicket now.
It's all going on.
Oh, it's Rory Burns coming round the wicket. This is absolutely look at that hair. Look at it. As here he comes again. It's oh no now he's not. Well, I think the problem here is folks is laughing so much that Rory Burns has had to stop that. Jamie Smith's fallen over at extra cover, and Hannon Dalby's just trying to compose himself here. Here comes Burns once again, like Samson. He's in, and this is turned by Hannon Dalby into the leg side. And well, I've seen it all now. Grace, you're very fortunate to be here the day that Rory Burns unfurled the full head of hair to bowl his pace from the Birmingham end. Grace, thank you very much indeed. You go and lock yourself in a darkened room and to recover from this at the moment. And Richard Wilford will come in and join me here. But Grace will be back a bit later. But there you are.
Thank you.
Rory Burns bowling with the full hair flowing. I can retire a happy man now. I've been waiting for that for many a year. I have. Richard Wilford moves back in. Burgess on 27. Hannon Dalby on 9. 476 for 9. And Ryan Patel into the attack. Welcome back, Mr. Wilford.
Hello, I don't know whether to feel slightly bilious or overjoyed by that.
That was special. I'm really hoping we might even get another one of those from Rory Burns.
He's tying it all back now. I mean, it comes to something when a guy who's played for the England men's test team over the course of the last couple of years probably ought to be coming on with a scrunchie on his wrist just in case.
It's excellent. It's excellent.
What a weird afternoon it's been. We were talking earlier about the superstitions of cricket and how you can't move, and I couldn't leave my seat upstairs in the press box until Ollie got a run.
Absolutely.
For as long as he was naught, I had to stay exactly where I was. Burgess facing Patel. He's pulling out the reverse paddle. Is an appeal for LBW. I think it's outside the line of off stump, and the ball is going to scuttle down to the boundary, and it's 4 runs. And I think he hit it as well.
He did, yeah. Bat on it.
So 131 to Burgess. His career best is 146, I think it was when I looked it up, or 148, one or the other. Probably still on my phone when I was upstairs.
Well, you see, the thing I'm sad about, Richard, is my lunchtime prediction of Burgess getting a double hundred and Hannon Dalby being not out at the other end. It can't happen now because Hannon Dalby's got 9.
Yeah, I think you set the parameters a wee bit too tight.
I think I did.
If you just said the double hundred bit, that would have pocketed you some cash if you put money on it. Patel to Burgess, it's a full toss and he's slamming it wide of the man at Cow Corner for 4 more, 135. I think we're already at a point now that if the innings ends it'll be tea, and that will then...
You might find somebody on the bus going home.
Well, yeah, and look, rarely was my point more obvious than today. Whatever cricket we get after the tea interval is ridiculous, really. That said,
well, you never know where Michael Burgess might be.
Well, yeah.
Come tea time.
Yeah. As he's looking to launch this and gets a bottom edge that scuttles through one bounce to Ben Folkes. And Patel, who's got through rather more bowling today than he'd ever anticipated. This is his 9th over. And awkward return throw to him from Ben Folkes after that last delivery. Knocked some hair out of place, and Ryan Patel was not having that.
I'm just waiting for the first photo of Rory Burns with his hair fully flowing behind him bowling on social media.
A big collector's item. People will be printing that out. Full toss. He's looking to launch it over square leg, and that will be a 5th 6 for Michael Burgess. I think Patel's unexpected workload has possibly done for him a little bit here. And Burgess accelerates to 141. It's 490 for 9.
Yes, nicely put away that by Michael Burgess. Over deep backward square for 6. I wonder if he gets through this delivery, or 2 deliveries, I wonder if he'll bowl from the city end. I wonder if RJ Burns will have another go from the the City end. I think the hare came out as much to try and put Hannon Dalby off us, but all it did was made everybody else fall about, including Jamie Smith at extra cover.
It was a good moment. Burgess digging out a very full ball on off stump and drives it out square on the offside, through point for another single. 491 for 9, a stand of 82 for the 10th wicket.
We're very lucky in this job, aren't we, Richard, that we're sometimes there for great moments. I'm thinking Rampcash's 100th 100, Peterson's triple 100. But to be here to see Burns bowl that 3 deliveries with the full head of hair flowing, and to be on commentary for that as well, I can retire a happy man now.
I mean, I've enjoyed the statistical quirk of a 50 partnership in which Michael Burgess scored every run.
Absolutely. And George LaBelle and Andrew Sampson did a terrific job in finding out that it was 100 balls in first-class cricket without getting off the mark. So at one point I thought Hannon Dalby might go past that.
I think he was almost disappointed that he scored a run. He was hoping it was going to be called a leg by. As he leaves the ball outside off stump, he remains on 9, Hannon Dalby, Burgess on 142. And the Bears have more than got their job done today. They've added 198 for these last 3 wickets in 62 overs. And Surrey are, by this point, I think it's fair to say, regally fed up to still be out there. Rory Burns is going to continue his spell.
Excellent. Now, Willie, the big question here. He's going with ponytail. Oh no, is it coming off? Yeah, it is. It's going to be excellent. Full head of hair again from Rory Burns. It's not often you see this, to be honest with you. He's going to have headband and full head of hair now. Is Rory, but he's looking a little from this distance. If anybody remembers Rambo, looking a little bit like that from this distance is Rory Burns. Oliver Hannon Dalby's having a chat with him as well down there at the non-strikers. Probably sort of explain to Rory Burns what it looks like facing up to him as he charges in off 8 paces. So Burns once again, now with headband and full hair on shoulders.
It's gone very Jack Sparrow.
This is excellent. As in over the wicket he comes to Burgess, who's driving down the ground towards long off, and there is no run.
My BBC Radio WM colleague Mike Taylor makes the point to me on text that, of course, with a performance like this with the bat, Ollie Hannon Dalby is, of course, the ideal person to be doing a podcast with me about T20 cricket.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. As in over the wicket again goes Burns. That was quicker from Rory Burns, and Burgess is playing this straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. If Jamie Smith is still giggling, he's a long way away now with everybody round the boundary rope. Ollie Pope is still in there at slip, as here comes Burns again. Right arm over the wicket, and forward goes Burgess, and respectfully just drives this one down towards long off. The field will come up now with Hannon Dalby on strike, so Burns will go back to 7 slips, short leg, as Hannon Dalby just practising. He's practising a whip around that front pad for this delivery. Is Ollie Hannon Dalby. Is Burns going to come round the wicket here? He's getting some advice from Hashim Amla away there in the distance. This is not a sight I ever thought I'd see. Is a Rory Burns with headband, and as I say, full hair flowing in the breeze behind him. And Ollie Hannon Dalby's just waiting. He's going to have a leg slip again, waiting for Ryan Patel.
I feel that's a run-saving position, though.
I think it's for his quicker one on the hip that just gets Hannon Dalby fending it off his nose. Yeah. Here he is, Burns, and Hannon Dalby driving elegantly away through the covers. Reece Topley's sort of giving chase. He's almost sort of helping it across the rope. Now he's realised it's not going to get there, so he's put a foot on it, and they'll pick up a couple of runs. And Hannon Dalby moves on to 11 from 79 deliveries. 494 for 9 now. And Burns has been very tight because all the runs off him have come in singles until that delivery. Yes.
Well, that's the thing. Hannon Dalby was always going to play the big shot under those circumstances. Maybe didn't quite time it.
Burns is in again. Over the wicket to Hannon Dalby. Right up there looking for the Yorker. It's dug out by Hannon Dalby. And Burns goes wandering back again. Does look a little bit, yeah, as you say, it does look a little bit like he's going to sort of get on his pirate ship now, Rory Burns, and sail off into the high seas. 494 for Hyde. This is the final ball of Burns' fourth over. And Hannon Dalby stands with the bat raised. Burns is going to bend his back here, short ball, and Hannon Dalby's through that a little early, I think. It was either that or it's too quick for him, and it's hit him on the chest and rolled away into the leg side. You could see what was coming there from Rory Burns. He ran in a bit quicker with that delivery, but it's the end of the over. 494 for Hyde. Hannon Dalby's on 11, and Michael Burgess is 143.
Yeah, I think he was done by the lack of pace and the tennis ball bounce there.
Wasn't the most subtle short ball you'll ever see.
Well, I think he probably actually vocalised it. I'm digging the next one in short, Ollie. See what you can do with it. 85. These two have. Am I right? Yes. 85 these two have added now for the 10th wicket, and everybody's taking as much time as they can over the change of ends at this point. I don't think you do delay tea for 9 wickets down on the final day, do you? I think if they get to 340, I think it is tea.
I don't know if anybody will really mind, to be fair, at the moment.
No, but well, this is why my campaign started all these years ago, that tea today should be the end of this game, because nobody is benefiting. I mean, look, you can argue that Burgess is putting some runs on the board, but he knows this is a very peculiar situation now. He's on 143. Another boundary would give him a career best.
See, I don't mind this at all in the way that Michael Burgess could walk out next game, get an absolute perler, and get his middle stump knocked out of the ground. So if you get the opportunity, make the most of it. Fill your boots. That's exactly what he's up to here, Michael Burgess. And highest first class score 144?
146.
146. So he's got a good opportunity here.
Boundary to overhaul that. And he's batting very well today for sure. There's a few people having this game. And he's looking to clip this full toss through square leg, but it won't beat the fielder out on the boundary, and he doesn't fancy giving Hannon Dalby the rest of this over just yet, so he doesn't take the single. 494 for 9. People haven't drifted away yet, though. People, particularly the bloke at the back of the Hollies, he's there.
You'll be enjoying this, won't he, if you can see it from that distance?
He's happy, sitting behind a pillar. Telling again, and Burgess going with the launch. Amler watches it, but it's going to go over him, and that's, I think it's a 6th 6 now of this innings from Burgess, who reaches a career best of 149 not out, and brings up the Warwickshire 500. 500 for 9. There's no on the board that number of extras, 14 extras. That's a particularly good effort under the circumstances.
Well,
having bowled something like 170 overs, just short of. Burgess with his 6th 6. It's the second time that he's cleared Amler at long on. Never going to complain about making a career best, as he is able to guide the next ball through for his 150 through to cover. Burgess is 150 coming off 209 balls, so the last 50 has come off just 43. And he's hit 6 sixes and 17 fours. So it's been a lot more aggressive, this most recent 50. Takes him to 501 for 9, brings Hannon Dalby back on strike. I think even given the benign surface, you'd perhaps be a bit surprised that Warwickshire have managed to carve out a lead of 73.
Well, it's almost got better, hasn't it? This pitch is getting better and better. It's fascinating, isn't it? All that talk about pitches everywhere, everyone sort of going on about them, but there's been a huge amount of runs in this first round of championship game.
Patel to Hannon Dalby, slower ball outside off stump, left alone. Somebody was putting out on Twitter, I think it's 18 centuries in this round of championship
18
matches.
centuries, and well, you look at what's been happening down at Chelmsford and here, and I haven't looked at how Derbyshire are going at Lords, but they're on the chase of over 300, aren't they? So it's been a lot of runs in this first round of matches.
In a few games where early wickets have fallen, as often happens with the new ball and with the older ball, teams have compiled plenty. Alan Dolby ducks his bat under another ball from Patel. That's a no ball. He's overstepped because he was trying to bowl a bouncer there. That was the effort ball.
He's done quite well there to bowl a no ball.
He certainly made it look like an effort ball. And again, Ryan Patel didn't set out this morning to Edgbaston from the team hotel with a view to bowling 10 overs today. He probably thought he'd have had a bat well before this. In once more to Alan Dolby, who's forward watchfully in defence. There's an ooh from behind the stumps to give a bit of encouragement, but at the end of another over, 503 for 9, Warwickshire, stand of 94. The umpires will try and do their level best to get the clock to tick round to 20 to 4, but I think they'll have to get another over in before we get to the next interval. And I know this is a short session because of the previous one, but it'll be quite an achievement for these to get through the 90 minutes. Alan Dolby has batted for pretty much spot on 2 hours now.
Good lad. And he's not in a huge amount of bother, has he? I'm just looking. The record, if I can put my glasses on, the record last wicket stand for Warwickshire against Surrey is 126, I think that says. 126. Wyatt and Mayer in 1927. There you go. So
it's been a while. It's been a while.
Yeah, so that was back in South London. So Rory Burns will continue down there in the distance. He's had enough of the hair now. He's ponytailed. Now is Rory Burns coming in over the wicket to Michael Burgess, and Burgess is whipping him down the ground towards long on. And there is no run. So Michael Burgess 150 not out from 210 deliveries. As Hannon Dorby leans on his bat at the non-strikers end. He's 11 not out from 84 deliveries. Burns in once again over the wicket and forward goes Burgess and pushes this one out towards the sweeper on the cover rope. That's Kemar Roach out there in his long sleeve sweater in front of the Hollies stand. Burns now into the 5th over, or 4th over of this spell, 5th over, no, 3rd over of this spell. Bell 2 yesterday as well. You know, the wicket he comes once again. Rory Bell, always the bouncer, and it's well played by Burgess, the hook shot. And out towards deep backward square. Burgess will get the single. Takes Burgess on to 151.
Burns one of 2 recent England openers to have had a bowl today.
Now, Alistair Cook's been going through his repertoire as well,
Yeah,
I believe.
just the one over. Just the one over. Went for 8. Kent 581 for 9 at tea.
My dream would come true, I have to say, if a wicket did fall and Surrey did have to go out there and Sibley open the bowling. That would be that, because I predicted he'd take 100 first-class wickets in his career. He's only got 96 to go. Tom Sibley with his leggies.
I think he's retired.
Round the wicket again comes Burns. Oh, and that's almost crept through Hannon Dolby. He's trying to whip that one leg side. I think got a little inside edge onto his front pad. Again, it might be the quicker one, that from Rory Burns. That might have been the effort delivery in it. It almost got through. Ollie Hannon Dolby, 85 deliveries for 11. The lead is 76. Burns round the wicket he comes again. A little bit too much shape on that one from Rory Burns outside the off stump, and Hannon Dolby having absolutely nothing to do with that whatsoever. Wanders off towards square leg and just leant on his bat at the moment is Ollie Hannon Dolby. Where does Rory Burns go here with the final ball of the over? He's got slip and a leg slip. Round the wicket he goes, Burns. Oh, it's down the leg side, and Hannon Dolby's got nothing on that. And that's taken neatly and tidily by Ben Folkes away to his right. End of the over, 504 for 9. Hannon Dolby on 11. And Burgess has 151. And I wouldn't say anybody's sort of rushing round at the moment.
Well, no, look, the 9-wicket rule applies to the tea interval as well, so this should be tea now, shouldn't it?
Absolutely, we're going to keep going here for a bit.
Wow.
Marvellous. Absolutely marvellous.
This is something else, isn't it?
I hope they haven't taken the old tin foil off the sandwiches because they'll have to put it on again now.
They've barely finished serving lunch, really. It was... Oh, my. 504 for 9 of Warwickshire. And, well, if they do get through, to that belated tea interval, at that point, surely they'd declare, wouldn't they? You'd have thought.
Well, it depends where Burgess is. Could be 180 knocked out at tea. Be harsh.
Yeah.
Be up there. That would be up there, sort of with Atherton, with Hick.
Maybe it's holding out time. I think perhaps we'll see. Patel to continue bowling his 11th over. He's standing outside off stump Burgess and he's lashing it, and Amler's watching it over his shoulders again. It's his 7th 6. Ryan Patel's quite keen to seek sanctuary at this point because he's doing his level best. And that means a 100 partnership for the 10th wicket. 101 off 190 balls. And that is remarkable. Tremendous partnership between Burgess and Hannon Dolby. Hannon Dolby's done more of the heavy lifting for the second 50 because he's got 11. He's got 11 out of a stand of 101.
Michael Burgess, you normally sort of do your range hitting round about end of May, beginning of June for the T20, don't you? Michael Burgess is now doing a bit of range hitting on April the 10th.
Well, it's an early T20 this year, so he's getting it in early.
Don't want to peak too soon.
No. 510 for 9. Patel in again, and now he's playing the scoop shot, Burgess. He's pulling out the full range, and that will go down to the fence for 4 more. 161.
Bit T20 practice now for Michael Burgess. Nicely played though, wasn't it? Leapt outside the off stump and then just paddled it down to the fine leg boundary rope for 4 runs. It's entertaining, this.
It's a day of many collector's items, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Seeing Burns bowl. Patel actually bowled quite well for his first half a dozen overs. 50, 50 and 100 partnerships for the last 3 wickets. And a career best for Michael Burgess. Hannon Dolby with the quirk of needing 67 deliveries to get off the mark, by which stage the partnership had already passed 50. There's much to recall today, at least, in terms of quirks, because otherwise it would be a wee bit of a dull day, as Burgess makes room and launches another straight 6. 16 off the first 3 balls of the over. Let's put a dent in something. Just cleared the front foot out the way, went down on one knee and hammered it up into the sight screens. 167 to Burgess, 520 for 9. The lead is 92.
Well, maybe it's going to be get a lead up around 120, then look to put Surrey under a bit of pressure this afternoon. I think what we're really looking at here is, can Michael Burgess get to that double 100? But I tell you what, though, he's absolutely middled that. That's 6-4-6 now for poor old Ryan Patel.
8 sixes in the innings as well.
Yeah. So I say he's middling everything now. Here's Michael Burgess. And the problem here for Rory Burns is, what else do you do in many ways? Because even the quicker men, you're not going to turn to Kemar Roach in this situation.
Patel once more, very wide outside off stump, and Burgess just chops down onto it through the covers for a single to 168. 521 for now. I mean, he brought Rhys Topley on when the 3rd new ball was taken to try and get a quick wicket, and Hannon Dolby hit him for 2 boundaries.
Exactly.
And you don't want to risk an injury to Topley or Kemar Roach.
Pointless. Absolutely pointless. You know, there's another game starting on Thursday, so you know what's coming. So I think Rory Burns really might have to keep bowling a bit from the Birmingham end. The sort of close catches go in at the moment for Hannon Dolby, but 87 balls for 11 for Ollie Hannon Dolby. And he's done a terrific job here for Michael Burgess.
He's always been able to show resistance, and that's kind of what he's done here in different circumstances. He's looking to drive here, and out of half of his bat, it goes behind square on the offside. Kemar Roach at backward point picks it up.
I think you said, Richard, that Burgess was around about 69 when Hannon Dolby walked out there to join him. Well, he's now on 168, so he's added nearly 100 since Hannon Dolby joined him. So he's done a terrific job for him.
It's the sort of partnership you used to see in school cricket. One kid just holds up an end and the other one farms all the strike and makes 100. Patel to Hannon Dolby, forward in defence, pats it back down the wicket. Patel 1 for 47 from 11 overs. Rory Burns looks round. Who fancies a bowl? Who fancies a bowl?
There's not many volunteers at the moment.
Looks like we may have a change.
Bit of Will Jacks, I
Looks
think.
like Will Jacks is going to come back on. Towards the end of his spell, he was getting quite disgruntled and trying to bowl the odd bouncer and quicker ball and.
Tidy figures for the captain, though. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 6.
Wow, a good time to pull himself out the attack, isn't it?
Well,
really?
actually, and you know, with the runs flowing, that's economical bowling from Rory Burns. But yes, we're going to have the off spin now of Will Jacks, and Michael Burgess needs new gloves and a drink. So he's 168 not out. Michael Burgess. Hannon Dolby's on 11. I don't think anyone would have quite believed that at this stage of the day, when we arrived this morning, Warwickshire would be leading by 93.
That record 10th wicket stand, was it 120?
120, yes.
Because that's at 112 now. After those boundaries in that flurry at the start of Ryan Patel's last over.
Just double check that again. I have nothing to do with it. Thank you to the Surrey Stats Group for this. The great Brian Cowley. 126 it was. 126. Wyatt and Mayer back in 1927.
Okay.
So, Will Jacks to bowl his off spin.
If I remember rightly, I think that the first class record for Warwickshire's 10th wicket, I think, is about 141.
Is it?
So,
Opportunity. So, Burgess is on strike, and here comes Will Jacks to him, and Burgess turns the first one into the leg side, and Reece Topley's, be careful there, using his foot to do the fielding. Tread on that and twist an ankle.
he did that when Ollie Hannon Dolby did it out to the outfield. He ended up treading on the ball.
As Jacks is in, with a sweep from Burgess, and that'll be 4.
Update for CWR. Well, more than a good time. It's a big career best for Michael Burgess. It's been quite an assault from the Bears in the last half an hour. They're on to 525 for 9. Tea has been delayed as lunch was delayed because they're 9 wickets down. But this stand between Burgess and Ollie Hannon Dolby is now worth 116 for the 10th wicket. Burgess passed his career best with one of 8 sixes that he's hit in this innings so far. And he's looking to hit another one towards mid-wicket at the moment. It's going to drop safe. The fielders misjudged it and they'll come through for a couple more. Hannon Dolby took 67 deliveries to get off the mark, but then hit back-to-back boundaries off Reece Topley when Surrey took the 3rd new ball. Burgess 174, Hannon Dolby 11. The Bears lead by 99 on 527 for 9.
Will Jackson again, and this is thumped by Michael Burgess. Away through mid-wicket, 1 bounce and away for 4 more. Burgess moves on to 178. And, yes, this will take a while to get the ball back from the fencing down there away to our left-hand side. So, yes, Michael Burgess there is now at 170. Kevin Howes, the look he gave me at lunchtime when I said what will happen is that Hannon Dolby will help Burgess to his double 100 by tea. And Hannon Dolby will be not out. Now, obviously, that can't happen. He just looked at me like, really? And yeah, we're not far off now, are we?
So, actually, last wicket stand for Warwickshire is over 200, Phil's just pointed out.
This is short and pulled by Burgess. And he's gone. Caught by Jordan Clark. Out there at deep mid-wicket. But Michael Burgess... 178. Ollie Pope walks across to shake him by the hand. Rory Burns says, well batted to Michael Burgess. And Ollie Hannon Dolby, 11 from 89 deliveries. 11 not out and 531 all out. Jamie Smith as well jogs across to shake Michael Burgess by the hand. But well played, Michael Burgess. 176 he's made there. And Ollie Hannon Dolby as well. 11 not out. 531 all out. I think that'll be tea now, Richard.
It will be a belated tea. 178, in fact, Burgess's final score. So 32 ahead of his career best. That last wicket stand was worth 122. and they were together for about 2.25 hours to get there. It means after the tea interval, because we're at what now? Just gone 10-2. There should, according to regulations, have been 40 minutes cricket. We've got a problem though. Surrey are behind. So it means we can't shake hands necessarily quite as early as they might have been able to do it.
Well, they're not going to be able to declare things.
Instead of 10-5, it'll be 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock,
basically.
Absolutely, yes.
So you're looking at about 48 minutes batting for Surrey. Trailing, though, by 103 on first innings. So we will be back in around 20 minutes' time. We've had the entertainment of Rory Burns with his hair flowing behind him, almost covering the letters on his shirt, bowling seam up. We've seen extraordinarily long innings without a run until Ollie Handobi broke that after 67 deliveries. And we've seen some splendid hitting from Michael Burgess on his way to 178. The final knockings of this game we'll have for you live at around 4:10. Welcome back then to Edgbaston for, I think I described it as the final knockings of this championship game between Warwickshire and Surrey in the opening week of the season. I think we're fairly certain the match will end as a draw unless there's a strange cavalcade of Surrey wickets, because they're about to start their second innings, trailing by 103. Rory Burns is at the crease, and Warwickshire are going to give the new ball to Henry Brooks. He's going to open the bowling. Not sure that Ollie Hannon Dolby's out there unless he's down at long leg at the moment. He might be. But I saw Craig Miles was doing some warm-up. So Hannon Dolby's at mid-on out there. But it was Brooks, Craig Miles and Rob Yates who were out doing some bowling practice. Won't want to overwork anybody too much, and for Surrey it's just about avoiding any silliness in the next 20 minutes really, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for sort of Burns and Patel here, it's just try and get a little red inker before the end of play today. But yeah, well played Michael Burgess, 178, terrific effort that. Played some very strong shots down the ground as well. But yes, now it's a case of sort of just get your heads down for 45 minutes. Brooks then round the wicket to the left-handed Burns from that Birmingham end, and the first delivery, Rory Burns is just pushing off the front foot. Nice to see Rory Burns in shirt-sleeved order as well, so the old temperature must have gone up a bit because he's just out there in a short-sleeve shirt, is Rory Burns.
The local forecast suggested a peak of around 13 degrees at 4 o'clock.
Ooh,
so compared to what it's been like this week, I suppose that is relatively tropical.
It is. As Brooks round the wicket, he comes once again to Burns, and it's a short ball, and Rory Burns is up on his toes and playing this one straight back down the pitch, and there is no run. And I think for Michael Burgess there, start your season with 178, because I think at a certain point this season he will get a good one, and as I say, knock his off stump out the ground. So what he's done there is he might not, but he's filled his boots. As round the wicket once again goes Brooks, and forward comes Rory Burns, plays this one neatly and tidily up towards mid-on, and Ollie Hannon Dolby there, 89 deliveries for 11 not out. Marvellous stuff from him.
Well, I think it's worth bearing in mind. I mean, those 11 runs came off the last 22 balls. That was, in fact, 8 of the runs came off successive balls.
Exactly, yeah, absolutely did. Well, he went a bit nuts after he got a single, didn't he?
He did, yeah. It went to his head, actually.
As waiting once more is Burns. Bend of the knees, and then Brooks is round the wicket to him, and Burns is opening up and pushing this one down to backward point. Mosley does the fielding in there. Michael Burgess a career best. He's got his captain next to him, and Sam Hain in there at second slip. Seems like a long time ago that we saw sort of Dom Sibley and Rhodes. I've seen them for a while, since the second evening. As Brooks runs towards us, comes around the wicket once again to Burns, who's driving back up the ground, and Brooks does the fielding again off his own bowling, and there is no run. But it seems longer than that for some reason. That sort of 12 overs on that second evening when Warwickshire went out there to bat, and I don't think anybody would have predicted that we'd sort of be in this position after tea today. But yeah, Burgess and Hannon Dolby, well, doing a really good job for Warwickshire today, as Brooks is in, round the wicket to Burns, short ball, and Rory Burns will get off the mark, hooking this one off his hip. Hasn't got all of it, Rory Burns, but it will get him off the mark with a single, as the throw is rocketed in, and Rory Burns, Miles came round to do the fielding there. Rory Burns didn't quite get hold of that, but he's off the mark with a single, and Surrey move on to one without loss. Burns has the single, and Ryan Patel's yet to face a ball.
He's farming the strike, Rory Burns. Yeah, always on a bit of a hiding to nothing as an opening bat in this situation. When you come out thinking, well, there's 48 minutes of cricket left in this match, unless we get into a real pickle. Ollie Hannon Dolby, after batting for 2¼ hours, is going to be allowed to pootle around at mid-on for now, and Craig Miles is going to have a bowl. And for Miles and Brooks, I suppose it's the incentive. They haven't yet taken a wicket in this game. So I can't imagine we'll see a lot of them. Warwickshire's over rate for the match is in good order. So they're not under any great deal of pressure to push through. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Rob Yates and Dan Mosley get a bowl before the end of play today.
Yeah, nice for Brooks to get the new ball as well.
Do him no harm. To get another couple of 3 overs under his belt. There's Miles bowls to Rory Burns, who's getting the full face of the bat on it. Burns and Sibley in this game, Ollie Pope as well, will all be wanting to make serious runs in the championship in the early weeks of the season to make sure they're noticed. I note that Alex Lees went big.
Well, I was saying with Kevin actually, funny enough, their currency is runs. At this time of the season, that's all they can do. And Lees has sort of put his marker down first up there with 182 not out.
When you're man in possession and you back it up with that helps you. Down the leg side from Miles, and that's a nice juicy half volley to flick off his toes by Burns. And he crisply hits it behind square for 4, first boundary of the Surrey second innings. They're 5 without loss.
Yeah, and like for Dom Sibley, it happens. You know, that does happen. I mean, he's in bad form or anything. He doesn't know. You know, I think he looked pretty good in pre-season. Dragged his first ball in this game back onto his stumps, but he'll make runs, obviously. And there's a few there at the moment that, as I say, all they can do is go out there and make runs.
Miles canters in again onto the pads of Burns, and this time it's flicked very fine and down for 4. So a bit of help yourself bowling really from Miles with that line. Burns will credit him with a leg glance. He probably got it finer than he intended, but he's up to 9 without loss.
Yeah, I think anybody who's ever seen anything of Rory Burns these days knows that's his strength. Anything on or around his legs, tuck it away. And it was interesting. Everybody will always go on about that first ball of the Ashes with Rory Burns. The whole thing about that is probably the ball he wanted. Now, leg stump, thanks very much. Let's tuck that away. But again, sort of going back to England's preparation for that, if you're slightly off your rhythm or your alignment, going into a first test match with not much practice under your belt, that's the sort of thing that happens.
That's why I was a little surprised about his comment about the county schedule and the amount of cricket that's played, in that batsmen need cricket. They really do. To be in a rhythm, to be comfortable. And too many test series are really decided by who's at home and who's away at the moment, because teams arrive underprepared. Miles to Burns, better line, well judged leave. It was just outside off stump.
I've sort of got it. I sat down with a piece of paper the other night because I'm really boring, and all the talk about the schedule and cricket. But for me, the glaring thing that's missing at the moment is that there's nothing in between going from county cricket into Test cricket.
Yeah.
And I'm talking England Lions or Academy or whatever, because it's a big jump. It is a bit without preparation. It is a big jump. Now, I think that's an area they really need to look at.
Milesy once more, wider outside off stump, shouldering arms. There's Burns. It's a hard thing to achieve.
It's doable. It's doable. I genuinely believe it's doable.
And you would have to probably weaken the championship to do it.
But what I'm saying is, that it gives. I don't know. Would you? Because the thing is, you're not that England team are not going to get any preparation ahead of the Test series, and now even when teams go abroad, they don't get a huge amount of preparation.
Miles, full outside off stump, driven into the offside by Burns. Diving stop in the covers. Good dive from Matt Lamb, who had a fine day yesterday. And he saves it. So what you're saying, the England players should have a practice game? I'm saying what I and I don't know how this would work, but what I think is, before a series, if you've got a championship game before a series, there is nothing to stop you taking England squad, England Lions squad, and playing a practice game against each other before you go into that Test series, because you're taking that. Where else? This is my whole point.
where else are you getting your Test cricketers from if not the County Championship?
Oh,
You're not getting them from anywhere else. But I think, personally for me, there is that whole thing about going from county cricket into Test cricket. When there was the academy programme, when there was the Lions programme, we had Liam Norwell with us on the first day, and he said, even though that was a weird Lions trip to Australia, he said to be in amongst it and to see how it sort of works did him the power of good. As round the wicket once again is Brooks, first ball for Ryan Patel today, and he tucks this one off his hip. They used to do it. There used to always be, when Australia came over, there used to be an England Lions game for Australia to warm up. So there used to be. So we used to do it. We used to take players out of county cricket to go and play for the England Lions.
And there was one game last summer.
There was one game last summer.
Because Will Rhodes captained it. I think Liam well played in it.
But for me, that's the area in many ways, because you're not getting that. Even 5-6 years ago, you got Rory Burns is a case in point, in that he'd never been round an England setup. As round the wicket comes Brooks, and Burns is forward and playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. And they've got this whole thing now about it's not just the player, it's the character and all that good stuff. And he'd never done England under 19s, he'd never done any of that stuff at all. And in 2018, in that sort of championship winning season for Surrey, they took him out to captain the England Lions in one game, two games, one game, I can't remember. Anyway, he went and captained the England Lions. They had a look at him, and then he went and made a Test debut in the winter. His short ball, up on his toes goes Burns and tucks this one up towards mid-on. They'll pick up another single. So all I'm saying is, I genuinely, there's things that need to be tinkered with in the county championship, without a doubt. But I think the standard's good. I think the quality of player is definitely there. But I think these days, that step from playing county cricket and going into Test match cricket, there's no in between anymore. As round the wicket once again comes Brooks, and forward goes Ryan Patel and pushes this one up towards mid-off. And, people will say, when are you going to fit that in because of 2020 and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But I just think that is so important. I think that's so important that you get into that environment, because on that Ashes tour, I really felt for the players in the fact they'd had absolutely no preparation going in to face that 4-ball of Australia in the opening Test match. As round the wicket once again goes Brooks, short ball, this is pulled by Ryan Patel very neatly and tidily for 6. He did this in the first innings. He's got hold of that. It's gone into the Holly stand.
Yeah, it's beautiful timing.
Yeah, great shot. He did this in the first innings as well. Ryan Patel played very nicely for his 75. But yeah, I think at the moment we can say all of this stuff, but until the ECB make their minds up about who's going to be the managing director of cricket and who's going to be the head coach, because when they come in, they'll have their way of doing it. They'll have their blueprint of how they want to do it. As round the wicket comes Brooks once more, forward goes Patel, punches this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Because white ball stuff now almost takes care of itself in the fact that we saw that last summer. Because England put out, it was almost a third string in many ways against Pakistan and still won that series. So there's plenty, but with the red ball it's not the same.
For me though, there are not enough of members of that England Test squad who are playing in county cricket with red ball. So this obsession with those players who are batting, particularly with batters, right? Batters are doing really well in white ball and T20 cricket, 50 over and T20 cricket, are being fast-tracked into the Test team because, they've got great hand-eye coordination, got this, they've got that. But they're not necessarily geared up to be Test match batsmen.
I totally agree with you. And I think now as well, something that I think a bit of that responsibility has to be handed back to the players. Rather than England saying, right, you're not playing in this series, or you're not playing in this championship match, it should be down to the player. If they want to go and play, let them play.
Craig Miles starts a new over, driven up towards mid-on by Rory Burns.
Because Grace will say, if you're a player, you know full well when you need to be out there in the middle. You know when everything's in the right place. You know as a bowler when you need to get some overs in your legs as well. And for the England at the moment to say no, you're not playing. You're going to have 2 games off here. It should be the player that's saying. Well, if they say that to the player should be able to say, well, actually, no. Do you know what? I do want to get a bit of cricket in, and I want to play.
Miles, once again, down the leg side, whipped off his hit by Burns for a single, 18 without loss.
I've never seen a central contract in my life, but I'd be fascinated to know what's in there about that. Who makes the decision? And I think that responsibility should come back to the player, because, as I say, it's the player that knows best. The player knows whether they're in good touch going into a series or not.
Yeah, but equally got the flip side, and unfortunately, sort of a Surrey man is a classic example. Jason Roy, who's been an outstanding white ball cricketer, and was on the crest of a wave, and there's a real media snowball effect behind Jason Roy. Get him into the Test arena. You know full well that when he was playing Championship cricket for Surrey, he was batting down at 5 and 6 against the old ball where he could make hay. Put him in as an England opener. Say to you, play your normal game, play your natural game. No. Play the way that the conditions and the bowling attack dictate, not your own way. That's the problem you've got at the moment. Miles of the ball outside our stump that's left alone by Patel.
Oh, I think what's happened is because of COVID and everything like that, and I totally get that, and this rotation policy. But we've got to the point now is play your best team. Play your best team.
Yeah, and also don't inflict a rotation policy that some of the players are bewildered by themselves.
You know, England aren't good enough to be rotating. That's the thing here. They're not good enough to be rotating. So you play your best team. It doesn't matter who the opposition is. You play your best team.
Miles driven by Patel, diving, scrambling stop by Danny Briggs prevents any run. You know, it's no different from in the 80s and 90s. Your best batsmen who play for England, when they come back to the county game, they normally look too good for the county game. I think we've seen that a lot with Ollie Pope, who hasn't quite established himself as an England regular, but you can see his potential. I think Zach Crawley, when he comes back to county cricket, looks $1 million. Good on Alex Lees for what he's done this week, and he might go and prove a point. Johnny Bairstow, any time he gets a spell out of the England team and comes back to county cricket, he's making hundreds for fun. People will show their class. Class will out. As Patel works this very neatly off his pads for a single through the mid-wicket, 19 again, without loss.
My point sort of being that at the end of last season, a few of those boys got rested at the back end of the championship season and had to wait 3 months to play another first-class game. Now it just makes no sense. And I'm pretty sure, had you gone to those players and said, do you want to play, they'd have gone, yep, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely, please, because I'm not going to get another bat or bowl for 3 months.
I mean, Warwickshire had Chris Wokes for the last 2 rounds of the Championship last year. His final ball of the over is defended out into the offside. He didn't produce a match-winning performance in either of them, but in all 4 innings that he bowled in, he took 3 wickets. Because he brings that class, he brings a winning mentality.
And for him as well, he knows his game. I heard an argument the other day, Broad and Anderson just should be able to pick the games. They have earned the right that if they want to play 3 games going into a series, play 3 games going into a series. They know what they're up to. They know their bodies. They know how to bowl. They know the number of overs they need. But others, you know, and that's why I'm saying I think it should be. If you're on a central contract and someone comes to you and goes, and you're not feeling great, and they go, oh, we're going to rest you for a couple of championship games. No. If the player wants to play, they play. Now, obviously, then it's down to the county to pick them. But what I'm saying is the best place to get some form is out in the middle. You can do all the net practice in the world, and you rest and rehab and all that stuff. But actually, again, England aren't good enough to do that. They're not good enough at the moment to do that. We've got Yates into the attack to bowl his off spin. Coming round the wicket, that's a bit loopy, and that's tucked by Ryan Patel up towards mid-on. But as I say, we could chat about this till the cows come home, but until England put a managing director of cricket and a head coach for the men's game in place, no idea, absolutely no idea. As round the wicket once again goes Yates, and forward goes the left-handed Patel, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. And all that will sort of be discussed for the rest of this season. I would have thought. As Yates is in again, forward comes Ryan Patel, nudges this one down the ground. And there is no run once again as Ollie Hannondorby does the fielding. Yates in once more, quicker. Oh, now, shout for LBWs. It just skids on a touch, that one to Ryan Patel. Looking to work round that front pad was the left-handed Patel. Rolls away into the offside. And again, there is no run. Settles himself down over his bat once again as Yates is in, round the wicket. And forward goes Ryan Patel. Plays this one back up the pitch. Welcome back. Now, I'm going to do a technical thing for you here, Grace. There you are. I do that all the time myself. As in, once again, comes Yates, and this is driven by Ryan Patel straight out to extra cover. And there is no run. End of the over, 19 without loss. Burns 11. Ryan Patel has 8. And actually, at the moment, these two are sort of... There's not a huge amount to gain for these two at the moment, but they're having a bit of time in the middle, and Burns has played a couple of nice shots. Ryan Patel's pulled one into the Holly stand for 6, and I think the fact, obviously, Yates coming on now is just you won't see Hannondorby have a bowl today, but it's never a simple situation, this as an opening batter, is it?
No, I feel like as either Burns or Patel in this situation, there's probably not a massive amount to gain. As you say, you either come off the pitch after batting for an hour, 20 not out at best, or you get out. So yeah, it's probably not the most ideal situation for them, but early April, I guess they need all the batting practice they can get ahead of the other fixtures.
Do you want to do a bit of commentary from this end? Or
Yeah, I'll give
off
it a
you
go. Yeah. In comes Miles and flicks off the pads from Rory Burns. Looks like a fairly casual one down to quite a square fine leg, really. Is that Henry Brooks down there?
It is indeed,
yep.
yeah. Mr. Brooks down there. Yeah, Rory Burns tuck those away off his hip all day. It really is his bread and butter, Rory Burns. It's quite interesting, all this chat, though, about structures and domestic schedules and everything.
Miles comes in again. Fairly straight. Patel hits it straight into Miles' hand, and yeah. What were you saying about the structure?
Well, I just think everyone's chatting away about it, quite rightly. But as I say, until the right people are put in the right place, we can all have our great... But I do, with the men's game especially, I do really think that sort of England, call it what you want, Academy Lions, I think that's a really important thing.
Right arm over, Miles comes in. Short delivery, down leg side, and Burgess does well to get that without coming to the floor, and yeah.
I think, for you as well, fingers crossed, picking up tons of wickets for Loughborough Lightning, and to sort of have that opportunity to mix it up with the sort of England squad. The amount you learn from that is unbelievable, isn't it? And
yeah.
it gets you used to that environment, I would have thought.
Definitely, yeah. Miles comes in, number 18 on his shirt, left-handed Patel to face. Again, short leg side picked up by Patel. Looked for a second like it could have been a wicket opportunity with Brooks out there, but looks like it's sailed away for a one bounce four down to the fine leg region.
I'll tell you what, Ryan Patel in this game has played the short ball brilliantly.
Yeah,
I know it's not the quickest of pitches, but again there, he's probably 10 yards inside the boundary right there, is Brooks. And that's actually gone over the top of him.
He's gone right back to the rope now.
It's a long old carry down there as well, isn't it?
It's a long way down there.
Anything short he's been on to so quickly in this game as Ryan Patel. He did this in the first innings, but that was a tough day for the bowlers in a howling gale running in. But no, he looks in pretty good fettle.
Miles comes in again. A little bit fuller this time, still slightly back of a length. Patel fairly simply takes it forward to cover, where I think that's Will Rhodes. Skipper Will Rhodes in extra cover.
Yeah, and I just wonder what Will Rhodes is sort of thinking about here. Because what he does, Ollie Hannon-Dalby does look as if he's having a bit of a stretch here. Maybe just he might have a bowl. That looks a bit like a warm-up for Ollie Hannon-Dalby.
Strange warm-up, I must say.
Yep, well, yes. I did that sort of thing when I'm on holiday and having a sleep. Just lie down.
Miles is in again. Short again, slightly down the leg side, but Patel ducks it quite comfortably, and that's the end of the over. 24 for none.
But for you as well, sort of, when you get those sort of international players nearby and in the dressing room, it's terrific, isn't it? Because to be able to pick their brains.
I think the best one for me is when the international women's players are back. We have Tammy Beaumont in our squad. And I came into the squad, I think I was the youngest player at one point, 17, 18 years old, and even though she's a batter and I'm a left-arm bowler, like totally different elements of the game, but she was just fantastic, like really helped me out, helped me know my own game better. And yeah, she's really great to have around the side when we can.
And this is what Liam Norwell was saying about his England Lions trip to Australia, which was all a little bit of a shambles, I have to say. But he said it was great to be involved. As here is Yates once again, then round the wicket to Rory Burns, who's using his feet and then just whipping Yates out towards deep backwards square. Oh, and the hurry up throw coming in there from Miles, because Ryan Patel was sort of slowly jogging that single, and Miles had absolutely laced that ball in. It was a good bit of backing up, actually. Backward because Burgess was getting nowhere near that, but you see what Miles was thinking, because he was dawdling the single touch there, Ryan Patel. Yates is in again, and this is pushed away by Ryan Patel out into the offside. That rolls out there towards extra cover, and there is no run. Yates in once more, and Patel just looking to work round that front pad again, gets nothing on it, and it hits the gloves of Michael Burgess. We'll be going till 5 o'clock here this evening, because of course, sorry, you're not going to declare at the moment if you're sorry. It'd be an interesting decision that, as in round the wicket once more comes Yates, and that's very short, and that just pushed back up the pitch by Ryan Patel. Oh, God. That's not the best bit of cricket we're going to see this season, because Ryan Patel just pushed it straight down the ground, thought about a single, then thought, actually no, because Hannon-Dalby was coming across. Then Hannon-Dalby, understandably, still a bit fatigued after his monumental effort with the bat, sort of fell over, and they did decide to take a single in the end. Yates round the wicket he comes once again, and this is tucked away by Burns off his hip. He'll think about two, but Miles has already shown what a strong arm he's got, and whips that in to Michael Burgess.
Looked like Burgess and Rhodes and keeping and Slip Gordon quite enjoyed that dive from Ollie Hannon-Dalby.
Yes, well, as I say, he was out there for 89 deliveries with the bat. As Yates is in again, forward comes Ryan Patel, gets a thickish inside edge on that, rolls back up the pitch. End of the over, 27 without loss. I think Matt Lamb might be coming in to have a bit of a bowl now from this pavilion end. That's it from me. Grace, it's been an absolute pleasure. Lovely to meet you as well. Thank you very much for keeping us on our toes and keeping this ship afloat with the rest of us. But few thoughts from you, Grace, with 20 minutes to go. And looking forward to watching Mr. Lamb have a bat, and then you'll be joined by Phil Britt.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm actually really excited to see Matt Lamb bowl. I think recently he's gone from medium pace to leg spin. I don't think I've seen him. He might have bowled, but I don't think I've seen him bowl leg spin in a match as of yet. So, yeah, excited to have a look. Surrey currently 27 for 0 after 7 overs with 20 minutes remaining to play. Looks like Patel will just be changing his guard slightly with the change of bowling. Different angle, different type of bowling, and fairly conventional field for Matt Lamb, just square leg and deep cover out. One slip in, the rest in the ring.
So Matt Lamb getting a chance to get some wickets to go with his century.
Oof. Fairly short delivery to start, he's got away with that. Straight to backward point.
That looked like a delivery from a man who was called in to bowl without a lot of notice, wasn't it?
Yeah, it did. as he comes in again. Slight stutter in his run at Matthew Lamb. Little bit fuller, just outside off. Rory Burns leaves it alone. Didn't look overly threatening, but dot ball nonetheless.
Still 76 in arrears, sorry.
Matt Lamb comes in again. Ooh, again short, but fairly on the stumps, and Rory Burns fails to put it away, hits it straight to extra cover.
Yeah, he could have sort of tried to lash that away through mid-wicket. In the end, he backed away, didn't he? Gave himself space and defended.
Slightly fuller ball from Matthew Lamb. Much better length to that, isn't it? Just blocked quite casually to extra cover by Rory Burns, and that's 4 dots from the over so far. Good start from Matthew Lamb, statistics-wise anyway. He bowls again. Oof, shorter, and that one is put away. Will cover be able to stop it? Gets round very nicely. Cover out there on the boundary, and Rory Burns manages to only get 1. Who is that out there on the cover boundary? Craig Miles, is it?
Yes, it is. Yep.
Tidy work from him.
He was enthusiastic there. That would have been very easy to let that slide through for 4 at this stage, but good piece of fielding from him. Kept them down to a single.
Final ball of the over. Matt Lamb bowling to Patel. Again, Matt Lamb pushed them on the back foot, dot ball straight to extra cover, end of the over, 28 for none.
I think he got away with a few in that over.
I think he did.
I
think he did.
I think a single off the over is a good reward for him, because there were 1 or 2 there which could well have ended up somewhere up the stand, but never mind.
I'm a big fan of Matthew Lamb, but I'm not sure that's the best over of bowling I've ever seen, but nonetheless 1 from it.
It's just tidy up a couple of games. You carry on doing the describe through, and I'll run through the scores. The game Essex against Kent looks to be another game petering out to a draw. 514 Essex, 581 for 9 Kent, and Essex 60 for 1. They trail by 7 with 9 wickets remaining, so that game heading for an obvious draw.
Yates comes into Rory Burns. Ooh, bit wide and short outside the offside, left alone by Rory Burns. Do feel like he could have capitalised on that and potentially got some runs with only backward point on the offside. Yates in again, bit fuller this time, again defended by Burns, goes straight to, I think that's Sam Haynett catching mid-wicket.
Interesting game building up Northants Gloucester. Northants need 128 to win with 6 wickets in hand, so that could go either way, that one.
Yates in again. Rory Burns comes down the track, but straight defensive, straight back to Rob Yates, who has 2 catching mid-wickets into Rory Burns, left-handed batter.
There's been a result at Hove, where Nottinghamshire have beaten Sussex by 10 wickets.
Another fairly straight delivery from Yates again, treated with respect by Rory Burns, who defends it straight to Sam Hain at mid-wicket.
Sussex have made 375 in their first innings, had Nottinghamshire 51 for 4, lost by 10 wickets.
Same as the last one in from Rob Yates, just gentle bowling and defended by Rory Burns. Not a lot of intent being shown from Burns here.
Incredible, you get a turnaround in that match. Well played for Nottingham.
Last ball of the over, Yates bowls it slightly loopier, just gets slightly lofted cover drive from Rory Burns, but he'll get 2 from it as cover collects it to end the over.
Middlesex against Derbyshire. Derbyshire need a further 153 to win. 156, they are 203 for 4. So again, they've got 6 wickets to get 153. Time might be the issue there. Leicestershire need 196 runs to beat Worcestershire. The unfortunate part from their point of view is they've only got 1 wicket left. So it looks as though Worcestershire might start the season with a victory. And Glamorgan lead Durham in that match, badly affected by hail and all sorts of things, but they only lead by 21. They've got 5 second innings wickets remaining, so Durham will be anxious to try and get those.
Matt Lamb back in from the pavilion again. Oh, short again and just put away by Patel. Miles should get round. Does well, but they managed to scamper back for 2. He's fielding nicely out there, Craig Miles. He seems a little bit more energetic than the Surrey fielders were at the end of their innings.
Yeah, I think that's a fair description of the situation. It would have been almost difficult not to have been, though, because they really had
They did.
dropped away.
Lamb comes in again. Fuller, better delivery. Patel gets forward and just plays a strong defensive shot, but Matthew Lamb certainly bowling better there, slightly fuller length.
Oliver and Dolby going through all sorts of exercises
really
and
is.
stretching, so down below he's obviously going to have a bowl. Won't be much of a bowl.
Lamb in again. Defended by Patel, straight to extra cover and another dot ball for Matthew Lamb.
Sorry, 32 without loss. They are 71 in arrears, with all 10 wickets in hand on the second innings.
Lamb in again. Slightly quicker delivery it might have been, just looked like it picked up a bit off the pitch and left alone by Patel, just outside off, taken by Burgess and back Lamb at the end of his mark.
Funny old run-up Lamb, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got a bit of a pause, hasn't he? Good ball there. I think he's found his lengths a bit better in this over, where Patel's just had to come forward and defend it, couldn't do much else with it really.
He sort of takes a stride forward as if he's going to go into his run, then completely stops and hops, and then goes off again. And it's only a run-up of about 10 paces. He stops and steadies himself.
It's very unconventional, but again, another good ball. Good areas for Matthew Lamb. He finishes the over with a dot. 32 for naught off 10 overs now, Surrey, with only about 10 minutes remaining in play, I think.
You would think that going through the motions here and almost counting down, we say that Warwickshire are going around with a bit more enthusiasm. It is fair to say there's a fair few hands in pockets in the field as they trip between stations. Clearly it's purely just occupying the ground to meet the rules and regulations rather than anything else. Rory Burns will want to try and make sure he's unbeaten at the end.
First ball for Yates gets just a little turn around by Rory Burns, very conventional. Looks like it'll run away for 4 and does. Yates seems to look like he feels a bit hard done by there. I don't know if he's just taking it straight off middle stump maybe, but Rory Burns, as we know, very good at that leg glance, so not surprising that he's got the full reward for it.
He got the wicket in the first innings, Yates. He got his first wicket of the season when he got Jordan Clark caught by Dan Mosley. But Clark having made 50, but he'll be perhaps having to do a bit of bowling in this season.
He comes in again, Rob Yates. Fairly good delivery, a little bit on the short side, but Rory Burns just pats it back to him and seems very happy to do so for the rest of the innings. He sits on 17 not out off 31 deliveries, so not too slow at all. Yates comes in again. Slightly fuller and slightly down leg side. Burns might feel as if he slightly missed out there, certainly in his arc, but they'll scamper one for a leg by, and that gets Patel to strike. Patel currently 15 off 29 deliveries.
Not asking Danny Briggs to bowl. He had 39 overs on the first innings, so I think he's done his bit for the game. Just letting Yates and Lamb do the bowling at the moment. 2
slips in as Yates bails Patel. Fairly full ball. Another good delivery, just patted away by Patel straight to extra cover. Matthew Lamb sitting in extra cover, fairly tight in. Yates steps in again. Slightly short, but just a back foot punch from Patel out to deep cover and will just be one. Very casual one with Patel still walking to the other end of the crease. He's been quite nonchalant, hasn't he, in his running?
Well, almost you have to say that they're counting the clock down, really, aren't they now, everybody? But by the same token, Burns 41, Patel 75 in the first innings.
Burns comes down the track slightly to Rob Yates, but just strikes it straight to mid-off, which picked it up pretty comfortably to end the over with a dot, and that is 38 for none off 11 overs, with, you'd think, only 3 or 4 overs remaining.
Yeah, that's all one would think. But Patel and Burns will want to make sure they're still there. They've both of them made a good start to the season. 41 for Burns, 75 for Patel. They put on that opening partnership of 117 on the opening day, and they'll want on that rain-affected opening day. They'll want to do the same thing. Here's Lamb. He's in and bowls, and this one is turned to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I mean, they both do look particularly comfortable, don't they? I mean, not much to be done for the opening batters, but that being said, it's not the easiest situation to come in, not much to gain from it.
No, there's nothing to gain. You can get a sort of low score, and that will be not really have much impact apart from personally. This one pushed through a little bit quicker, and Burns jabs it into. Patel jabs it into the offside. There's no run. And quite rightly, I think, Will Rose just using his sort of backup or less regular bowlers here. This next one is a good delivery from Lamb, brings Patel stretching forward to play this one out into the offside, and there's no run. Lamb again stops mid. It's not to be false to say it's a run-up. It's a walk-in which he stops on, and this one is just played straight back to him. But he tries to stop it with his foot and misses. But still no run. Stops again. In he comes now and bowls. And Patel just pushes this one again back down the wicket. The clock ticks on towards 5 to 5. 38 runs on the board, and they're still trailed by 65 on Lamb is in, and again it's defended. There's no run. It's end of another over.
Seems to have found his lengths a bit better from his first over, doesn't he? Last over was certainly pretty good.
Yeah. So 38 for no wicket. And Burns 21, 16 to Patel, and Yates has bowled 4 overs. We're going to see a bowling change. By the looks of it, Yates taken out of the attack, and into it is, who are we going to see? It's got to be Dan Mosley having a bowl. As Richard rejoins us. This game moves towards the last throws, I think, Richard. Sorry, I didn't let Richard get the headphones on.
Well, I hope it's not the last throws. I'll get into trouble if it's that. But yeah, this ought to, in theory, be the final over. I think if they keep enough time out of it. Yeah.
I was going to say it's been the longest bowling change I've seen.
Yeah, they might get 2 in. I mean, in theory, you'd have time for a comedy bowler, but I don't think Sam Hain's going to be doing that anytime soon.
No, I'm just going to don't want too many. Otherwise, we'll run out of slots on the scorecard to fill in.
That's not the key thing.
At this stage, you've
got room for 8 bowlers. The Bears will use 7 different ones, I think.
Okay.
His first ball is clipped towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. 38 without loss. Surrey.
Yeah, look, my priorities are very different to theirs.
Mosley bowled a lot in the 50-over competition last year for the Bears, until another injury afflicted him. Had 2 finger breaks last year, Mosley, but a talented young man. And a bright 43 yesterday. Comes into bowl round the wicket to Burns, who drives him up towards mid-on, and there's no run. It's, can be quite a useful luxury to have at times to have 3 part-time spinners in a side. Rob Yates bowled a lot of overs in 2 or 3 games. So did Matt Lamb in the game at New Road, as Mosley drags this one down, a quicker ball, trying to surprise Burns, who defends. Sam Hain is doing some stretching at the moment, but please no. I mean, if he comes on to bowling over, it could last an hour. Mosley in again, and no real turn for anybody on this, and pushing forward in defence is Burns. See if Mosley can complete a maiden. He's certainly got through it quick enough that we'll get at least one more over it. He's not going to be able to drag this out. He's going to get through it in 2 minutes. And this is squirted behind square, and it was off a thick inside edge, and Mosley waves his arms and shows his frustration, because I don't think he was too far away from getting through Rory Burns there, and he wouldn't have minded that first-class scalp.
I think you're going to get your wish here, by the way.
Oh, man alive, no.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
The last time I saw Sam Hain bowl was at Lord's, and
oh, yeah, go on. Sorry.
he got into trouble for a couple of beamers, and it wasn't like he was trying to bowl them, but he really, to say he has no control would be an understatement. I mean, anything could happen here.
Was that the game Ambrose got a wicket?
Ambrose took a wicket to end the match when Voges was being egged on to try and get to 100. He was on 94, and he holed out on the mid-wicket boundary in what would have been the final over. That was Tim Ambrose's solitary first-class victim as a bowler. That was the match in which, in the Middlesex second innings, the second new ball was taken by Jonathan Trott and Ian Bell, who each bowled about half a dozen overs. And that was a very rare sighting at that point of Ian Bell's seam, because he hadn't really bowled it much since his early 20s, whereas Jonathan Trott always took his bowling very seriously.
Yes, he did.
And could be very useful if the ball was nipping about a bit. Here's Sam Hain off 15 paces, and he sends down a ball that bounces halfway down the track and bounces just behind the stumps the second time and trickles through to Michael Burgess. I mean, look, to say Sam's not a natural bowler would be an understatement.
He has...
Oh, we're going to take an update for BBC CWR. Well, if I tell you that Sam Hain's bowling, it tells you the game's nearly done. Surrey are 39 without loss. They still trail the Bears by just over 60 runs. A brilliant 178 by Michael Burgess saved the game as Hain comes in again and bowls a horrible bouncer down the leg side that's been called a no ball as well. This last over might take a while. But yeah, a great partnership between him and Ollie Hannon-Dolby. They put on more than a century for the final wicket. Hannon-Dolby batted 2.25 hours for an innings of 11 in which he had 67 deliveries to get off the mark. It's a wicket that hasn't offered an awful lot for the bowlers. The overhead conditions have done nothing to help them either, and these two teams will play a hard-fought draw-out. Surrey 41 without loss. They still trail the Bears by 62. As Sam Hain has now bowled a beamer above head height that's gone through the wicket-keeper. That's a no ball. If he does it again, he will, of course, have to be taken out of the attack. This has happened to him before. The Bears can't conceal their laughter at this point.
How did you obviously really studied this, because you've got this absolutely smack on?
Well, the reality is that this has come up on the Bears pod blast on a number of occasions.
Okay.
Sam is a very close friend of Ollie's, and we have given him a brutal amount of stick about his bowling. Rory Burns is at some length taking a fresh guard.
Would he be better bowling with the other arm, do you think?
And because we've got beyond 5 o'clock, they can now shake hands so that Sam Hain doesn't have the indignity of sending down another beamer and getting thrown out of the attack. The lead in the end, 60. Surrey will finish on 43 without loss. In the end, a combination of the weather in the first half of the match and the fact that the track was quite tame, really. It was an early season track. You know, it was good for the batsmen. You can't do much more than that in terms of the preparation has done for this game. Surrey 428 all out in their first innings, a century there for Ben Folkes, 4 wickets for Ollie Hannon Dolby. Warwickshire's reply 531 all out. Matt Lamb with a fine century yesterday. Michael Burgess career best 178 today, 3 wickets each for Kemar Roach and for Reece Topley, and Surrey close on 43 without loss. My thanks to Grace, to Phil, to Mark, and to Clive, who was here for the first 3 days. Surrey back in action on Thursday for their second match in the County Championship. We had to get that again via the BBC Cricket homepage, and the Bears will be back here a week on Thursday when they host Essex. Wishing you an enjoyable rest of the weekend, but here at Edgbaston, we bid you a very good afternoon.